Mic test. Hello. Hello. Check my check. Hello. Check my.
दोस्तों कुछ लोग बोलेंगे राजू होते हुए ऐसे लाइन दे रहे हैं भाई दूसरी तरफ कुछ लोग
right brass system.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Mic test. Hello, hello. Mic test.
Hello, 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 mic testing. Hello, 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 hello.
हेलो हेलो, चेक करो एक बार। हेलो हेलो,
Namaste. Wish you a very pleasant morning and Ohayo gozaimasu. I am Dr. Aarti Mohanpurkar, Associate Professor in Computer Science and Engineering Department of Maharashtra Institute of Technology, Chhatrapati, Sambhajinagar. It is my honor to welcome you all to the 4th Indo-Japan pre-conference workshop on high-speed rail and geotechnical challenges. I am extremely delighted to have all our distinguished guests, experts, and scholars gathered here today. Let us seek the blessings of the divine with the sacred Saraswati Vandana by Mr. Nitin Gaikwad. Before we begin, I would like to invite our esteemed dignitaries to join us for lighting the lamp as per the customary Indian tradition. I would like to invite Professor Ashok Kumar Chawla, the chief guest, Dr. Anil Joseph, President IGS, Dr. AP Singh, Secretary IGS, Professor Nilima Satyam, convener of this workshop, Professor S.K. Prasad, co-convener of this workshop, Dr. K.V. Kale, Vice Chancellor, Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Dr. Yadnavir Kavde, President of GS Mandal, Dr. V.M. Pandri Pandey, former Vice Chancellor, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Professor Munish Sharma, Director General MIT, Dr. Nilesh Patil, Director MIT, Dr. Uttam Kavane, Chairman IGS Aurangabad Chapter, and Dr. Manish Dikshit, Secretary IGS Aurangabad Chapter.
कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रामृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्ला ब्रह्म विचार सार परमामाद्या जगद्व्यापिनी वीणा पुस्तकधारिणी अभयदा जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फटिकमालिका विद्यते पद्मासने संस्थिता वन्दे ता परमेश्वरी भगवती बुद्धिप्रदा शारदा.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you to all the dignitaries too. I request dignitaries to kindly grace the dais. Professor Ashok Kumar Chawla, the chief guest, Dr. Anil Joseph, President IGS, Dr. AP Singh, Secretary IGS, Professor Nilima Satyam, convener of the workshop, Professor S.K. Prasad, co-convener of this workshop, Dr. K.V. Kale, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Professor Munish Sharma, Director General MIT, Dr. V.M. Pandri Pandey, former Vice Chancellor, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Dr. Nilesh Patil, Director MIT, Thank you very much, sir. Now I invite Dr. Manish Dikshit, Secretary IGS, Aurangabad chapter, to deliver the general preamble setting the tone of our sessions today. Please, sir.
Good morning to one and all. On the behalf of MIT family and IGS Aurangabad chapter and Indore chapter, I welcome you all for the 4th Indo-Japan pre-conference workshop on high-speed rail and geotechnical challenges. The chief guest of today's function, Professor Ashok Kumar Chawla, Advisor Japan, guest of honor, Dr. K.V. Kare sir, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University Lonere, Dr. Anil Joseph, President, IGS, Dr. A.P. Singh, Secretary, IGS, Professor Munish Sharma, Director General, MIT Group of Institutions, Convener of this workshop, Dr. Nilima Madam, Co-Convener, Dr. S.K. Prasad, Director, Dr. Nilesh Patil Sir, Dr. V.M. Pandri Pandey Sir, Dr. Uttam Kalwane, Chairman of IGS Aurangabad Chapter, and all the IGS EC members, my friends and faculty members. A warm welcome to one and all. At the outset, I would like to thank the Indian Geotechnical Society for giving us a chance for this prestigious 4th Indo-Japan Conference to be organized in collaboration with Indore chapter and Aurangabad chapter at MIT Sambhajinagar. Indian Geotechnical Society and Japanese Geotechnical Society has established a collaborative agreement to foster the exchange of technical specific professional knowledge in the field of geotechnical engineering. The first Indo-Japan workshop was held at Kochi on the topic Advances in Earthquake Engineering in 2011. Second Indo-Japan workshop on geotechnics for resilient infrastructures at Japan on 14th November 2015. Third Indo-Japan workshop on geotechnics for natural disaster mitigations and management at Guwahati on 13 December 2017. This workshop will focus on the geotechnical aspects of the latest advancement in the design and operation of high-speed rails. Key issues to be discussed in the proposed workshop includes maintaining stability and safety at high velocities, minimizing noise and vibrations for enhanced passengers' comfort, optimization, aerodynamics, developing suitable tracks and infrastructure, and ensuring overall safety and reliability of the train system. This workshop provides a significant opportunity for researchers, practitioner engineers to collaborate and share insights in the vital geotechnical challenges posed by high-speed rail systems. Lastly, I acknowledge the support given by the Director General, Professor Munish Sharma, Director, Professor Nilesh Patil Sir, MIT, and Indore chapter, Pune chapter, and Aurangabad chapter local body members for their much needed support. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for the informative preamble. Following the preamble, we will now felicitate our dignitaries, expressing our gratitude for their presence and support. I humbly request Professor Munish Sharma, the Director General MIT, to felicitate Professor Ashok Kumar Chawla, the chief guest of today's program. Thank you very much, sir. Now I take privilege to invite Dr. Nilesh Patil, Director MIT, to honor Dr. Anil Joseph, President IGS. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. Uttam Karwane, Chairman IGS Aurangabad Chapter, to welcome Dr. A.P. Singh, Secretary IGS. Dr. K.V. Kai, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, will be felicitated by Professor Nilima Satyam. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I request Professor S.K. Prasad to felicitate Dr. Pandri Pandey, former Vice Chancellor, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University. Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. Anil Joseph, President IGS, to felicitate Professor Munish Sharma, the Director General, MIT. Thank you very much, sir. Now I call upon Dr. Manish Dikshit, Secretary, IGS Aurangabad Chapter, to welcome Professor Nilima Satyam, the convener of this workshop. Thank you very much, sir. Further, I invite Professor Munish Sharma, Director General, MIT, to felicitate Professor S.K. Prasad, the co-convener of this workshop. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Nilesh Patel, Director MIT, shall be felicitated by Dr. Uttam Kavane, Chairman, IGS Aurangabad Chapter. Thank you very much, sir. It was indeed a pleasure, great pleasure to welcome and felicitate all the dignitaries. I request to kindly get seated. Thank you, everyone. Let us come together to share knowledge, ideas, and expertise, paving the way for innovative solutions in high-speed rail and geotechnical challenges. Thank you. Now I take the privilege to invite Professor Munish Sharma, Director General, to address this gathering. Please, sir.
Good morning. I think the felicitation is considered a very auspicious and important part of any program. Even though if it consumes little more time, it is understood that. So thank you for your patience for all these things. And I think this we have the overwhelming dais today. And we have few special guests, those who are gracing our inaugural program of this 4th edition of Indo-Japan conference, pre-conference. And it was privileged. We had yesterday a dinner meet, and in that dinner meet, we could hear Professor Ashok Chabla ji, who is advisor to Ministry of External Affairs, Japan government. And it was really very insightful and the kind of wisdom of Professor Chavla, we could really witness that yesterday evening. And today he is with us as a chief guest of this program. And we are fortunate we have two esteemed academicians as part of the dais. One is the former Vice Chancellor, Dr. V.M. Pandey, and another one, of course, our own Dr. K.V. Kale, who is currently the Vice Chancellor of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonore. And rest all are the host, okay, the IGS and MITN. So I'm not going to repeat their names. So I think this is a good time to come to the city. Maybe some of our friends from south might be feeling little cold in the morning and evening time, and people from north and east probably find it very, very pleasant. It's a good time to come to the city. I have been told that you should introduce MIT, and rather I would say you are here only, and you can have first-hand experience going around MIT campus. But I would certainly tell you a little bit the background of the town where this conference is getting hosted. We have around 2000 years of traceable history, you can say. And the city is the host of two World Heritage, Ajanta and Ellora. And the city was very much part of the Silk Route trade, ancient Silk Route trade. And of course, the seat of knowledge like Eknath, the Pathan area. And we are witnessing the growth of this city, and I would say in till late 80s, the city was kind of sleeping city. Okay. I remember when I came to this city in 1991, the city population was close to 300,000. But that was the time when city was started developing in terms of industrialization. There was routes earlier because Bajaj was there, Videocon was there, Garware was there, a few large companies were there. But still, the DNA of the city was laid back kind of culture. And now you see in last 3 decades plus, the city has grown manifold. The population has gone to close to 2 million city population. And the industrial demography is very diverse. And of course, even though automotive and some other segments like seed, steel are dominating, but you could find a very nice pharma setup where 5 to 6 FDA approved plants are there. So I think right from this journey of growth of the city, MIT is contributing in the growth of the city directly and indirectly. And this institution is also growing with the city, I would say. And the host institute, Maharashtra Institute of Technology, is an autonomous institute, and having 5,000 odd students taking education full time, predominantly undergraduate number of students, but we do have research as one of the focus area, where we have around 15 plus post-graduation programs, and we have research centers where students do their research, which leads to the PhD program. So I would rather suggest you to take a round. There are certain unique things which MIT is doing. We have industrial scale laboratories within campus which works 3 shift. And all these labs are, we call them as micro enterprises. It's an interesting story. When you go there, the convener and the coordinator of those labs would tell you that what is the, why they are called as micro enterprises. So our focus area, of course, agriculture is one of the area where we do have a micro enterprise called ARDC, Agriculture Research and Demonstration Center, built with a very clear 2 objective. One, to prove that agriculture can be a viable proposition economically, even in a small land holding. And we are trying to demonstrate that through various methods. And second, which is the pain areas in agriculture, is called marketing, and how we can prove that even in agriculture you can take order and then grow a crop or whatever you want to grow in agriculture. So these are 2 very focus area we are working. Along with that, environment is another area. We have NABL accredited labs within organizations having all the approval like CPCB approved labs, and those who are those labs are actually the kind of support to anyone who would like to do research in the specific areas, where they can support those analytical with very highly sophisticated instrumentations supporting these labs. And I wish that you all would take out time next 3 days, including the 4 days you are on the campus, and we'll see to it that someone from the organizing team would coordinate it. Anyone who will be interested visiting those labs can, of course, do it. And in MIT, we, of course, consider laboratories are kind of the most important things to support anything you want to do in teaching, learning, or in research. So therefore, you can find some special emphasis on those things, and along with, of course, the best resources. Now, I'm just finishing because I have been given only 3 minutes, but I'll take one minute or 2 minutes more. As this is the conference in association with Japanese Geotech chapter, we have few very distinguished speakers. Those are going to talk today, 5 lectures. The 5 resource persons are there. This city is, as I said, a very vibrant city. And the industry is leading the economic activities in the city. And recently, Toyota has decided to set up their plant in the outskirts, which is Auric, part of DMIC, Delhi Mumbai Industrial Corridor. Is one of there are two I think the nodal point which are growing very fast. One is Dholera, and another one is, of course, in the Aurangabad city is called Auric, DMIC part. And they have decided to set up their production facility here. And that motivated us as a MIT to explore that what we can do with Japan. And because of that, in the last quarter, I had 2 visits to Japan. And I was quite fortunate to, have very, very good discussions and meetings in Japan with JETRO, GST, JESO, and of course the Indian Embassy is very supportive, helping and giving the right insight that what are the possible ways by which Indian academic and research institutions can collaborate there. And I think it's a lot of potentials which we are seeing in times to come, and I think we can take help of Professor Ashok Chawla in this regard to get the right directions that what possibly, the different institutions from this place and Japan, what we can do together. We have already organized one meeting of Professor Chawla is going after this inaugural address there, and to try to explore that how he can help the city, in a larger perspective. And of course, the conference topic is very, very important. I was reading somewhere, we are also witnessing the way trunk infrastructure in this country is growing, the way we are building the efficiency in our infrastructure, more reliability in our infrastructures, and the conference on that, very important subject, geotechnical, happening during these times, I giving more importance, I think. It's giving much larger importance to the conference. I was reading, I think Professor Chawla may be knowing more about it. There's around 2.2 trillion US dollars kind of investment which is coming, and the large shares would go to railways, ports, and roads. And that kind of investment in next few years, around 10 years, if it is happening in this country, we can imagine the role of all geotech engineers in that. And from that perspective, I'm seeing this conference, would certainly add a lot of value. My best wishes to all of you, and I wish that you should have a pleasant stay on campus, within city. We are there. Wherever you find any challenge, please let us know. We are there to help you out. So best wishes. Thank you for giving me time, and sorry for consuming more time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the inspiring words as always, and sharing information about MIT and Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. Now I take the opportunity to invite Dr. A.P. Singh, Secretary IGS, to throw light and enlighten us about the IGS. Thank you.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and participants of this Indo-Japan workshop on high-speed rail and geotechnical challenges. Good morning, Ohayo gozaimasu to all of you. I am delighted and privileged to present the glorious activities of Indian Geotechnical Society, which has been carried out in reference to the international activity under the umbrella of ISSMG. So Indian Geotechnical Society, this is one of the 90 affiliated member societies of International Society of Soil Mechanics and Geotechnical Engineering, ISSMG, having more than 20,000 members of ISSMG, individual members. IGS has total 94 representatives in 34 technical committees of ISSMG. IGS has signed agreement of cooperation with geotechnical societies of USA, Japan, Korea, Brazil, Geo Institute of AFC America, Sri Lankan Geotechnical Society, Nepal Geotechnical Society, and Association of Geotechnical Societies of South Asian countries. It has conducted many workshops with all these societies with whom it is with the memory of memorandum of understanding and conducting the programs regularly. 13th International Conference on Soil Mechanics and Foundation Engineering, held in New Delhi in 1994, was organized by IGS. IGS has hosted 3 Asian regional conferences in 1960, 1975, and 2007. 6th International Congress on Environmental Geotechnic was held in New Delhi in 2010. Several TC-supported international symposiums were held in the last 3-4 years. First Geotech Asia 2025 is GeoVadis, the future of geotechnical engineering, to be held at Goa during 7 to 10th October 2025 in the coming year. 12th International Symposium on Field Mechanics Monitoring in Geomechanics ISFMG 2026 to be held at IIT Indore during 6 to 10th August 2026. India also won the bid for hosting 15th International Symposium on Landslide ISL 2028, which will be organized at Kochi during 2028. These are the activities organized by Indian Geotechnical Society under the umbrella of our parent international body, ISSMG. Thank you very much. This is the update about the geotechnical activity.
Thank you, sir, for the highly informative inputs. Professor Nilima Satyam, convener of this workshop, will now educate us about the course content of this workshop. Please, ma'am.
So I'll cut down everything to save time. Good morning and namaste everyone. First of all, it's very great day to see all of you here. We had almost 100 participants offline and several registered online participants also who are attending from both India and Japan. First of all, I extend my sincere thanks to our esteemed speakers from Japan who traveled to attend this. So, and also 2 of the speakers could not travel and they are giving the lectures in online mode. In addition to that, we have our Indian esteemed distinguished speakers as well who have been working on this particular mega infrastructure project for building our nation. So total we have 5+5 very top notch, technical program has been planned. I request all the participants, to take the benefit of it. In addition to that, we designed a panel session in the end of the day, which will be very, very interesting. So please, participate there. And then second point is like, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to Chawla sir. Sir, thank you so much for the busy schedule. When I wrote to him or like I called him, then, he could not manage time or something. So, but when I said that we want to do this and we want to have you, because this particular event is not just an academic kind of event from our IGS. So we want to have every stakeholder to be part of it. Okay. So I want to hear from sir that how the government is taking about, and we want to know actually. So in that aspect, like, sir agreed, and we are going to listen to his short presentation in this inaugural session, which will give us, all of us, especially Indians and Japanese also, about our infrastructure, high-speed infrastructure coming up in the country. What is that future that we are going to build? So especially for all our young, early career researchers and the practitioners. So, and the second thing is like, I also would like to thank our sponsor. This is like solo sponsor for the entire workshop, TechFab, and who are also part of this event. So they've been very, very proactive and coming forward like we will do this. So it was a great sign that industry is with us. And so thank you so much. I won't say much about here, and you will be having a lot of technical discussions, insights, what's happening, and including me, I want to learn what's happening in the country from all of us, from Japanese and from Indian speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm privileged to invite Dr. K.V. Kale, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere, to address the gathering. Thank you.
Good morning to one and all. Dignitaries on the dais, and most important, the dignity of the dais. I'm really very happy to be here in the August gathering for this pre-conference workshop that is on very important aspect, high-speed rail and geotechnical challenge. I must thank to the organizer, those who found to me fit to be one of the guests of this particular program. My dear friend, Professor Manish Sharma, Managing Directors, always inspiring all the young body researchers and institutions, making very humble for each and every persons, those who are in with his contact. Our mentor and guru, Professor Pandey, another big mentors and the founder of the MIT institution and our source of fascination and mentor, Professor Yadnavir Kaude sir. Namaskar to you. And so many people, those who are joined online and offline, and distinguished speakers from the Japan and India to coin this workshop and conference and on the great height on the specific area of the information and all. I heard about Professor Ashok Chawla yesterday night, and I really get inspired to learn the Japanese and to do at this age to something for the betterment of the society. Rest of the people, Dr. Anil Jose, KSK Prasad, Patil, and Dr. Kirmankar, and entire MIT family. It is really family by heart of social engagement and by heart of academic engagement. I again welcome you all in the historic city of Aurangabad then and now the Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. On behalf of my entire university fraternity, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, though it is located in Lonere, but it is the State Technical University of the Maharashtra, where we had all the engineering and pharmacies and all technical branches on the campus. And the campus is located Raigad foothills of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and in the Konkan region. And we do have the regional offices and central offices in entire Maharashtra. Dr. Kulkarni is here, and I come to know that we had also established IG chapters in our university with the civil engineering department and other department also. Due to the time constraint, maybe I will speak more in tomorrow's session. But let me highlight a few important aspects related to this particular challenge. Why we require the high-speed rail and what are the geospatial challenges. So worldwide, there are so many opportunities and challenges that I cannot narrate now. But apart from all healthcare and other, the transportation challenge, transportation is a big problem all over the world. What are the transformation, and what are the challenges and how the technology will be able to help. So transformation on the surface, land surface, transformation on the water, and transformation in the air. So these three are the big challenge, and everyone to supposed to catch up and pick up the high speed mentally, by visually, and by virtually to rush into the space to achieve the desired level of expectation. And now the question arises, we have the bullock cart, we have the bailgadi, we have the bicycle, we have the motorcycle, we have the four-wheeler, now we have the aircraft, and we have the shipyard, and we have the very high-speed train now. What are the challenges? They had listed some of the challenges, but in front of me, the challenges are important in any particular infrastructural challenge development. That is the security, as I spoke in the yesterday night, and the robustness of that particular type of object. So security is an important, as well as safety also is an important. You can develop the high-speed train, you can develop the aircraft, but if there is no security and no safetyness and no desired level of achievement in terms of robustness, in terms of cost, then that type of development is not a sustainable development. I think in tomorrow's some of the session that why this particular geotechnical session helps to the sustainable development. Sustainable development is again a very fuzzy statement people are always to made without disturbing the nature. If you want to supposed to develop something, that could be supposed to be sustainable development. But achieving the high speed, what we are going to achieve really. So robustness, safety, cost, infrastructure, and there are various challenges. To meet out these challenges, if you could develop this particular high-speed train with the help of Japanese technologies and Indian technology, hopefully the Indian infrastructures and attitude to do the development found to be in a fruitful, powerful way. So what are the challenges in a scenario? That are again the land acquisition, that is again the tunneling, overbridge, underbridge and surface bridge, that is again the channeling for the IoT base, again challenges for the speed match, again challenges for the catching the infranet or internet, and that of the safety measure, infrastructure management and all. So economy is the bigger challenge. How to meet out this, how to minimize the risk. No in a single statement we can achieve the desired level of achievement, but at least we can minimize the risk. So risk minimization and risk assessment, these are the two important aspects related to the challenge. So to meet out the challenge, if you identify what are the risks and what are the factor to avoid those particular risks, I would like to say that we are leading toward the meeting the challenges of this particular infrastructure. Another important point, geotechnical society strictly related with the civil engineering, but I feel no, it is again a multidisciplinary area, and I do have the sir is witness here. We have been around last 1.5 decade entered into the geospatial technology, and I am particularly teachers and research of the geospatial technology. So geospatial and geotechnical, these are the two correlated terms. Spatial means surface area mapping. What are the objects on the surface that we are going to map with the help of remote sensing and satellite data and all type of data, where the civil engineering comes very heavily. So countermeasure, slope, aspect, damage, set, time. These are the various file field which we require to assess the surface layer information with the help of data and augmentation of the dam modeling. So when we are going this interaction altogether, technology never supposed to be get forget. And with the help of the technology, we can achieve the geotechnology. So geo means just a geographical or surface mapping. I don't much know about the civil engineering, but in a basic level, I can understand the constructions on the surface, on the water, and even in the space tomorrow that we can able to supposed to construct. So geospatial and geotechnology are two correlated terms. I was associated since long individually as well as the department with the OGC, Open Geospatial Consortium. Government of India, DST is also the part, and me as a early in the Bamboo as well as now in Batu is associated with the geospatial technology. You can just Google and space search the geospatial technology, OGC, Open Geospatial Technology. It was earlier the government agency of the USA, and now it become a huge infrastructural setup where we can able to build the geospace and geospatial infrastructure. I had attended the various conferences at the world and in India, and there they might to take this particular type of how to bridge the bridge, how to make the tunnel with the help of a technological base. GPS and GPS system and ground stations are important criteria for those. And if you are able to connect those particular instrumentation with this particular technology, I think geospatial technology and geotechnical challenges meet out together with the help of sophisticated and soft technology to meet out these basic challenges. So with my view, the IGS and JGS are making a very substantial effort in India, specifically to boost the socio-economic aspect of the government as well as individual, to make it highlight and to make the pace of the speed of the individual as well as the society as well as the government as well as the whole world with meet out the challenges. And hopefully we are trying. Yesterday that night we had discussed. This is the high speed, this is the current scenario, infrastructural wet set and benchmark. But beyond that, we can think of next 40 years, that is the hyperloop train. Without the friction, without attachment, if you can able to design the train, IIT Madras has already sampled one model about the track of 1 or 2 kilometers. And in Europe, they are already working on very heavily. DBA also taking a very small part with the help of some agencies. That is the hyperloop train. Which is the beyond the capability of the high-speed train, that is the hyperloop, it is a loop capsule. We can able to freeze when gravitation just like in a settle in the space. It is just like a hyperloop train. So next generation challenges meet out. If, still there is challenges. There is no one single person or element on the earth who has fulfilled all the dreams and all the way. So always there is a challenge if you are doing so many research. And I think the next generation, next challenge, that are the geospatial technology, and that too with the help of technology, we can able to achieve the Hyperloop train. Apart from other technologies, so this technology, Hyperloop trains, also is multidisciplinary. We require the surface technology, we require material technology, we require IoT, we require electronics, we require dynamics, we require mechanics, we require chemistry, and that is what the nature and human being just like in a multidisciplinary way. If you come together on a single platform to resolve and solve the problem of the society altogether, that could be the probable solution, and we can meet out the challenges at and large with the help of various technology. So the call is come together, integrate together, and resolve and solve the problem of the society at and large. So with this brief, I think this is more time consuming again from my side. Hopefully tomorrow I will give more time to elaborate more and enlighten the people. So I wish all the organizer and the online, offline participant best success, and hopefully the well deliberation discussions and some of the solutions come out from this workshop and tomorrow's conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I am unable to wait to introduce our esteemed personality who has agreed to be the chief guest of this program, Professor Ashok Kumar Chawla. Professor Ashok Kumar Chawla, Advisor Japan, Ministry of External Affairs, India, is a distinguished scholar and expert in Japanese language translation studies and India-Japan relations with an illustrious career spanning over 4 decades. He holds a master's in Japanese from Jawaharlal Nehru University and a doctorate complemented by research fellowships in Japan at Tokyo University, National Language Research Institute, and Ritsumeikan Asia Pacific University. Professor Chawla has been instrumental in advancing Japanese language education and cross-cultural ties between India and Japan. His academic journey includes teaching Japanese at Delhi University, mentoring postgraduate students in translation techniques at JNU, and serving as visiting professor at leading Japanese institutions like Ritsumeikan, APU, and Tokyo International University. Throughout his career, Professor Chawla has translated 23 books, published 3 books and 31 articles, and presented 64 research papers globally. He has served as chief scientist and head at CSIR, NISCAIR, and contributed to significant research on terminology, machine-aided translation, and translational communication. A mentor, researcher, and cultural bridge builder, Professor Chawla continues to shape Indo-Japan relations with profound impact. So we are privileged. Please join hands to welcome Professor Chawla, the chief guest of today's program, to address the gathering. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. A lot about me was said. I was a very modest student in a aided school with Hindi medium for a very long time. I continue to remain a student, and I'm here today as a student to gain as much as possible. In this journey, I was a scientist for about 36 years. In scientist, doing some research work for myself and to build some databases, etc. Then I became a information science coordinator, and thereafter I became technocrat. And in government, what it means is that my performance was at best in my initial years when I was doing research for myself. And when I became technocrat, I started working on whatever I could not get during my research period, how to facilitate that to the younger scientists. I have an overlapping period of diplomacy I'm a diplomat for about now 20 years, since about 2000, so about 24 years. Out of these 24 years, 12 years have gone from S&T, from Ministry of S&T. I was doing this work. And now for about 8 years, I'm doing day-to-day business, holding the Japan desk. And I can only say that I've been a teacher all through. That is about 45 years. Usually a university teacher is supposed to teach 8, if you're a professor, then 6 hours a week. Nowadays, the new education policy says 16 hours a week. I had been teaching almost 20 hours a week all through my life. And now I teach Saturday, Sunday, 3 hours every Saturday and Sunday, so 6 hours. Try to be at institutes like this to learn and see how much I can share. There are 2-3 things which have been said by the Vice Chancellor. One is the security safety of MHSR. About Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed railway, I'm associated with it since beginning, when we started talking about it. Now I'm associated from coordination point of view between India and Japan. NHSRCL, National High Speed Rail Corporation, they are the implementing body. Ministry of Railways, the overseeing body. Then DPIIT is Make in India. DEA, Department of Economic Affairs, is the funding or the fund sourcing or channelizing agency. And Niti Aayog is also a participant. This is how it works. And we at MEA coordinate. So we have the next joint committee meeting happening on 23rd, which will further determine the next course of action. I can only say that security and safety and the sustainability of security and safety, including other sustainability, is the key word. That's why Japan was picked up. The options were Japan, France, China. Japan was picked up for this reason. Hyperloop is also on the card. For the time being, focus is on 508 kilometer complete rail. I'm also very happy to be here when I listen to DMIC, Delhi Mumbai Industrial Corridor. In my young days, I was associated with DMIC when Amitabh Kant was the lead over there. And we used to talk very big dream projects. And I had a very small role to play there. Some nodes have come up very well. And I'm happy to be the active node today, and will be very happy to visit there later. In fact, I would be very happy to come back to participate in some of the sessions, at least in the panel discussion. And coming back to my presentation, first of all, namaskar and yeah. So on behalf of the Ministry of External Affairs and on my personal behalf, I would like to express my gratitude for giving me this opportunity to meet and interact with all the scholars, the experts from India and Japan in this very significant domain, to the host as well as the collaborating partners, convener and co-convener, Professor Nilima Satyam, Professor S.K. Prasad, and the entire team. Very happy to be part of this one-day intensive session. And in fact, yesterday I had the opportunity of interacting with about 30 plus maybe participants from here. And I could share a part of what I wanted to talk here, which was not covered here, which is the Japanese mind. If we want to do something with Japan, what is it that is important, which you should keep in mind? And I can only say, I'll probably cover that in the later part, that this is a friendship or this is a partnership which is going to last long. I don't think it will end. So it will only grow. And I'm going to put a word today where I would like all the young minds here to apply their mind. So my compliments to the organizers, the academicians, the practitioners. Practitioners means the sponsors and the industrialists or the entrepreneurs, and experts from Japan and India for coming together on this very important platform to discuss different aspects of geotechnical challenges in respect of high-speed rail in particular. This is a very highly relevant topic, considering even the two aspects, that is the vast railway network we have and the modernization or upgrading which is taking place at a very fast speed. Very visible example is 180 kilometer speed rail, which is inaugurated almost once a week type of thing. So this obviously speaks of the pace which we are keeping. Then the Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail, which is under implementation, and the future plans. Would like to mention here about the future plan. You are probably aware that the 3 more corridors were included in the last budget. You know, those who are familiar with the bureaucracy or the technocracy, they will know that we need to budget the thing, then the things process. Till then it remains on the board only. So it was budgeted in the last budget session. This means 3 are already on the board. Minister himself has talked in the presence of Japanese side counterparts that we have a plan to go for 5,000 kilometers in very near future. And we have second plan to go for 10,000 kilometers. Now this speaks of the amount of work which all the stakeholders will have to play or do during this process. And today's deliberations cover wide-ranging technical aspects. These are the topics which are listed. So this actually leaves very little scope for me to participate. That was my idea of what, when I was talking to Nilima, that what I would speak in this special gathering of experts. I have been an information scientist, so that gives me an opportunity to handle the patents, the hi-fi developments in the science and technology areas. But geotechnical is something which is, I know something, but that is not enough to be able to participate among this, August gathering. And that was the hesitation I had. But she, as you can see, convinced me. And I'm here today and very happy to be here. My remarks, therefore, I would say, don't know how much I'll be able to contribute, but I'll try my best. I asked for 20 minutes. She allotted me. When I saw the program, I found 3 minutes to others, senior dignitaries, and 20 minutes to me. So very grateful, and would like to share my thoughts for your reference. And some elements I believe would be serving some purpose. So please pick up those elements which you think are relevant to you. I'll cover the Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail specific area. Then I'll cover about India-Japan relation, which is important for you to understand. It's from Ministry of External Affairs point of view also, but also to understand where are we leading to in next 5, 10, 50 years. And the key, I believe, is communication when we deal with India and Japan. And communication does mean language, but language is only part of communication. It has to be from heart to heart. We should be able to read in between the lines when we talk to each other. We should be able to convey what is it in my mind and what is it, how it will serve the both sides. And this involves a culture understanding and the skill. Skill means in your case, geotechnical, maybe geophysics, and maybe other areas. So respective skills plus culture plus language. And standard India-Japan agreements, some DST agreement, some mines agreement, what elements they use, I would like to show an example to you. And then I would like to show from my experience of last 20 years as technocrat and diplomat, that what is it that is useful for the country. So if you add, or if you consider adding those elements, the MOUs or MOCs will become more deliverables. High-speed rail, as you're aware, is a 350 kilometer design project. Actual speed is 320. So it's a 300 plus speed model, first ever in the country. So obviously the challenges are which we can't perceive so easily. An important point regarding resettlement, environmental issues, and the legal framework for land acquisition for Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail. Since it's a 508 kilometer, it goes into different parts of the different states. So it covers 3 districts in Maharashtra, 8 in Gujarat, and Dadar Nagar Haveli, impacting about 297 villages. The feasibility study included 3 things. One was RAP, that is Resettlement Action Plan, Indigenous People Plan, Environmental Impact Assessment. This was done by JICA. It covered 2,761 potentially affected households and 5,404 affected people. Then it also covered 80,000 trees which are to be replanted or shifted or which will get affected. All these calculations changed, actually multiplied in due course of time. And this multiplication was 7 times, 10 times, and 3 times respectively. I can only say that all these things have been implemented. It's already done, all clearances done and have been implemented. I have requested Neelima to share this copy of my presentation with everybody. So I'll skip some of the parts in the, because there are some points which I want to mention. Here I would like to say that the principle that in the rehabilitation, the principle that the project affected person should improve their socio-economic conditions after the project has been completed or implemented and share the benefits of the project. They should share the benefits of the projects. So what it actually means is that their level of living standard should go up, both in terms of physical as well as mental, because high speed means change in thinking. Then it involves capacity building, social developmental works in the area involving the local people. The environmental impact assessment, NHSRCL being an environmentally and the high speed rail does not come, it is this last clause. It's not mandatory to take care of this aspect because it's beyond the scope of this particular article. But NHSRCL being environmentally and socially responsible organization decided to do all that is required to be done, even if they are not covered under this particular clause. So it includes the diversion of forest land, management of mangroves and wildlife protection, etc. In Maharashtra, the project alignment traverses through environmentally protected area. And in Ahmedabad, it passes through some things like Brick Minar, CD Basir's Minar, then tombs, etc. So these are the areas or the aspects to be taken care of, which are well taken care of. Then a construction environmental management plan based on the environmental management plan and the environmental monitoring plan from the supplementary environmental impact assessment, and these were developed and implemented at the respective sites. Then regular environmental monitoring site inspections, internal and external environmental audits, safety, health and environmental committee are in place and they are meeting and doing the work which they are supposed to do. In total, I can say that there have been a lot of gains for NHSRCL also, and there are gains from geotechnical aspects point of view for both sides, because these matters were discussed with the Japanese side, these matters were agreed by them, and they are quite convinced, because JICA does not extend loan if there are any issues where public resentment comes. With this, I cover the MAHSR part. This whole, whatever information has been shared here, it is coming from the public domain. You can use this information as you feel very freely. Now, this is an area which I have been doing now for about 20 plus years. And I would like to talk about the past relationship. In brief, we can say that we have a totally conflict-free relationship for all through. It starts somewhere between, around 750. I have not, got the opportunity to go deeper, but I feel very strongly that we have rope culture in southern part of India, and we have rope culture in Okinawa, that is the southern part of Japan. And there are some similarities there. Coconut, rope culture, living culture. So I believe that there are bonds much older. So research has to be done, but if we start from the available records, 750 is the one where the Indian priest Bodhisena went to Japan, had the privilege of doing the eye-opening ceremony of Lord Buddha in Todaiji temple in Nara. And this was a big privilege. This was not talked much, no hype was there, but it's there. So it's continuing, this privilege between the two countries continuing. And all actions thereafter are in line with that. If you see 1910 Rabindranath Tagore, he has gone to many countries, but Rabindranath Tagore and Okakura Tenshin chemistry, it's basically literature. That chemistry lasts very long, very deep. Justice Radha Binod Pal, he was justice in the International Tribunal. And during Tokyo Tribunal, he took a stand where he said that Japan only cannot be blamed for the atrocities or the crimes in the war. Now, this is something very touchy for the people in Japan who lost during the war. because somebody at a neutral level coming and speaking in their favor. So it's very recent. It's, around 70, 80 years back only. Then San Francisco Peace Conference, Pandit Nehru took the stand not to participate. This was basically to take some actions against Japan, and India decided not to participate. Instead, India decided to sign a peace treaty with Japan. And that is how our relationship from 1952 started working. The Overseas Development Assistance of JICA started coming in, although there were some purposes because they wanted to import iron ore from India. To do so, they need to finance some projects. This is how the ODA started flowing in. And we are now currently the highest recipient of the Overseas Development Assistance. Other things like, Kyoto relation, Hoko is a Rath. It's something like Jagannath Rath. Jagannath Rath is massive and heavy and wide also. The Japan, considering their geography, it's narrow, tall, not as heavy, and again pulled by people. So very similar type of structure. And elephant given as gift by Pandit Nehru to Ueno Zoo. This was again a very comforting action for the children of Japan. So if you see carefully, it's historical relationship, we have a spiritual relationship, we have social relationship, cultural relationship, deep impacting, political as well as diplomatic. Subhash Chandra Bose, all of you know, this is INA connection. But before Subhash Chandra Bose, there was another Bose called Ras Bihari Bose. He's the one who was involved in bomb incident. So he landed up in Japan, married a Japanese, and actually expired in due course of time. But he left a lot of work he did there. The base was created by him on which INA started. Cotton and iron ore export from India actually gave a fillip to the textile industry in Japan in the old time, and iron ore gave them the fillip to go for the special steel production. Now we are having ArcelorMittal coming back here together with Nippon Steel. To facilitate ODA and to facilitate this cotton as well as other iron ore, etc., banking came. Mitsui Bank came in India long time back in Calcutta. Then mixed industry success. There were some success examples, but failures also, big failures also, till around 1970s. After that, there was not many Japanese companies coming in, and Maruti Suzuki was the first example, which was a success story. Thereafter, Delhi Metro shining example, connectivity projects, and now we are working on the next shining example, that is high-speed rail. Today, Japan is one of India's most important partner. We enjoy a huge goodwill. We enjoy now the trade. There is trade deficit issue, but we are working on improving the trade. Transfer of technology is something which we are very keen, and now this goes as a mandatory condition. Unless there is a transfer of technology, unless there is a Make in India element, the deal doesn't go through. The summit meetings, this means the high level, it's called summit at the highest level, that is the PM level meeting. This has been happening since 2000, and it became regular meeting from 2005. 2006, it was named as Strategic Global Partnership. I have been associated from beginning for this particular, all these summit meetings. So when it was called global, I being into the field was thinking, how much we do with each other and how should and why should we call it global. Now, coming from that is 2000, it became strategic, then it became special. And by then I was into MEA, into the ministry, and now I understand what does this special means or strategic mean. So special means that the Japanese normally do not set the targets. The VC talked about the investment also. 3.5 trillion Japanese yen were committed by Japan in 2014. And this means the investment coming in the form of ODA, which is normally committed in advance. So it's committed probably 2 or 3 years in advance. So we are aware how much investment is in pipeline. Then the FDI, the foreign direct investment. And the third is the financing. So all put together was 3.5 trillion Japanese yen. And this has been revised in 2022 after actually accomplishing or achieving this target of 3.5 trillion yen in 5 years. And the new target now is 5 trillion Japanese yen. It's approximately 1.5 times. 27 is the next target. That is the challenge I have. although I may not be there on the desk on 27, but the conditions have to be created now. The target or the figures or the content has to be compiled now so that the new targets can be set in 2027. These are the 2 points which gauge the convergence which we have between India and Japan, which are more political, strategic, geopolitical type of things. So now we have the numeric target conversions or the numeric targets confirmation between India and Japan, which is not usual practice by Japanese. This speaks of confidence Japan has in us now. And you will find Japanese more accepting us now, whether at academic level, whether at social level, whether at industry level. And the convergence is also there, which is again important from the global scenario point of view. These are some of the mechanisms which we have in place, which are working very firmly. These are some more mechanisms or their contribution into our activities like Make in India, Skill India. There are 2 programs called Technical Intern Training Program and Specified Skilled Worker. This attracts workforce to go to Japan to work, which is not very difficult. The only difficult part is the Japanese language ability which they require to have. There's a huge scope in this area. We have approximately 2,000 plus people already in Japan in last 5 years, or maybe 7 years all put together. Vietnam or Indonesia sends 10 times this number every year. The only difference is they train people in language, in masses. That's the only difference. So I'm here in this institute. This is the 2nd or 3rd engineering or S&T institute where I'm saying this. Not that I come from the science background. The scientists or the science background people have to learn foreign language to explore the possibilities more. We have trade promotion through Osaka. Osaka Expo is happening next year. Next year, 13 April, it will start. You will be surprised. I run a course now from MEA at ITPO, Indian Trade Promotion Organization for Japanese language. All those who have to go and get stationed there are undergoing Japanese language, and they will be talking before going to Japan. So that's the way the government gives emphasis now to the language. When it comes to other partnerships, I'm putting something strong now, whether it is digital or startup or health or other S&T agreements. We have done a lot. I won't say that it's zero. It's definitely, we have done a lot. The only thing is the potential is huge. But are we ready to deploy our manpower into it? Into it doesn't mean that people have to go to Japan. Into it means they are serving this partnership. Are we ready? I would say not really, very bluntly. Diplomatically, I'll use some other words, but I would like to use this word here, that we are not. It's a repetition that we have connect since past, we have strengths since past, we have further additions, convergence, numeric targets. We have very strong foundation between India and Japan relationship. Only 2 instances of differences. One was when we conducted nuclear tests, America imposed sanctions. Japan was left with no option. I was a worker on the ground at that time for India-Japan relationship. I tried my best to tell the diplomats here, don't leave India. Don't go by whatever others are doing. You judge by yourself. And when you see that a neighbor is having nuclear power, you can't afford to be remaining behind. So if this has to be understood. So they understood, but the action was taken. So in Japan, if you impose sanctions, now who will bell the cat to go back? Once you impose, somebody has to create a paper saying, no, it's very fair to have nuclear strength, which Japan cannot do so easily. So Japan was actually a loser in terms of economic development. Their investment came down. Their people had to go back. They had the signatory power. So they could not sign the check or pay the salary of the people who are working here. In the case of America, they have Indian Americans working here. They were doing the business as usual. So I left it at that time also for my Japanese friends to understand. Now they understand this very well. Then diverse opportunities which we have. The target till 2027, as I mentioned earlier, is 5 trillion Japanese yen is already in place. I am very sure it will cross. Some extra efforts are required. Even high-speed rail has got many challenges. So major money comes into high-speed rail during this period, 22 and 27. So way forward beyond 2027 is the issue. And I would say bigger targets are required. but more than targets, it's the quality targets. So it's quality targets, and I would say not equal, equitable partnership is the keyword. Determining factors and the challenges in this partnership. I would like my academia colleagues and the fraternity people to note it down that the quality people to people exchange is the key. People who went to Japan in 1950s, 60s, 70s through AOTS, through other channels, they created some base. And for your information, I had written paper on this. Maruti Suzuki's success story, the main factor behind that was 60 plus people who had undergone training at AOTS or through AOTS. They were employed by Suzuki in Gurgaon. So they were actually working as a buffer between India and Japan, and they absorbed a lot of shocks, which were very difficult for Japanese to understand at that point of time. That was one reason. The other compelling reason was Suzuki's own state of affairs in Japan. They were not doing well. Economically, they were coming down and could have gone bankrupt if this story was not there. For all these challenges, communication, which I mentioned, language, culture, skill is the key. Desired level is N1, that is the highest level, which normally takes 2000 hours plus to reach that level. So I do not expect an engineer or a scientist or a science student to spend so much of time in language. N3 is the minimum from where he or she can start. And then when he or she is working with the Japanese or in the Japanese culture, they can keep improving their ability further. Objectivity in planning. This is very important, which I was talking yesterday, including sourcing, funding, implementation, and application. Key, another factor is the 5W1H, which Japanese apply, which we have to apply if we want to work with the Japanese. SWOT also, because we will say that we have so much. I would say do your SWOT, and you will find, yes, you are strong somewhere, but you are weak also, maybe in some other areas. There are opportunities here in India, a lot of opportunities, potential is very high, but then threats are also there. So you have to be very fair while doing international business. And approach, I would very clearly say, it's very difficult for a Japanese to understand us. They find it difficult to understand even our food, because we serve them that food which we don't eat. You know, we always serve them yesterday Mughlai food. We don't eat Mughlai food. You know, when I go to Pune to one of my, old friend who was with me in Japan, they serve me a very thin chapati and very mild sabji, or maybe some vada or uttapam, or maybe dosa. That's not the food which we serve them. If you serve this food to the Japanese people, it will go very smoothly into their. So we are not showing our reality. So it's difficult for them to understand. So I would say better try to understand their mind. So Japanese mind is very important, which is a difficult thing to understand because they always think of the other person. If I say hello to you, how you would react? If you don't know me, is it required to say hello? So don't trouble other person by saying hello to him so that he's in trouble to respond back. Now this is the type of mentality they have. If it is real business means I'm making an offer. I have got huge money, maybe black or white, I don't know, but I have got huge money. Let's do something together. He requires 2 years to go back to his team and discuss it, which he did 2 years back. And he has a plan in place. He is willing to do that. But if you give your plan, it will be derailing both his plan as well as your plan. Since we don't plan in advance, they have planned in advance. So why not take their plan? And you wait for 2 years, go by their plan now, and in 2 years you convince them to take your plan. So this is the only way it will work. I would say go step by step in Japanese linkages. If you have one linkage, if a professor has come to you, I was told yesterday one professor linked here, few have done PhD under him. He has guided many people. Keep expanding this. Keep expanding this. Try to go to other channels through him, and your channels will improve. If you try to explore new channel yourself, please be ready for 5-year plan. Necessary certification is important in Japan also. You know, we have those certifications now in IT industry, but before that we have that masters or I have PhD, etc., etc. Those are papers only. I have never seen my documents. Actually, I have not seen my PhD degree at all. So I have not seen it physically. So those are not, nobody asked me that degree here. So it's important up to a level, but actually it matters. Whether you are a PhD or a master's in engineering or a BTech, it does matter, because then it means, and from where, that is also important. For example, if you say that I've studied in Tokyo University in Japan, it's a type of green card. So you don't need a PR. In Japan, it's called PR, permanent residency. So I don't need PR. I simply go and say, I was a pass out of Tokyo University in 1986 or 88 somewhere. Enough. Custom immigration clear. This is how it works in Japan. The government initiatives in this regard. I mentioned about communication. We never bothered about communication. We were bothering about language in those days. This is about 1980s or 1980s to 90s. Interministerial and review group was formed at the cabinet secretary level. India-Japan cooperation not going up the way it should go. There is huge potential. Everybody is saying so. A review committee was made in which language was one element which was discussed every time. And I was representing that, going to that committee. And now I go from ministry into that committee and handling. So this is how the language came as one element to be promoted in the ministry, and the Japanese language is the only language which this ministry promotes. MEA did what it did in 2017 to sign a memorandum of cooperation to promote Japanese language. There were two things, main elements. One was to train teachers who will in turn train students. The other was to start new courses or expand the existing courses. We did achieve some success, but the success was not to the desired level. So it was modified in 2023 with focus on grooming only quality people. So the purpose is only to target annual level people, and 3 is a stepping stone in between. Direct outreach we started, we accelerated this, and I'm here under this clause in the ministry. On my noting, I've said that as part of the outreach made by the Ministry of External Affairs to promote Japanese language across the country to add to the people-to-people exchanges, I'm going to, it is now called new name, but the old Aurangabad. After about 3 decades, I was here. Of course, this was another attraction. And we have now new initiatives, which I'll just cover. And I'm also covering a standard requirement sheet for the language culture, which is for your reference. These are some of the things which we did under the 2017 MOC. The overall responsibility was the Ministry of External Affairs and the Embassy of Japan. The implementation body was Japan Foundation. And if you see the output of the 5 years, out of the target was 1,000 teachers, about 900 teachers were trained, 870 or some teachers were trained. But the training was 12-hour course to 360-hour course. So this new MOC, we focus only on 360-hour course, no 12-hour course. 12-hour course means tea, talk, and go. So totally gone. This tells you what the ministry thinks about the courses and the output or the outcome. Then JOCV JICA volunteers. This is, I would like to explain here. These are the volunteers. The scheme was there. It was not exploited much by us. The educational institutions in India can request JICA for JOCV volunteer teachers. They come here for a period of 2 years. Their expenditure is taken care of by JICA, by the government of Japan. The institute or the receiving institute need to provide hospitality, that is accommodation, reasonably furnished. And if you can extend probably, the medical system of the system, the volunteer can go for consultation to the local doctor. And if he can go and use the canteen, etc., it's more welcome sign. So this is a good scheme which you can probably consider. I have a time issue. Yeah. I'll try to restrict to only the important points. This is what we have been doing now. The total outreach, I have gone to around 40 institutes, and I keep talking to more than 25 institutes on regular basis. About 15 plus institutes I'm supporting now on regular basis. And the support is given here. One is providing them curriculum for maybe 200 hours, 300 hours, 500 hours, and long term. The other is helping them get the textbooks. Third is the linking them to the teachers who have been trained and training those teachers. So those teachers normally can attend my online course to prepare the lesson plan, how to teach 1 hour or 2 hour class. Then linking the CSR of Japanese companies. This has been a successful model. There are 3-4 models which we tried. One company said that they cannot give fund for Japanese language. I said, you give fund to the institute for something, and I requested the institute to teach Japanese language and pay for the teacher. Rest we will do. This was actually KIT, Bhubaneswar. KISS got the support, and KIT run Japanese language. Their engineers learned Japanese language. They went for internship. Some of them got employment. This was one success story. The other is where the Japanese company from Japan gives appointment letter to the students. So it was given to 7 total. Those 7 were actually 15 were trained in Japanese language. Those 7 have already gone to Japan. The expenditure for teaching, that means the teaching fee, is paid by the Japanese company, facilities given by the institute, and MEA provides the support from outside. The third one, which is continuing now for 2 fiscal years, last fiscal year and this fiscal year is going this 40+ lakh rupees of CSR support in terms of books and the equipment. Then a new initiative is India-Japan Council. This was created by the minister, by our minister. It's a industry-driven initiative where industry come together and think what they can do to serve the relationship, India-Japan relationship, basically grooming manpower for future. So whatever manpower they may require supervisors, they may require management, they may require the shop floor people, whatever type of people they require. If they train such people, the target set is 20,000 in next 3 years. There's another target set is 50,000 target, which was given by the speaker Nukaga of Japan while he was discussing with the Prime Minister. And this target is also working. So there is a target of 50,000 one and 20,000 3 years one, 50,000 for 5 years. Now this here all have role to play. You can use this as an opportunity and you can also contribute and gain further. This is the table. I'll leave it for all of you for information. It's a very average type of table. This was average pan-India data-based table, coined. Then I've compared it with Japan. So these many hours are required to reach a particular level, provided a student is an average student. Not very low, but average or above average. My experience of teaching IIT and the engineering student was that they could finish all that in the minimum, that is 200 hours. Actually, they studied in 150 hours. So if you see the left-hand side, those many hours, all of them cleared with A grade, or you can say distinction. So if the students are very good, you don't need probably so much of time to teach them. Cost also given here. Cost may vary depending on the place, but average cost is available. This is about language I'm leaving. Language is not difficult, provided you do it through your medium. That means Marathi. Instead of teaching through English, because English is reverse, the grammar is reverse. So you'll be reinventing the wheel. The student will be reinventing the wheel if you teach through Marathi, and textbooks are available in Marathi also. Just for information, it's not mentioned here. This is Chinese characters used there. Just let me, if you see the left box, it looks like Christmas tree. It actually means tree. 2 trees put together becomes forest. We have the Bollywood movies. Hero, heroine runs around those trees. And if you have a tree up also, it's Corbett National Park, where you are going on an elephant and you suddenly find a tiger above you. So because there are trees all over, this is jungle. Now, if you learn the kanji this way, then you will find it's very interesting. There is a very simple kanji of water and tongue. If I put a drop of water on my tongue now, you will suddenly find my voice improves. So you get activated. And that is the meaning of the kanji. The kanji represented by the combination of those 2 elements actually means activation. So it's a very interesting thing. People call it difficult. I say challenging, but not difficult. It's a very simple thing. I gave yesterday an example of khake dekho. Accept this. Don't argue. We use it in India. Japanese also use it. So don't ask questions. Why pani pita hu? not पीती हूँ. Don't ask, even if you're wrong, it doesn't matter. It will communicate. So don't stuck on these things, small things. Step by step, you will learn better language. You should have a strong grammatical foundation. But that is required. Not everyone does it. So you start, don't stuck there. Don't insist that explain me everything. That's the key in the language. So it's not science. Yesterday I told some, I still don't understand buoyancy. It takes a minute to understand what is buoyancy. If you go to a tub, throw the other person inside, buoyancy is over. But if you explain it, just pick up the definition and explain to a child, you'll be surprised. So we make it complicated. I say make it simple. So if you make it simple, it's really simple. These are some of the things which explain how it is simple. If you see here, these are the definition of 5S. Books are written. There is a 30-page book on 5S and there is a 300-page book on 5S. I have also translated book. So I also know that I did for the sake of credit that I have translated one book. If I was given an opportunity, I would have simplified that. Definition, write it down in mother tongue, Indian mother tongue. It is word to word same and it conveys what it really means. And that's the book. The 5S 30-page or 300-page is covered here in 2 pages. There's nothing more than that. PDCA is the Japanese way of working. So you don't do anything without planning. I hope all of us understand what I mean here. So I won't like to say more than that. The only point I would like to mention that the Japanese don't do without plan. So if you want to put up something today, be prepared that it will come in their pipeline in 1 year later or 2 year later plan. The kaigi, the meeting, there is no meeting in Japan where the decision is taken. Decision is firmed up before the meeting. It is endorsed in the meeting. Maybe somebody says, okay, you are asking too much, but I understand your difficulty. Let me go back to my people and discuss, but I think I'll try to convince them. You can please go ahead. That is the mildest way of telling that the decision has been taken. And that is all it is said. Nobody discusses or debate in the meeting. Now you can understand how to work with the Japanese. You may have to have 5 meetings, 10 meetings, 15 meetings before the meeting. Jikano Mamoru is the time which I am not following. So compliance is very important. These are the areas which are very important. I have listed some of the things which you all will know. This is coming from a recent MOU being under discussion now, which I was reading and I was trying to find out how can they make it more, the target oriented and object oriented and going for output and outcome. These are the standard words. So normally academicians will say we will exchange information, we'll have visits of students, we'll have visits of teachers. It finishes there. Then it started, we'll do joint research. It doesn't say serving whom. So I'm saying start serving whom. So the suggestion, recent additions are there, B2B, etc. We'll do business to business as one element. Normally what happens that the agreements happen G2G. Government doesn't mix with G2G and B2B. So we have I said that have a separate session where you can have B2B meeting and a government official coming and sitting there. So it is endorsed, but it's not approved by the government. But these are some of the additions happening. These are the points which I would like all of you to consider in your sessions or panel discussion, whether you can work on them or not. First is how about bringing in diversified elements of your domain under one supply chain. What it means is that there is a delivery to be done. There is a bridge under construction. Tomorrow it will have cracks, it will have accidents, and somebody will have to address that. Start from there. And then go back to the supply chain where the raw material comes in. I don't know whether the problem was with the raw material, processing of the raw material, mixing of the raw material, teaming of the raw material, or maybe further steps. But somewhere some problem was there. So I would say try to bring everything under one umbrella, then move towards including the academia as core stakeholder in overall supply chain. At the moment, I hear from academia the dissatisfaction that their opinion or they are not taken very seriously. I would only say that please don't ask too much because I have worked as a scientist on the ground, then as a technocrat, and then as a diplomat. I'm able to succeed more than 25%. And I consider myself a highly privileged, highly blessed person because 25% is a very good achievement. So academia also should try whatever they want to try, but don't feel dissatisfied if you don't achieve what actually you wanted to achieve to that level. Bring complementary research projects under one broader umbrella of research. If there are 3 projects or 5 projects of same nature going on, try to bring under one umbrella. Let the projects go on separately, but let there be a coordination committee where you coordinate what the others are doing so that you can save on probably some elements. Provide for sharing of resources and infrastructure to optimize utilization, improve efficiency and reduce costs. That's the target. Include targets for recycling, reuse, aligning with the principles of circular economy and sustainable research and innovation. I would say 5S Gemba Kaizen very important. Not that it is India-Japan cooperation, even otherwise it's very important. Based on thorough SWOT analysis, link relevant elements of research to the industry. Define the ways and means to enable or plan or implement short-term, that is 1 to 3 years, and short-term roadmap towards further investment and technology development in the sector. Enable joint ventures in this line only, and carry out joint research projects, which might be need-based sponsored, related to innovative technologies in the domain, environmental impact assessment and sustainable practices. And from here starts your MOC. At the moment, the MOC starts on the top. So it does not go the way it should go. I'm saying have at least 30% to 50% more strength added to your own side. Then you talk to the Japanese side on equal footing or a stronger footing. Then make an offer. They will make some offer. And here, if you start the MOC, this will probably deliver much better. That's all I would like to say here in my this address. Thank you so much. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Professor Chawla has put light on history, culture, exchange of knowledge, Indo-Japan relations, technology, strategies, policies, diplomacy, and whatnot. His deliberations were highly encompassing. Thank you for the encouraging words and the valuable insights, sir. The presidential address will be delivered by Dr. Anil Joseph, President IGS.
Good morning, all. So, Chief Guest, Professor Ashok Chawla ji, other honorable dignitaries sitting in front, the speakers, the key main people who are waiting in line for this session to get over. And I think we are talking about punctuality, and we are almost running 45 minutes behind schedule. So I have been given 3 minutes. I will make sure that I close in 3 minutes time. The delegates who wants to take this knowledge and share, and definitely India need a lot of connection with Japan. So very clearly it was told that this journey has started. If I look into the history, IGS started its journey way back in 1948, and Japanese Geotechnical Society started in 1949. Today we are at 6,000 members, and we see that we are growing, but looking at Japanese, it's more than 13,000. With a 12.5 crore population, they have 13,000 members in the Geotechnical Society, and with 140 crores population, we have to. I always dream of getting it to 10,000. So I need more members who are not members of IGS. Please raise the hand and join form. The form will be available here. Second aspect is that we need more people in the international society. Out of the 20,000 which was mentioned, we have only 300. It was 160 when we started. I want to make it 2,000. Please add to that. Then one more thing which we missed out by AP Singh, he has covered everything. I would like to tell that recently we had a India, Japan, Korea trilateral workshop which happened in Osaka in Japan. So that was a very good experience. So that happened in 2024 May, and 2026 is going to happen in Korea. So tentatively, they have planned and finalized the venue. So, and 2028, India will be hosting that. So that relationship is building up, and we are working on that. And definitely, we need to catch up. I see that it's about have to 50 years. We are growing, but we have to accelerate the gear. And I'm very sure that India is going to grow. We are the fifth largest economy right now. Soon we will be overtaking a couple of steps more, and we'll be reaching the third economy, the largest population. Definitely, there is a big opportunity for civil engineers in India to grow. And exactly as Chawla sir pointed out, we need to learn precision and punctuality from them and make it simple and go forward. And I wish all the very best for the conference and all of you to take a lot of good points. And like our VC pointed out, the hyperloop, that so many things has to happen. So let us have the learning. And I always believe is that engineering is the art of applying knowledge into practice. So let us not limit ourselves to what is learned here, apply it into the field. Reminds me, because the organizer, special congratulations to the organizers Neelima and SK Prasad for doing a great job. And I know it's a long day ahead, because looking at this, we will be taking the time of this because we don't want to do it. But I would like to thank the management of MIT for giving us the opportunity to be here, to conduct this, and most importantly, our prestigious conference, which is going to take him. Thank you, MIT team, for doing this. So you will be seeing us for the next 3-4 days. So wish all the very best. Enjoy Aurangabad. Have a great time and be part of the conference, and make sure that we convert knowledge into practice. And we have a prestigious first Geotech Asia 2025 coming up in October at Goa. We need more papers for that, because we are showcasing India. So we need to have more papers. I know many of you have not given, so don't wait for my call to come. Please send your abstract and papers so that we showcase how India is growing, and we more importantly understand where we have to improve ourselves, and the concept of Kaizen being put in. So continuous improvement has to happen, and I'm definitely sure that India has a long way to grow. We are growing, and we are an young force, the youngest force in the world, and we are going to make a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the insightful visionary sharing. Now I invite Professor S.K. Prasad to pay the vote of thanks for this inaugural ceremony.
Shubhodaya, good morning, and Ohayo gozaimasu to all. It's always a very pleasant duty to perform vote of thanks. First and foremost, we are running late by 1 hour and 5 minutes. My request is that, we'll have to make up for that. Maybe question and answer session will be along with the panel discussion at the end. And I request all of you to save time during tea and lunch. I also request each of the speakers to probably save 5 minutes each. Well, we had Professor Ashok Chawla, who has an in-depth knowledge both in culture and bureaucracy in India as well as in Japan. And he gave a very insightful lecture. Thank you very much, sir. We had the team from IGS, President Professor Dr. Anil Joseph, Honorary Secretary Dr. AP Singh, Dr. Neelima Satyam, who all have been instrumental in making IGS even more international. So I thank each one of you for having been in the inaugural function. And the team from the local Aurangabad, Professor Munish Sharma, Dr. Nilesh Patil, Dr. Pandari Pandey, Dr. Kale, and of course our own Dr. Banesh Dikshit. Thank you very much for making everything happen here. And all the speakers, I'll not take your names now, but I'm sure we'll have excellent deliberations from now onwards. And I sincerely thank each one of you for accepting our invitation. We have IGS Executive Council members, former presidents, and every one of you involved here or present here. I request all of you to, enjoy the deliberations coming up immediately after this session. And I thank each one of you. Well, I pray for the success of this fourth Indo-Japan workshop on high-speed rail and geotechnical challenges. And I'm very, very sure it will be very successful. Thank you all, and arigato gozaimasu.
Thank you so much, sir. May you all enjoy the enriching sessions throughout the day. I would now take your leave to meet again. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Good morning, everyone. Present here. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce the eminent keynote speaker. To begin with, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Sushmu Yashuda. Dr. Sushmu Yashuda is a professor emeritus at Tokyo Denki University. He was born in Hiroshima in 1948. Dr. Yashuda has been a vice president of the Japanese Geotechnical Society from 2006 to 2007 and the president of Japanese Association for Earthquake Engineering from 2013 to 2014. In the International Society for Soil Mechanics and Geotechnical Engineering, he was the chairman of the Asian Geotechnical Committee number 10 on urban geoinformatics in 2002 to 2006 and the chairman of the Asian Geotechnical Committee number 3 on geotechnology for natural hazards from 2006 to 10. This is a pointer, and you need to move down for the slide change. This will be point is the pointer, forward and back.
Hello.
Okay. Thank you very kind introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Susumu Yasuda. It's my great honor for me to be here it's okay. Okay, to make a lecture. So my topic today is assessment of the environmental impact of the constructing Maghreb ultra high speed railway in mountain areas. Ultra high speed is the key point of my presentation. So first, I'd like to overview the Japan topography and railways. And next, current state of railway in Japan and construction status of Chuo Shinkansen. This is ultra high speed railway will be introduced. And then plan of the constructing of the Chuo Shinkansen will be presented, and issues to consider in the tunnel construction in Shizuoka Prefecture will be presented. And finally, he proceeded to the concluding remarks. Okay. So, okay, it's okay. Yeah. So this is a map of Japan. As shown here, there are four main islands, four big islands. Not so big compared with Japan and India. So this is the main island, and Hokkaido, Shikoku, and Kyushu. And show this figure shows the big cities in Japan. The biggest one is Tokyo, and the next one is Osaka. And there are several big cities in Japan. Sorry. Oh. Sorry, doesn't work. No. Okay. This figure shows the topography and railway topography of Japan. The area of Japan doesn't work. Is 378,000 square kilometer, which is small compared with India, about 1/12. So, this left side figure shows the altitude of Japan, and the first one, blue colored, is less than 250 meters. So it means 70 of the country is mountainous. And most people live in densely packed these lowlands. And the total length of the railways is about 31,000 kilometers. And probably this is roughly half the length of India. And much of the railway built in lowland only. So the railway lines are densely packed in the lowland area. And many people use the railways, and about half of the total population uses the railway every day. So the first railway in Japan opened in 1872 between Tokyo and Yokohama. And after that, railways were rapidly built throughout Japan. By the 1960s, the transport capacity, okay, thank you, of Tokaido Line. Tokaido Line is from Tokyo to Osaka through Nagoya. Okay, had reached its limit. So the construction of Shinkansen is a Japanese word, which means high-speed railway, started, construction of this Shinkansen started. In 1964, the Tokaido Shinkansen, which connected from Tokyo to Osaka, opened in this year. Then the Sanyo Shinkansen, Tohoku Shinkansen, Jōshu Shinkansen, and other Shinkansen are open. Now the maximum speed of the Shinkansen is about 300 kilometers per hour. The Tokaido Shinkansen, this is the main Shinkansen, carrying up to 458,000 people a day, one day. And even though the train are forced to operate on an extremely tight schedule, for example, this table shows a timetable of the Tokaido Shinkansen departing from Tokyo Station. But please watch here. This is trains only one hour. So you can see the 15 trains depart per 1 hour. So each train has 16 cars. Then to relieve a busy schedule, a plan was made to build a new Chuo Shinkansen line. This is a new Chuo Shinkansen. So by using the superconducting maglev, SC maglev cars to achieve a maximum speed of approximately 500 kilometers per hour. This Tokaido line runs through along the coast. But in case of Chuo Shinkansen, this line connected from Tokyo to Osaka, Nagoya directly. And this is one of the merit. And this high speed is the second, by using this high speed. The one more merit is we are worrying about the mega earthquake here. We call Nankai Trough. So in case of Tokaido line, Tokaido Shinkansen, we were worried about damage due to this mega earthquake. But in case of Chuo Shinkansen, we are not worried about we're not necessary to worry about the damage due to the huge earthquake. In 1997, a test line was completed in Yamanashi Prefecture. So I rode on this test line and took a photo from the test yard and took a photo from the nearest mountain. This figure shows a map of this area. So you can see there are two high mountains named Southern Alps and Central Alps in Japan. And also there is a Mount Fuji here. So it means very long tunnels are necessary in this area. Not only this area, but also in near Tokyo and Nagoya. This is a populated area, so it is necessary to construct underground deep tunnels in this area also. So thus the 86% of the total length will be tunnel section. Now the construction of these tunnels has begun in some part. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Okay. This is. Okay. Please watch the white line here. This is a boundary of Shizuoka Prefecture, and Shizuoka City is located here. So these prefecture and city, their tunnel, long tunnel, will be constructed in this area. This area is just origin of the Oi River. It's a big river. So the construction of this tunnel, its length is about 25 kilometers. Will be started from east side and left side, and not only that one, but also the emergency exit here will be constructed here. So it will be located in the valley at the source of the Oi River. There are several issues to consider in the tunnel construction in Shizuoka Prefecture and Shizuoka City. So the Ministry of Land Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism, Shizuoka Prefecture, and Shizuoka City have converted technical committees to consider the impact of the construction of the natural environment and the impact of natural disasters on the construction. So I have participated in Shizuoka City's technical committee, and mainly dealing with seismic stability of the embankment made of tunnel excavation waste. So in this technical committee, these issues arise from the first to fifth. I'll explain from the first to the fifth. The first one is lowering of groundwater level due to leakage. This is a tunnel, and this is original groundwater level. No, sorry, this is a tunnel. So this is the original groundwater level. So if a tunnel is constructed here, the groundwater could leak into the tunnel through water paths and faults. So it is expected that the groundwater level in the natural ground will drop, as shown in this dotted line, broken lines. The next issue is reducing the water volume of the Oi River. Before the construction, the water around here flow into the Oi River. But due to the construction of the tunnel, the water around here might go to other rivers like this east side and west side. So the water volume of the oil river will be decreased. That is a second issue. So the third issue is the change of the quality and or temperature of the water in oil river. If the water due to the excavation, some water leaked and they flow into the oil river directly. So it means the spring water is cold, and also we must worry about the quality of the water. So this is a plan of the tunnel and passage in this area. This is the tunnel, and the emergency exit to be constructed here and here. So not only the construction of this tunnel and emergency exit, but also in this plan, the headrace tunnel will be constructed from here to here, and to prevent this to become cool or okay. And also, excuse me, I forgot this important thing. By collecting the water, liquid water, and pump up to this headrace tunnel. So this is a plan. So this photo took at the emergency exit and opposite slope. And this is the exit of the headrace tunnel. And you can see the very narrow and steep slopes in this area. Issue number 4 is adverse effects of aquatic life in rivers and vegetation in mountainous areas due to the change of the groundwater level. So this is a bird view of this area. At the top of the mountains, these grasses are growing, and you can see the rivers as shown here. So the rare alpine plants and the stream creates need to be protected. This is a number 4th issue. The next issue is stability of storage for large amount of waste generated during the tunnel excavation. So the tunnel excavation is expected to generate approximately 3.7 million cubic meter of waste soil. So which must be piled along this river. But as shown in the previous photo, valley is very narrow and there are many steep slopes. So there are not a good site for piling. And so now the plan is disperse the excavated soil in several places. The biggest one is the Tsubakuro Valley. So this is a Tsubakuro Zawa in Japanese, but Tsubakuro Valley. So in this area, approximately 3.6 million cubic meter is planned to be piled, and the height of the piled section is 65 meters, very high. This is a cross section along this line. So you can see the narrow valley shown here, and also steep slopes on both sides. In Japan, we must consider the characteristics of the disaster in mountain areas because Japanese river have steep gradients and soil on natural slope is weak. And Japan has a high level of seismic activity and heavy rain falls frequently. So the heavy rains and the earthquakes frequently cause slope failure, inducing the debris flows. For example, this left side photo shows the debris flow caused by the 2008 Iwate-Miyagi inland earthquake. The failure occurred and debris flow occurred due to the slope failure along this valley. And this is a debris flow caused by the West Japan heavy rains due to heavy rains. And it's not shown in this photo, but the upper side of the river, many landslides occurred. So these are landslide, slope failure of natural slope. But in 2022, different type, very strange type of mud flow occurred in Atami city. So at this place, the piled soil collapsed, and due to the collapsed mud flow occurred along this small river. So during the heavy rain, I took this photo next day by helicopter. So this is the Tokaido Shinkansen, as shown here. Anyway, houses along this valley stream was destroyed by mud flow. But fortunately, the mud flow passed through the culvert of the Shinkansen line, so the Shinkansen was not damaged. This photo shows the damage during the stream, upper side, middle stream, and downstream. Anyway, this is the collapsed piled soil just after the event. But before that, this was the photo was taken. So heavy rain washed away approximately 56,000 cubic meter of soil that are piled up in the upper reach of the stream. The piled soil was not adequately compacted, and the drainage system was inadequate. And very important thing is the soil was piled illegally. So it was concerned that there were many embankments like this in Japan that were prone to collapse by earthquake or heavy rains. Then the law was enacted to unity the regulation of various embankments. So this is a published manual to cross embankment. The main items to be studied in this manual is first drainage facilities. It's necessary install these kind of drainage facilities. The second is setting groundwater level in the embankment. So if this kind of drainage system is installed, but it is necessary to consider the deterioration of drainage facilities of the ground level facilities. So the groundwater level is set at 1/3 of the embankment height. The next one is a degree of compaction. This is very important, and in this manual, degree of compaction must be 90%. So, and during the earthquake, we must worry about the collapse. So in case of seismic coefficient for slope stability analysis, 0.25 in horizontal direction of seismic coefficient must be designed. And in case of embankment piled in valleys, it must be attention to the height of the embankment. So the best way is height is must be less than 15. But the height is greater than 15. Deformation analysis should also be carried out for the embankment over 15. Then for the coming back to the Tsubakurosawa soil storage site, this is a planned drainage facilities. This is okay, base drainage area and horizontal drainage layers like this. So this is the idea of this is high. For example, top this corner, top of the storage. This analysis says that almost 1 g of the horizontal acceleration will induce. So now the earthquake deformation analysis by Newmark method is currently being carried out based on these seismic response analysis result. Then these are concluding remarks. The Chuo Shinkansen, ultra high-speed railway using SC Maghreb, for which construction has begun in Japan, is introduced in this in my presentation. The original plan was complete the project in 2027, but there are many environmental issues to be resolved in building a large tunnel section that pass through the Southern Alps. The erosion is taking time, so completion is expected to be delayed beyond 2027. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Yashoda, for your enlightening lecture and for sharing your deep expertise with us. Your presentation has shed valuable light on the embankment failures and railway geotechniques and its application to high-speed rail. Now, I would like to invite Professor N.K. Samathia, sir, for kindly present a memento for Dr. Yashoda as a token of appreciation. Sir.
For our next lecture, I would like to invite Dr. J.T. Sahu. Dr. J.T. Sahu received his MTech and PhD degrees from IIT Kanpur and then did postdoctoral research at Institute of Lowland Technology at Saga in Japan from 1996 to 1999. Dr. Sahu joined IIT Delhi in 2002 and is currently HG professor at IIT Delhi since 2020. He has also worked as visiting professor at Institute of Lowland Technology in Japan for 6 months in 2007. Dr. J.T. Sahu specializes in the field of transportation geotechniques, tunneling, slope stability, and reinforced soil structures. He has received prestigious Lifetime Achievement Award and Leadership Award of Delhi chapter of Indian Geotechnical Society. He has also received several national and international best paper awards. He is an editorial board member of 4 prestigious journals. He served as the honorary secretary of IGS from 2017 to 2022 and the chairman of IGS Delhi chapter from 2015 to 2017. Now, let us welcome Dr. J.T. Sahu to deliver his keynote lecture.
Thank you. Thank you for nice introduction. And today I'm going to talk about the work currently being done in India. So before I start, let me take a brief. I worked in Japan for 3 years as a postdoc fellow for 2 years and 1 year as associate professor. And then I again visited for 6 months as a professor. I was working at Institute of Lowland Technology, Saga. And I worked there. Mine was the first PhD in India on railways. At that time, it was not known whether railway is a subject even for the geotechnical engineer. So that was in IIT Kanpur. And then I went to Japan, and there we got very good project on the Shinkansen railways. So a high-speed railway, we have a paper in Geotechnic on the work done at Japan. And then I pursued railway track beside my other interest also. So in today's presentation, I would be talking about the background of why we need research on railway tracks in India. Then second is what is the work done at IIT Delhi. Then I will move on to the present work we are doing. So presently we are having, as Chawla ji also said, we are having more than about freight corridor, around 12,000 kilometer of freight corridor. You can see that eastern, western, and then quadrilateral, and then one more track is here coming up. Then this another track is coming up. So this is a huge kind of a project, about 12,000 kilometer. And then you have a high-speed rail network coming, which is around 8,000 kilometer, which is in the planning stage at different sections, and 500 kilometer between Mumbai and Ahmedabad is ongoing. And this is as per National Rail Plan 2020. And soon, and you know, every week or the other, we are having the inauguration of semi-high-speed Vande Bharat trains. So at all aspects, we are working. Now in India, if you see, or rather I will say, in a railway tracks, generally there are different type of track failure. You can have massive shear failure, you can have subgrade progressive shear failure. But more important, in India, you get this frequent problem of mud pumping in various tracks. And this is why initially RDSO came to us at IIT Kanpur to work on this railway projects. And then there is also a excessive subgrade plastic deformation. As you can see that these sleepers are just penetrating inside. And this here you can see all the mud is being thrown on the track. So these are twin problems which are most important for Indian Railways. So Indian Railways earlier were not very conscious of this thing, and there was no concept of subballast also. So if you see the older tracks, you will not find the subballast there. There is only ballast layer, and below ballast layer there is a subgrade. So mud pumping problem was very frequent there. So Indian Railways started using geosynthetic for new tracks and for the repair works. So this is how the railways introduced the geosynthetics about 15 years back. Before that, they were not using geosynthetic. And as you know, lot of benefits are of the geosynthetic. It can be reinforcement element, separation, confinement, filtration, drainage. For all these purposes, you can use geosynthetics in railway tracks. So I come to the research done at IIT Delhi. So as you see, this is a ballasted track, and you have rail, sleeper, ballast, sub-ballast, subgrade soil, natural ground. Here geogrid is generally provided between ballast and sub-ballast layer, and geotextile, which has drainage, separation, filtration function, is generally provided between sub-ballast and subgrade soil. So if you want to do any work on the ballasted track, then the materials to be dealt are many, like subgrade, subballast, ballast, geogrid, geotextile. Rail and sleeper are man-made material, and for that properties are known. So what we did in this research was we used two type of subgrade, two type of subballast material, two gradations of ballast, geogrid and geotextile, couple of types. And then importantly, there are many interfaces. So you have to know the properties of interfaces for realistic modeling. So we have interfaces between sleeper and ballast. Here sleeper and ballast interface, ballast and geogrid interface, geogrid subballast interface, subballast geotextile, and all these interfaces. And sometimes without geogrid, then ballast subballast interface and subballast subgrade interface. So you have to evaluate all these properties in order to have the realistic estimate of the numerical modeling. So these are the papers published in geotextile and geomembrane as a two-part paper, and details are given here. I will just go through and tell you the test conducted by us. So different sizes of triaxial were used, from starting with 38 centimeter dia, 10 centimeter dia, then 37.5 centimeter dia, then low cyclic stress tests were conducted, fast cyclic stress tests were conducted. Ballast was particle image analysis and gradation and breakage analysis, all were conducted. And interface, again interface also, size of material, size of instrument depends on the particle size. So large size direct shear tests were conducted, medium size, small size direct shear tests were conducted to determine the shear strength of the interfaces and shear stiffness of the interfaces. And these are the tests conducted with geogrid and the ballast, geogrid and the subballast, etc. Then beside that, we also carried out detailed model tests on railway track on UTM. So this shows the instrumentation and the preparation of bed, etc., and the geosynthetic, geogrid laying, and this is the ongoing test. I will not run the video because of the shortage of time. So, it ran anyway. So then we went to the FEM analysis once we have the characterization of material and interfaces. So three types of analysis was done. We had all the kind of material parameters, so we could run the nonlinear Duncan-Chang analysis, then straight analysis where we used the Moore-Coulomb model, both drain and undrained for different layers, and then coupled analysis based on the Bayard coupled model. So these analyses were done, and it was found that coupled analysis gave the best answer and gave the better estimate of the mud pumping problem or pore pressure development. So these are the parameters evaluated by us, and this shows the modeling, finite element modeling of our track, model track, and these are the interfaces used there and the 3D element, etc. And then we did all kind of comparison with the model test. For example, this shows a comparison of the deformation profile, etc. And then we extended this study. Once we were satisfied with our model, our parameter evaluation, we extended this study to prototype track, and we did a parametric study like fixing some numerical parameters and then varying with respect to this numerical parameter the other the values of the these parameters, and responses were studied. So I will just present 2 or 3 slides of the result. So this shows that the benefit of this is without unreinforced, one layer of geogrid, this is one layer of geogrid and geotextile present. So one can see that as this is the modulus of subgrade. As the subgrade becomes weaker, the effect of the effect of the geotextile becomes prominent, and when subgrade is stiff, then the benefit of geogrid is not significant. Then this figure shows that now this is unreinforced track. That means we have not used the geosynthetic here in this 3-1 in this solid lines, while here one layer of geogrid was used. So this shows that the performance or deformation of a track with 1000 mm of subballast layer is or geogrid with one layer of geogrid and only 450 mm of subballast layer, the performance is better for the with 450 mm subballast compared to 1 meter of the subballast if you use a geogrid. So this can reduce the consumption of subballast material, which is now getting scarce, by about 55%. And as I told you, the high pore water pressure built up in subgrade is important measure of potential mud pumping problem in track, which causes the deterioration. So, and mud pumping problem is serious problem on old tracks in India with no subballast layer. And this figure shows that if you rehabilitate, this is a track with unreinforced track, and this is track with geotextile layer. So if you see the pore water pressure built up, if you provide one layer of geotextile and or you provide the 450 mm of subballast, the performance of one layer of geotextile is better than the 450 mm of subballast. So this is our finding. And then we also gave the design methodology for reinforced track. So this is based on the threshold stress concept, and this is the paper published in Geosynthetic International. So so here we find for different formation thickness what is the diabatic stress induced, and we know the threshold stress of a subgrade, and we choose a formation thickness which is higher than, which gives the higher threshold stress compared to induced stresses, and that gives us the design methodology. Similar design methodology has been also provided for the reinforced track. So ongoing and future research. So presently we are doing 3 projects at IIT Delhi. Just another few slides now. So this is the project. This is a huge project on high-speed railway track. It is funded by NTTM, Ministry of Textile, and our mentor is NHSRCL and National High Speed Rail Corporation, and Strata is our is helping with the geosynthetic material. So this is the model we have prepared, and we are focusing on back-to-back mechanically stabilized earth wall especially when this section is not very wide. For wider section, Professor Tatsuoka has given the methodology, but for narrow section, if you want to one single track to run, there is no methodology given for back-to-back wall, especially under the seismic conditions. So this is the methodology given by Tatsuoka, Professor Tatsuoka, and it used the PVA geogrid here, shown here, and this particular wall is called full height rigid fascia wall, back-to-back MSE wall. So here threefold things we are going to investigate. First is the PET geogrid, as you know, is the mostly used in the construction, and we are more familiar with it, and it has we know its reduction factor, how its creep is going to occur, and how what is its reduction factor. And second thing is PVA. It's a very specialized product and it is imported, and hence the imported cost goes up. So we are trying to see if we can model our geogrid in such a fashion by maybe putting a cross braces inside the aperture of geogrid, so that we can bring this stiffness closer to this PVA geogrid. The second thing, as I said, this is the model Yajdantos have analyzed, where this is BBM back-to-back MSE wall, but there is no overlapping of the reinforcement. If there is an overlapping of reinforcement, what will be its behavior in static and dynamic cases, that we are going to study. And third is, we want to give for such a narrow wall design methodology similar to this for static and seismic cases. So for this we are working on. The second thing is, we are working on bridge transition system for heavy load and high speed traffic. So in this case, we are proposing, if you see that from culvert or bridges, when the track transitions to the surface, then or embankment, then this type of settlement profile occurs, and it needs frequent maintenance because of the repeated loading. So the methodology that is being proposed is using the geocells like this, 3 layers of geocell. So on this side there is a bridge. So the top, so up to some distance there will be 3 layer, then 2 layer, and then single layer. We are doing experimental work on this, as well as we are doing the numerical modeling. And third is so this shows some of the work being done. And third project is the design of formation for mixed traffic passenger train up to 240 kmph and freight train of 25 ton axle. So this is funded by RDSO and International Union of Railways. So here we are trying to find out what subgrade thickness is required when you have the mixed traffic, that means heavy load, and sometimes you have the high speed. Same track can be used. So these are some of the work we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening lecture and for sharing your deep expertise with us. Your presentation has shed valuable light on key issues in geotechnical engineering and its application on high-speed rails. Now, I would like to invite Professor Ikuo Tohata to kindly present a memento to Dr. Sahu as a token of appreciation.
thank you everyone for listening us. We will be right back after 5 minutes for a tea break, and we'll shortly join for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hello. Washrooms are on your left side. Please note. Okay.
I request all the dignitaries and participants to come back. We are starting in few seconds. Please do come. Again, I would like to request all the dignitaries to join the next lecture. We will be starting in few seconds. Following the next lectures, I would like to invite Dr. Riko Abe. She is a corporate officer of Oriental Consultant Global and chairperson of the Oriental Consultants India. She holds a bachelor degree from Yamaguchi University and Doctor of Engineer from Yamaguchi University as well in 2014. She has 10 years of domestic experience in design for large scale underground structures, railway construction, and road tunnel. She had led multiple high-speed railway projects, undersea tunnels, including tunnels in overseas, including Norway, Taiwan, covering across the globe. She takes up a post of president of local corporation in India since 2014, managing extensively. Worked in project management in Delhi Metro projects, Bangalore Metro, and Ahmedabad Metro. She is the first woman in India as a project manager for Metro project. She is preparing now for the global project of high-speed railway in India. She also did feasibility study for the Jakarta MRT in Indonesia and Kyiv Metro project in Ukraine. She has work experience for abundant chemical weapons destruction project in China as well as in Taiwan, high-speed railway projects in past 10 years. She has extensive works as a lecturer in planning and designing the railway construction works in Kobe University and Yamaguchi University in Japan and Indian Institute of Science Bangalore in India here. I present Dr. Reiki Abe. Thank you.
Are you sure? पीछे तो नहीं गिरी It's okay. Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Reiko Abe, the Oriental Consultant Global Tokyo, and also the Oriental Consultant India's chairpersons. Today, thank you very much for inviting me. Especially, I would like to provide my presentation to female audience, because yes, I explain to you later. Problem again? So without that presentation the material, I just introduce by myself. Yeah, that I graduated from the Yamaguchi University and also the Kobe University in Japan. That for that my university, I'm first women student in the civil engineering department in Japan, and also I to the construction company, that's Konoike Gumi. I also the first female tunnel engineer in Japan. Because yes, in Japan, some of the very strange custom. Mountain goes female. So if that a female engineer enter to the tunnel site, that a female got jealousy to female engineer, so that the mountain is collapsed. So I cannot enter to that construction site because I'm a woman. I can just change of the mind. I can change of the topic, some of the topic, but I cannot change the sex. So I cannot enter to the construction site. So that yes, I just went to that Norway, because Norway is that nothing of that gender's problem. So I graduated from that Norwegian University, and also that I have that experience of that Norwegian tunnel. After that, yes, I went to that Taiwan. At that moment, Taiwan high-speed railway just started. So I just go to the went to the construction site. I'm first woman engineer in Taiwan also. So that why I just would like to provide of my presentation to female auditor in Japan. We said yes, developed country, but for women it's not developed. So same as India. So I just we together India and Japan, we established of our field as female engineer. So that is my today's first topic and most important topic to you. Okay, and also that I just start off that Indians project. Yes, first is that daily metro phase, daily metro for 3 years. After that, yes, Bangalore metro 3 years, and after that is the Ahmedabad metro 3 years. But Ahmedabad metro, I just got to the project manager's position. But at that moment, yes, no female that project manager in India. So that some of the person that hesitate to provide of that this position to me, you are female. But yes, based on that Delhi metro and Bangalore metro, so many that Indian engineer support to me. You can do it. And also that, yeah, madam, you can do. Yeah, at that moment, yes, one Indian engineer that support me, he said, she looks like a woman. Yeah, I'm pure woman. Yeah, that is that. But yes, all of that Indian engineer support me. So that is, I got that project manager's position in Ahmedabad Metro. After that, yes, I just involved of that Indian high-speed railway. Next, please. And just, yes, I just introduced that my company. My company is the Oriental Consultant Global. We provide of that consulting service to 150 countries in the world. And especially that some of the country, we provide of that subsidiaries company. And especially India, that Oriental Consultant India is the biggest subsidiaries company in my company. Next. And our company is that infrastructures that consulting company. So that there's so many that section we have. And especially railway and mass transit the department is the biggest department in my company. And for instance, Mumbai, Ahmedabad high-speed railway. And the Bosporus tube crossing tunnel. This is that we just connect of the between the Asian side and the European side. We connect of the by cross tube the tunnel. And the Jakarta MRT and Manila MRT, Manila the LRT also. We provide of that consulting service to all of the country. Next. And Oriental Consultant India, that this is a subsidiary company of that Oriental Consultant Global. So at this moment, yes, we working for that Delhi Metro, Bangalore Metro, Chennai Metro, Patna Metro, Mumbai Metro, and also that dedicated flight corridor. And finally, that's a high-speed railway between that Mumbai and Ahmedabad for consulting company. And the Delhi Metro, you know very well. So that I just skip over that in detail. Next. Bangalore Metro also. We are involved with that this Bangalore Metro from that feasibility study. Phase 1, and now is that we are doing that phase 2. And phase 3 is coming. The dedicated flight corridor between that Delhi and Mumbai, that western area. Our company provides that consulting service to this dedicated flight corridor. The next topic is that sorry, I'm not a researcher. I'm a construction manager. So that today's topic is that not researcher's point. Yes. Construction management point. Please forgive me, that's this one. And the safety management for that improvement at the construction site of Indian Metros project. This is a safety improvement project was organized by Kobe University and Oriental Consultant Global and JICA. Next. Why did we try that safety improvement project? Next. Maybe you remember. In the Delhi Metro, near to the Rajpat Nagar, there is a big collapse accident is there. So we start of the safety improvement project with JICA. Next. So we just apply of the monitoring method used by OSB. That OSB means that on-site visualization at the construction site of the Indian Metro project. Next. What is that OSB, on-site visualization? Very, very that's simple. This is that light emitters converter and that the deformation center is combined. So you can see that this is that the board is there. And also that on the board, that the LEC and deformation center is there. And now it's stable. So the color is completely same. Next. So if that one board is sliding, that this is color is different. And another one, yes, more that slide is that color is that more change. This is that on-site visualization. We can see that what is the situation at the site. This is the on-site visualization. Next. So we apply that this on-site visualization at the Ames station for that daily metro. So you can see that so many that deformation sensor and also the settlement sensor and inclined sensor with that LEC. So we can see that at the site, and not only the engineer, worker also can see of that light. And in India, you have that so many language that is there, and especially Metro's project, we hire that over that 10,000 workers. So many languages there, but traffic signal is the same. So traffic signal is that red, yellow, blue. So we just apply of that this color. So blue is that this is a stable. So for instance, at the daily metro, the monitoring data less than that 80% of the design value. This is a blue. And yellow is that between that 80% design value and the design value. So this is a yellow. That little bit yes, coming of that some of the situation. And red is that completely monitoring data exceed of that design value. This is this mechanism. So you can see that all of the blue, so it's stable. So that 5 seconds is enough. We can just look at the construction site. Blue, 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 blue. Okay, we start that work. This is the OSB's concept. Next. Also that Bangalore Metro, that is the carbon park station. This is also we install of the OSB. So not only the engineer, also the two worker and also the two residence person also. Every day, every 1 hour, we can see that 5 seconds at the construction site. And blue, 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 okay. And some of that yellow, please report to the safety engineer or that any other engineer. And if that red is that more run away. Immediately run away. So we can share that deformation the information to all of the worker and also the residents. Next. And only that monitoring, it's meaningless for the construction site. We have to protect of that all of the worker. Engineer, we understood yes, that what is the situation. But worker should be know. So that yes, safety training is required. And safety training is at a different rank. 2 engineers class, 2 workers class, that is different. So 2 workers class, we are very simple. That every morning, 1 minute is enough. Yes, red, yellow, blue. What is the meaning? Next. So that blue is that keep working. And also that yellow is that report safety. And keep the red is that the run away. So that one day we just have that evacuation training. So that intentionally we just change of the color to blue to red. So at that moment, the completion of the evacuation within that 3 minutes. This is the effect to the India's construction site because there's so many workers is working at the site. Next. What is the next action for the more improvement? Next. So not only the construction site, yes, we just make of the pamphlet. If the 100 pages engineering report, nobody is read. Only one pamphlet is enough to next project. So that is somebody that's interested of this one. So that they just start of the report. So that one pamphlet is we already provide to the next project person. Next. And also that workshop of the Bangalore and any other Bangalore also, Delhi also, and Ahmedabad also, we just provide of the workshop and site visit also. Then not only that India, we already have that workshop to Jakarta and Manila and also the Vietnam. So they already installed that this method to their construction site. Next. And finally, this is one of the example. In the tender document, please provide, the excavations work for the Mandi House station shall be monitored by applied on-site visualizations monitoring. Is that in the tender document, if there is a mention, that the contractor should be followed. So this is our strategy. Next. Okay, this is the Mumbai Ahmedabad high-speed railway. Just as an introduction to you. The basic data is that location, maybe you know that Maharashtra state Mumbai to the Gujarat state Ahmedabad. And the length is 505 kilometers from the Mumbai station to the Sabarmati station. And the gauge is a standard gauge, 1,435 millimeter. And the maximum speed is 320 kilometers per hour. And from the Sabarmati station to the Mumbai station, approximately less than 2 hours. If we complete this project, you can go to from the Ahmedabad to Mumbai with less than 2 hours. Now is that to flight is that only 1 hour. But yes, we can go to the security and also that the check of that checking the luggage and enter to the airport. Yes, in daily airport it takes 2 hours. And also that after that is Mumbai, that we are waiting of that baggage and go to that this one, and also that to go to that downtown, it takes 2 hours. So it means that flight is only 1 hour, but yes, before and after, so it means that 5 hours, 6 hours we take. So that if that we can get to that this high-speed railway, so that is only 1 hour. Sorry, 2 hours. 1 hour is a magnetic high, ultra high-speed railway. Wait. And also the structure, underground station and elevated station, and also the viaduct and tunnel and depot. In the feasibility study, we planned to do the embankment to that area. But yes, we changed that of the mind. Because of that, Indians expert suggested to us, embankment is a little bit dangerous because of the cow and some of the person that cross of that this high-speed railway, 320 kilometers per hour. That if that hit of that somebody or that cow, more completely that dead. So that we change of that from that embankment to that viaduct. So now that the high-speed in Mumbai Ahmedabad high-speed railway, all of that viaduct now. And also that near to that Mumbai station is that underground station. And also that some of that 21 kilometers of that tunnel area, undersea tunnel. And also that the rolling stock is that E5 type of that Shinkansen of that JR East type. I just introduced of that consulting service that history. The one is that feasibility study. We start of that 2030s that we start of that feasibility study. And detailed design and that tender assist. This is that we start of that 2016 for civil, truck, rolling stock and maintenance car and depot. And from that 2022 that we start of that detailed design of system, including that signaling, telecommunication, and also that electronic matter. And the next stage is that the construction supervision. 2021, we start off that consulting service for civil work. And 2022, we start off that advisory service for civil, because yes, civil's design and design that by Japanese team. But the consultant of that civil is that Indians, mainly Indians consultant company. So we just support to that Indians consultant. And after that, yes, 2022, we start of the truck, rolling stock, and maintenance car, and the training simulations machine, and the depot, the consulting service we already started. And 2022, the truck training and certificates that the project will be already started. Why that this is the truck training and certificate project already established? I just explain later. And now the high-speed railways systems, the temporary consulting service already started. And O&M, operation and maintenance, this is under preparation now. Next. This is the high-speed railway from Ahmedabad to Mumbai's line. The station is at the 12 station is there. And the depot is at the main depot is at the Sabarmati in the Ahmedabad. And also the sub-depot is at the Thane, in the Thane. And also the temporary depot is at near to the Surat. Because there's Surat's area. This is a 15 kilometer. This is the first priority that operations, first priority that establish the area. So that is we establish of that Surat depot, temporary depot is already there. This one is a contractor and suppliers package. This side is a consulting package. So the civil package already all of that civil package already started. And now is at a truck package, depot package, rolling stock package under preparation. And also the maintenance car is under preparation. And TI, this is this means that the simulations machines package. This is already ongoing. And electronic and signaling and telecommunication is under the preparation. And consulting that package is that all of that civil and also that special bridge package is that already ongoing by Indians consultant company. And PMC, TRS, this is that truck rolling stock. This is that by Japanese team. Including that our company, JIC, Nippon Koei, and Oriental Consultant Global, JB. And that we are just preparing of the electronic and signaling and telecommunications the package. Next. This is just truck and the depot package and also the civil package, electronic package, and maintenance cars package. That's the detail. Next. So you can see that this one, the civil package, construction or supplier, that this is India. And also the consulting, also that's India. And the truck is at the construction and the supplier is at India. And the consulting is at the Japan side. But previously, this truck that the construction and the supplier is at Japan previously. But in India, we have that make in India. So that we will change. We changed from the Japan side and to the Indian side. Because it's in future that so many that high-speed railways planning is there. So this one is that construction consulting that in future that by Indian side only. So that is under any other rolling stock and maintenance car. This is the construction the supplier by the Japan and the consulting also the Japan. And the depot, the sub-depot is construction by India and the consulting by India. And the Sabarmati depot, main depot, this is the most important. So that is the Japan side, all of the Japan side. and also system is at Japan. Next. This is the structure of the slab track. This is the four high-speed railways, yes, especially four high-speed railway. Because yes, this speed is at 320 km per hour. This is the first time in India. I just showed that some of the short movie. It's standing to you.
Track based on Japanese Shinkansen track system. This track system consists of mainly 4 layers. Right track system is as important as the train itself for the smooth journeys at high speeds of 320 kilometers per hour. The Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail corridor will have J-slab track system of ballastless track based on Japanese Shinkansen track system. This track system consists of mainly 4 layers. RC track bed over the viaduct, cement asphalt mortar layer, precast track slab, rail with fasteners. The first layer RC track beds are constructed at site on the viaduct top, separately for up and down track lines. The required framework are set on the viaduct. Reinforcement is placed, and after necessary test checks, the concrete is poured to construct RC track bed. The dimensions of these RC track beds are approximate 300 mm thick and 2420 mm wide. At about every 10 meters, a construction joint is provided. Circular projection called RC anchors are cast along with RC track bed. RC track prevent track slab from moving in either longitudinal or transverse directions. The size of RC anchor is 520 mm in diameter and its height is 260 mm. These are constructed at approximately 5 meters center-to-center distance on top of RC track bed. After detailed survey, reference pin is installed on each RC anchor for achieving desired horizontal and vertical alignment of track structure, which is suitable for train operation at 320 km per hour. After the track beds are ready, the precast RC slabs, track slab, are laid upon them. Precast reinforced concrete track slabs are generally 2200 mm wide, 4900 mm long, and 190 mm thick. Each slab weighs about 3.9 tons. These slabs are being cast at 2 state-of-the-art track slab manufacturing facilities in Anand and Kim in Gujarat. These factories are equipped with automated concrete distribution system and will produce 60 to 120 precast track slabs respectively per day, once fully commissioned. Both factories have sufficient track slab storage capacity to facilitate seamless track installation. After placing of track slab over RC track bed, CA motor is poured in the gap between RC track bed and track slab using cam injection car. CA motor is buffer material called cement asphalt motor or CAM, being used in India for the first time for track structure, consisting of cement, asphalt and polymer emulsion, sand and other materials. This around 50 mm thick layer provides elasticity and absorbs vibrations generated due to the running of high-speed train. And then the rails are laid on the slabs as per design alignment. As the Japanese track system is unique in the world and requires very high level of skill to lay it, a new track training facility has been set up in Surat to impart training and certification to Indian track engineers. An MOU between NHSRCL and Japan Railway Technical Services (JARTS) has been signed. These experts from JARTS impart intensive training to Indian engineers, supervisors, and technicians in 15 different courses, covering all aspects of rack work and certify their skills. The rack system of Japanese Shinkansen train, popularly called bullet train, running at a speed of 320 kilometers per hour, is an exemplary example of modern technology. It's an exceptionally complex marvel of engineering from material, specification precision, supervision and execution. Like bullet train, this rack system is first of its kind on the Indian soil. A proud signature of Indian engineering, the rack system will run across 508-kilometer long Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail corridor.
Thank you very much. So that next is the track training and certificate. Yes, previously track work that construction company by Japan, but yes, we change of the to the Indian contractor. So, but yes, Indian contractor doesn't have the experience of the high-speed railways track the work. So, the Japanese, yes, JATS, yes, will provide of the training and also the certificate. After that certificate, yes, they the contractor can start of the construction. Wait. So that this one is the training is the 3 stage. First stage is the training in Japan. That is the classroom lecture and visit to the Japanese construction site. And the second stage is the training and certificate in India, in Surat. We have the training center is there. And we provide the Japanese instructor, provide the classroom lecture and field training. And after the training, certificate will be issued. And the third one is that only that the training, it's not good. It's not good. So that yes, we just provide the advisory service at the construction site. Next. This is the training, the certificates, the program. We have the 15th program, and not the contractor is the 3 contractor is there. So that yes, not only that one time. This 15th course, yes, twice or 3 times we just provide to the contractor. Next. And this is a photo of the lectures, classroom, the lecture, and also the field training, that's a course. Next. Thank you very much for the hearing my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Abi, for your enlightening lecture and for sharing your deep expertise with us. Now I would like to call Professor Nilima Sitya Madam to facilitate our dignitary. Thank you.
Just a small note, when we started organizing this event, the first and the very strong suggestion we got is her name, Dr. Obes, from JGS, and she being from university, like we to have somebody counterpart from Indian side, but unfortunately we could not find that. So thank you so much, Dr.
Ma'am.
We can take it. Moving on, it is my privilege to introduce our next speaker, Dr. R.P. Singh, a renowned expert in geotechnical engineering. Dr. R.P. Singh is a renowned expert in geotechnical engineering with over 20 years of experience in railway infrastructure development. He holds an MTech and PhD in Geotechnical Engineering from IIT Bombay and has been recognized in the Doctoral Research Award at the IACMAG 2019 conference, along with multiple Best Papers Award for his contributions to railway research. Since joining Indian Railways in 2002, Dr. Singh has held key roles in construction and maintenance, including the track engineer across major divisions such as Solapur, Mumbai, Pune, Bhusawal. From 2015 to 2018, he served as assistant professor at RICEN Pune, where he established a state-of-art geotechnical laboratory to train engineers in advanced investigations and testing techniques. Currently, Dr. Singh is Joint General Manager in Mumbai-Ahmedabad High-Speed Rail, India's first bullet train project. Under his leadership, significant milestones have been achieved, such as introducing auto hammer and SPT testing and setting up Asia's largest geotechnical laboratory in Surat. He is also overseeing the construction of groundbreaking 21-kilometer undersea tunnel with a diameter of 13.1 meter. With extensive training in conventional and high-speed rail systems in India and Japan, Dr. Singh's have good technical acumen and project management expertise in railway infrastructure. Let us now welcome Dr. Singh to present his lecture.
Yeah. Thanks for a nice introduction. So, I was just hearing the lecture from our previous speaker, and she already covered many part or the most significant part of Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail project. So, however, I will try to just supplement it with the low-order thing, like how the geotechnical part is implemented in the field, and what we are trying to do. We are trying to implement the codal provisions given in the Japanese Geotechnical Society and some Indian codes, and how the things are going on. I hope you will all will like what is going on in the field. So just presentation. Okay. So meanwhile, the technical glitch is removed. I will share something about at the field level. What happens when at the around 2015-16, when geotechnical investigations were carried out, it was basically from a very primitive type of machineries. Rope and pulley mechanism was there. We got some SPT values. Later on, we reported to the consultant, the JICC, and our Japanese counterpart. So they told, okay, they made some design. Later on, okay, they told to re-verify it. So we re-verified, we got different SPT values. So then the query came, why the values are different? So we also tried to started this analyzing why at the same location we are getting different values. So okay, one obvious thing came into our mind, yeah, machines were different. Okay, at that time monsoon was there, this is in this hot summer, so some variance is there. But at that time we realized, okay, something need to be done. Otherwise it could create a problem, because our tolerance limits are very low. The settlement limits are very tight, and we have to run the trains at the 320 km per hour. The design will be for 350 km per hour. So we explored, okay, what are the other codal provisions in the world, and what best we can do at this stage. So we then referred the ISO code, and we introduced first time in the bid stage only, we have to go for the energy ratio measurement during the SPT testing. And first time we implemented this part. Okay, so I will continue this portion during our discussion, as the glitch have already been removed. Yeah, so these are just, the presentation will not be a very smooth, it is just I have collected and I put something, but I hope you will like it. So if we see the growth of the railways, basically Indian railways as compared to the highways, so since independence means the traffic which was carried by the railways and by the highways, so the share of highways was around 80% at this moment, which was earlier 20%, and railway share at the time of independence it was 80%, and now it have came to 20%. Since last 4-5 years, the ministries and at the apex level also some huge efforts are being made to grow the railway infrastructure at multiple levels, whether it is a metro or conventional railway system or high-speed railway system or freight corridors. These are in India, it is the only country where we have all type of gauges, starting from the broad gauge to narrow gauge, you can see. And in 1853, we have started with the first railway from Mumbai to Thane, and now we are expanded to about 110,000 kilometer route kilometer network. And we are also commissioned some part of the dedicated freight corridors where 32.5 ton axle load is being carried out, and at the same time we are in advanced stage of construction for the high speed which will be at 320 km per hour. And apart from that, metros, you are sitting in all the prominent cities, and I think about 35 cities is having metro or in an advanced stage of commissioning. So this have already been briefed. Out of this 508 kilometers, the major portions we are having on elevated. The reason for going to earlier in feasibility study, it was on the embankment, but later it was shifted to elevated. There was two reasons. One was rightly mentioned, there are cattle crossings, so many crossings are there, so accidents will be many. So, and the second thing, land acquisition, when we go for this embankment, it is a huge requirement of land acquisition, and it delays the project badly. So at the apex level, Niti Aayog decided, okay, we will go for the elevated. However, it cost little bit high, but the decision have been taken. So in this about 7 tunnels, apart from this elevated portion, we have about 7 tunnels. One tunnel project which is in the Mumbai for 21 kilometer. It have multiple aspect of geotechnical engineering. It is passing through the busy, dense populated area. It is passing through the mountains also, and it is passing through the undersea portion. So I am lucky that I am associated with this tunnel package of 21 kilometer. And this, apart from that, in Maharashtra, there are 6 more mountain tunnels are there, which is being constructed by NATM technique. So yeah, this is elevated corridor. So 17.5 meter is the width. So 13.5 meter will be for the track and 4 meter for the service rail. So the land requirement is quite less for it. One major thing I would just want to share, as in Japan, earthquake is very common. So Japan means from their experience, we have first time we are introducing to stop the train operations when any earthquake is occurred in near vicinity. So because in Japan there was a serious accident and which was reported with the Jyotsu Shinkansen, a train was derailed and as the earthquake came. So we are installing the seismometer at 12 different locations. So, and this will be integrated with our control system. These locations are all the 3 regions, Kutch region, Koyna region, and Latur, Osmanabad regions. So where seismometers are being installed. The second thing, as we are adopting the Japanese technology. So how the integration in the Japanese railway network is being carried out, they have multiple connections with the different highway, this road transport, metro transport, and shopping mall. So same concept we are adopting here, and BKC station at Mumbai will be an example for this. So BKC station, it is about 1 kilometer long stretch where construction is being carried out. It is a 30 kilometer deep will be the excavation, and mass concreting is being carried out. Around 1.25 lakh m³ concrete we will pour just for the base slab, and the thickness is about 3 meter. So which is the construction work is in full swing. And the second part comes in Maharashtra, the tunnel part, which is, I think everyone heard about it. It is 21-kilometer long. So it have divided into the three parts. The 15-kilometer stretch we will be covering with the tunnel boring machines, and the remaining 5-kilometer portion we will be covering through NATM technique. So 3 NATM fronts are there, and 3 tunnel boring machines fronts are there. Like if we see, okay, so there are at Vikhroli there is a shaft. The shaft dimension is huge. I will show the pictures. It is about 56-meter length and 56-meter deep, from where 2 tunnel boring machines will be operated. One will go towards BKC, another will come towards the creek portion, or which we call it undersea portion. From New Mumbai, there will be one more shaft. It is 39-meter dia, 39-meter deep. One TVM will start from there, and they will dock in between the creek portion. We can say just below the Arabian Sea, there are 2 tunnel boring machines will be meeting. The geotechnical investigation I will discuss for the docking was a special task, and in that our Kawasaki Engineering from Japan helped us a lot. And the remaining 5-kilometer portion is NATM. From Gansoli, we were executing through 2 new Austrian tunneling mechanism and 1 from the main portal. So this is the creek portion where the 2 tunnel boring machines will meet. These are the geographical thing you can see. At some location we are about 120 meter below. So 120 kilometer the rail level is about 120 kilometer below from the ground level, and at some location we are at about 30 meter below the ground level. So creeks are there, poor rocks are there. In near Vikhroli there is a very fractured type of rock, so it is difficult to classify in whether we take it as a soil or rock. So all type of complexity we are having. And apart from this, the next thing I would like to share, the shaft construction. If we see the 56-meter long shaft, the blasting activities is being carried out and aircraft is just flying above it. So you can see. So we have to have a very controlled blasting and high precision so that no accident should occur. So we got a tough time to take the clearances from air traffic control, how to regulate our blasting activities. So this type of thing is there, which we normally don't see in other projects. There is another shaft where the pipeline, gas pipeline is in very close vicinity, hardly 3 meter away from the shaft, and pollution control building is there. Rock is very hard, so while blasting, most of the time the PP values cross, and there is again hue and cry, so we have to stop the work. So in that thing, we have to execute this blasting activity by convincing everyone, okay, nothing will happen to your gas pipeline. We are taking all the cares. So these are the shafts, and then these are the NATM fronts. So about 2 kilometer we are approaching to complete the NATM tunneling. There is one portal where we are exiting, and after that the elevated section will start. It is at Shilfata. So the TBM portion, the segments, the final the diameter is 13.1 meter, and we are having a huge casting yard. So segments is being constructed, about 800 meter track we have constructed these segments, and other construction is going on. The one important case study I want to share how the technical things, what we think on paper and how it is being executed. It is at Shilfata portal. So since at the design stage also, there was actually 2 water pipelines for the entire Mumbai, or the Navi Mumbai, this water is being supplied, and one gas pipeline. So these 3 basic utilities are there, and the cover is just 4 meters. So we have to cross this location. We made a good design from IIT, and NOCs have been taken from everywhere. Every stakeholders made a good design of a steel structure. We will hang this pipelines and gas pipeline, and then we will excavate. We will not do blasting. We will do just mining activity, and slowly we'll move. But what happened? Okay, all the things were on the place, but we could not stop the traffic. So later on, means about after 2-3 months, how to proceed. Then just as per general means, even though all the design were in place, so but it have been decided that we don't have any other option. We have to put the conventional method. We have to put the ribs. We have to excavate again, support system, put the ribs, and then we proceeded that way. So it happens sometimes we have although the good plans, but we are not able to execute. So it is one of that example. We have all the things in place, but we excavated as per the most conventional way. So this is the Gujarat section, where the elevated portion is going on, is being constructed. Now coming to this geotechnical aspect, okay. Around 2200 boreholes we have carried out before the bidding or before the tender stage. It was with the conventional mechanism. We have carried out aerial lidar survey for the topography and the alignment freezing. And first time we have in any railway project, the lidar survey have been carried out. And in 3 months we were able to close the survey and alignment work. And for this, the governance award have been given to National High Speed Rail Corporation. This is how the lidar system is fixed with the aircraft, and we carried out the survey with a very good accuracy. This is how the topographical map we have drawn from it. Now coming to the geotechnical investigations, so all type of investigations in creek, in sea portion, in Narmada rivers were carried out. But the progress was very slow. Maximum 10 meter we were able to achieve. And one more thing, this in the sea portion we carried out the seismic refraction test of it is one of its kind, which Kawasaki Engineering from Japan did for us. And it have on YouTube there is a good video where all the detailings have been there. So interested persons can visit that. It is a really good thing which have been done by our Japanese counterpart for our project, because the docking locations have to be decided based on it, where the 2 tunnel boring machines will meet. In the undersea portion where the 2 tunnel boring machines will meet. So, and as you know, in Mumbai was having different island, and over the passage of time all the island got it is we can say it is not a plain land, but there's just the accumulation of different islands. So the borehole data may not reflect the exact values, and our design parameters may differ much more what we encounter at during actual executions. So these type of challenges are there, and we will when tunnel boring machine will advance, so we are prepared for it, how to address that. Apart from that, the major construction work for viaduct, about 50,000 piles is being constructed. About 30,000 have already been constructed. They are in rock, soil, expensive soil, different all varieties we have covered in our project. So now coming to the challenges part, it is execution related, design related, ground characterization related. So as the construction is massive, so we require all type of equipment, whether piling rigs, whether the geotechnical rigs, whether the skilled manpower, because constructing pile, when we just executed the project, it is not as simple as we think. There are many issues comes related with the quality of pile. We have got some challenges at initial when we were constructing 50-meter deep pile. So we have taken the help, I think Ravi Kiran sir is also there, and from BIS experts, and then how to move ahead, how to construct the piles. So we learned a lot in that, and about 5,000 boreholes were planned with detailed precision for before the execution during the execution stage. So about all the boreholes will be 40-meter deep, and every 100 meter we will carry out the boreholes. If it is a special crossing, all the pier locations we will carry out the boreholes. All the special crossings, special locations, as we mentioned, we will have a separate borehole for that. And in each borehole, if it is 40 meter, at every 1 meter, we will test for index properties, and every 4 meter, we will test for the engineering properties. It is not just engineering properties, it is very detailed. First time triaxial CU testing have been introduced in any a project in India, and that too at a mass scale. For that, earlier it was told that this type of, this much quantum of equipment means country will not able to supply, but Emil, Heiko and other vendors, they provided it, and there was a time when we were having about 180 triaxial CU equipments and about 600 consolidation equipment at site. It is the highest ever number, means the entire country, if we see the total equipment will be less than half of what we were having at the field. So this type of thing we could implement in this project. Not only this, even the index properties, Professor Prashant is there. I learned in the 2015 in the geotechnical investigation for a structural engineer how soil classification is to be carried out, and wet sieve analysis, what is the role of it. So whatever sir taught, we implemented in full spirit. So at that time there was no consultant, so but we were having this task to implement it. So I approached sir ki, okay, how to do it. So he was also thinking. So later on, Janta ma'am and Amit sir told, okay, just hire 3 of our MTech students and they will do. So anyhow, those 3 students of IIT Gandhinagar and myself as a small team, we executed this 500 boreholes, and it is the best, I can say, ki none of the projects in the country have delivered to that level. A lot of training sessions have been carried out by many faculties to train the technicians and the supervisors to how to perform the test. For auto SPT also, the rigs were very less. So Parsarthi sir is there. He procured 2 equipments, I think costing more than 1 crore rupees for this project. There were 2-3 more agencies. They procured the equipment for our projects. Other rigs were modified. So every stakeholder in the project alignment have given best for this project, and means more than 20 laboratories have upgraded this. So this was the slide. Actually, we all know that geotechnical investigation is very important, but implementation of this good geotechnical engineering practices is a very, very tough task, because you have to train how to do the soil classification. You have to start from that. Means even in this means good audience is there, all are very qualified. But if you go at the lab level and if you say, okay, this is 1 kg of soil, can you classify it? Classification, leave it. Even most of the people of us will not be able, yeah, sure, will not be able to tell, okay, how much time it is required to classify the soil. So from that level, training the persons and how to move ahead, it was a tough task to implement, but we tried that. From conventional rigs to moving to the auto SPT rigs was a challenge. So this type of rigs, the imported one have been deployed, and rigs were modified also to have a vertical hoist. And this the sieve analysis, only wet sieve analysis is to be carried out. We have trained, so all the 3 parts we have to merge and then classify the soil. Here it is a difference is given. If you do dry sieve analysis or wet sieve analysis, how the difference comes. So we usually classify in a wrong way the soil, and later on we say the experimental test results are just have no meaning because they give abrupt result, because we don't know how to test it. This is one equipment of triaxial CU. Such type of about 180 equipments we have deployed at site. So this is just for Surat lab. There were 4 more labs at site. The number of equipments you can see. This is the laboratory. L&T persons are there. They established this lab. And now coming to just, I will take 2-3 more minutes. It is an important part. So foundation, it is a little different. When we were implementing the Japanese standard, they have 3 things. First, standard designs are there. Pile lengths cannot be less than that. The second part was, okay, the ground cases are there. Based on SPT, we have some criteria कि pile have to rest where N average should be greater than 70. Then the middle portion, N average should be greater than 50, and in top portion, N average should be 28. That is to be satisfied, and ultimate bearing capacity should also be satisfied, and it is to be validated as per the GGS 1811, the pile load test results, where we carry out detailed analysis. Handling the long piles was also, I will skip the cross-hole sonic, the challenges we face. This we have to implement in our conventional initial pile load test. We are very casual, but these type of graphs are required, 6 graphs, and then what is this? First limit resistance, second limit resistance, layer-wise screen friction, end bearing, and so all these calculations have to be justified before implementing the actual piles. So this have been carried out. Whatever the instrumentation, it was in detail. For each strain gauge, we have a big fight to get the quality equipments. What the telltale readings are saying, what the strain gauges are saying, there is a mismatch, how to address that. And after this verification, then we executed our piles. So thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Singh, for your remarkable lecture and for walking us through the complexities and solutions in India's high-speed rail projects. I now invite Dr. Susumu Yasuda to kindly present a memento to Dr. Singh as a token of appreciation.
Recording in progress.
Tatsuoka Sensei, konnichiwa. Is it okay? Yeah. Sensei, Purasado desu.
Konnichiwa. Nice to see you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Very clear. Yeah, you can start. Just a minute.
Can I start?
No, we will briefly introduce you. After that, you can start. Okay.
I would like to introduce Professor Tatsuoka. He is a doctorate in geotechnical engineering from University of Tokyo and a professor of Tokyo University of Science since 2004. Formerly been professor at University of Tokyo from 1977 to 2004. Sir has secured Young Research Award, Japanese Geotechnical Society in 1974, several Best Paper Awards, Technical Development Awards from the Japanese Geotechnical Society. He was the editor-in-chief of Journal of JSE, President JGS, President IGS. His research interest included laboratory testing methods for geomaterials, deformation and strength characteristics, foundation engineering, and ground improvement by cement mixing and soil reinforcement. Here I present Professor Fumio Tatsuoka. It's for you.
We'll welcome him with a clap. Tatsuoka Sensei, you can start.
Okay. Thank you for kind introduction. I'm Fumio Tatsuoka, and the topic is the development of the DR structures. No? Oh, you know. Developments of DR structures and their application to high-speed railways in Japan. The first topic is the recent geosynthetic reinforced soil DR structures for high-speed railways in Japan. And this is showing the network of high-speed railways in Japan. And this is the first one, 1964. And these three are recent ones. And the red one is showing the location where under construction. Here is Hokkaido open 2016. This is the one site. And here is R. R is the GRS return wall. And A is GR's bridge abutment. I is GR's internal bridge, not here. B is GR's box culvert, and T is GR's tunnel entrance exit protection. These are all these GR structures were constructed in place of conventional type structures. This is a close view. This is GR's return wall with full height rigid facing. This is GR's box culvert. This is GR tunnel entrance exit protection. Here is the GR bridge abutment. This was constructed in this way. First is the shallow ground improvement when necessary. Second is the GRS wall, like this. This is the view at this stage. There are no RC structures at this moment, no piles. Then the full height rigid facing is constructed, and the bearing and the simple girder. This is at this stage. You can see that there are no piles. This is a very important point. And here is the Kyushu opened 2022. And this is the GRS return walls at Ola Depot. And this is in this route of high-speed railways, 88 bridge abutments were constructed at the tunnel exit. Among them, 78, that is 89% of 88 are GR's bridge abutment. Here is a narrow valley, and here is a tunnel. This is GR's bridge abutment, this one. And this short RC viaduct. And this is the other GR's bridge abutment. This is another site, and this tunnel exit. Train coming. So here's the GR's bridge abutment. So this is showing the GR's internal bridge. So first the excavation of the subsoil like this. Secondly, the construction of approach fields. This part is zero grid reinforced, well compacted, lightly cement mixed gravel soil. And the next step is the construction of full height rigid facing. after a deformation of the backfill and subsoil has taken place sufficiently. Next place is the arrangement of PC girder here. This is the PC girders, and this is DRS bridge abutment, this part and this part. Then the last part is that stage is that the structural integration of both ends of the girders to the full height rigid facings, then construction of slab and others to complete the bridge. Here is the GRS bridge, internal bridge. This is the GRS wing retaining wall. This is a view from the top. This is GRS internal bridge, and this is GRS wing retaining wall. And here is the continuous arch slab track. This is now being constructed on the GR structures. This is a tunnel. So this is showing a history of GR structure in Japan. This is the wall length for annual length, and this is the total length. Now the total length exceeds 210 kilometers, and during these 40 years we have many histories. This is the restart of construction of new high-speed railways. And we have a number of serious earthquakes. Then we learned a lot of lessons. And this is showing the locations of completed GR's retaining wall with full height rigid facing. And the GR's bridge apartments, here this number, and the GR's internal bridge. So total completed wall is now more than 210 kilometers. The total number of the site is 1,444, and GR's bridge apartments 185, and the GR's internal bridge 114. No problematic case during and after construction in all these projects. Summary: a number of GR structures with full height rigid facing have been constructed in place of conventional type retaining walls, bridge abutments, and simple girder bridges. These GR structures have become the standard railway structures in Japan. GR structures were constructed also at several overseas sites in Vietnam, Indonesia, and Philippines, and will be soon in India. This success can be attributed to the fact that, compared with conventional type soil structures, these GR structures exhibit higher performance against long-term static and traffic loads, and severe earthquakes, heavy prolonged rainfalls, strong floods, and tsunami, and lower cost for construction and long-term maintenance. Next topic is the multiple functions of full height rigid facing. So when we use when the facing is flexible, we have very low earth pressure here on the facing. This results into a low tensile forces in the reinforcements, in particular at low levels. Then in the active zone, we have a low confining pressure. Therefore, we have low strength and stiffness of backfill. Then, so we have a large wall deformation and low stability of the wall. In comparison, when we use stiff facing, and facing is firmly connected to the reinforcement, then we have a high earth pressure on the facing, which results in a high tensile forces, even at low levels of the wall. In active zone, we have a high confined pressure, and therefore we have a high strength and stiffness of the backfill. So we have a small wall deformation and high stability of the wall. First of all, conventional retaining walls is a cantilever structure. As a result, we have large forces in the facing, which requires a massive and strong facing. Besides, we have a large overturning moment and large lateral thrust at the facing base, which results into a large stress concentration at the facing base and unstable behavior, particularly by severe seismic growth. So usually we need a pile foundation. So this is the collapse of the gravity type, one type of cantilever retaining wall during 1995 Kobe earthquake. In comparison, full height ridge facing or DR retaining wall is a continuous beam supported by many reinforcements at the small span. So here is a 30 centimeter. So this is different from a cantilever structure. As a result, we have a very small forces in the facing, so a simple structure is sufficient. Besides, we have a small overturning moment and a small lateral thrust load at the facing base. As a result, we have a pile foundation become unnecessary, and the wall could be stable even against severe seismic loads. So this is a picture I took 1992, immediately after the competition. I took this picture 1995, 1 week after Kobe earthquake. This wall, DR's retaining wall with full height ridge facing, survived. So this is a kind of design. Here is a full height ridge facing, and this is short basic zero grid layer here. The length of the basic zero grid layers is the largest value among 35% of the wall height, second 1.5 meter, and the length required for residual wall deformation to be lower than allowable values. These values are evaluated for overturning and lateral sliding by the Newmark method based on the two-way stability analysis and for shear deformation of the reinforced zone. So this is two-way stability analysis. The stability of the examined is examined for all possible locations of the points A and B and all possible angles theta sub A and theta sub B of failure plane. When we're using a full height interfacing, point A is always located at the heel of the footing, which largely increases the wall stability. Then next I'll explain why we need a short basic zero grid layer. In urban areas, the construction of gentle slope to vertical wall is very often. But we need a large excavation due to a relatively wide base of cantilever wall, and we need a anchored seat pile. When we use a mechanical stability earth retaining wall having a facing of discrete panels or modular blocks, then in this case, the length of the reinforcement L is usually larger than 0.7, 70% of H. That means L by H should be larger than 0.7. Then we need a large excavation and anchored seat pile. Now, two problems: large excavation, the use of anchored seat pile here, and these are solved by this method by using short basic zero grid layers. This can reduce the slope excavation and no use of anchored seat pile. So reduction in the wall stability by the use of short basic zero grid layers is covered by using first many layers of planar zero grid having a high throughout strength. Second is several long zero grid layers and the use of full height ridge facing. So this is a typical case in Tokyo. You can see the excavation is small. This the And also, DR retaining wall with full height ridge facing have this important advantage. Like a conventional retaining walls and arched viaduct, railway and road can arrange very close to the wall face, very close. And the full height facing can effectively support other structures such as noise barrier, crash barrier, and mast. So the facing is an important and essential structural component that confines the backfill, develops large tensile forces in the reinforcement, and can support other structures. So during service, the facing should be stiff enough, like this. On the other hand, during the construction of the reinforced backfill, the facing should be deformable enough to accommodate the deformation of the backfill and subsoil. So, like this. So this contradiction can be solved by this stage construction. Next topic is the construction of full height facing after reinforced backfill. That is, this is an example, this is a depot for high-speed railway. This is before the start of construction. So this is the completed backfill, but before the construction of full height facing. Then this is the completed wall after the construction of full height facing. More details is shown here. First is the start of the construction, a leveling part and the embedded part of full height facing. Then the placing of the first geogrid layer and the temporary facing units. This is welded steel wire mesh. Then next is the compaction of the backfill with the help of temporary facing unit placed at the shoulder of each layer. So this procedure is repeated. So good compaction of the backfill is achieved by a small lift, 15 centimeter, ensured by a small vertical spacing, 30 centimeter, between the grid layers, and no rigid facing existing at this stage during backfill compaction. So this is a completed wall like this, but no, not yet. Full height rigid facing is not yet constructed. Then after sufficient deformation, a sufficient compression of the backfill and subsoil has taken place, full height rigid facing is constructed by casting in place fresh concrete directly on the geogrid wrap around wall face. Now here is the external concrete form, but there are no internal concrete form. So fresh concrete enters the crusher run held in the welded wire mesh unit through aperture of the geogrid. Then full height rigid facing and geogrid layers are firmly connected to each other. So this is a completed wall, 1991. I took this picture 15 years after the completion, 2006. So the next is DR's bridge abutment and DR's internal bridges. So we have a number of serious problems with conventional simple girder bridges. First piers, next is the earth abutment, then backfill. So we have earth pressure and the displacement of the earth abutment, and sometimes we have a settlement and lateral flow of subsoil by the weight of the mass in backfill. Then we have a negative friction and bending of the piles. So often this increases the length and or number of piles. Moreover, we have bearings. This is costly for construction or long-term maintenance. Besides, we have a long-term settlement problem, and more than that, the settlement by seismic load and sometimes dislodging of the simple girder at the bearing. What is the solution? Our solution is DR's bridge abutment. First, the GR's retaining wall, then full height facing. Then here the garter foundation, which is stabilized by integrated to the full height facing. Next is the bearing simple garter. So this is much more stable and cost effective than the conventional type bridge apartment. Besides, GR's bridge apartment is statically determinate due to the use of bearing. So internal forces in the girders and full height facing are not sensitive to displacements of the facing if that takes place. So design of the girder and full height facing is not sophisticated. So this is one case. Here is the bench cutting of the existing supporting ground, and then this is the GR's wall, not yet here, full height facing. Then next is the full height facing. That this is completed GR's bridge apartment, and this is the girder. This is the protection for high-speed railway. So summary of the GR's bridge apartment. The first one was 203 here, and this is the tallest one, 13.4 meter. As of 2024, in total 185 have been constructed. Mostly these are high-speed railways. So this is the simple girder supported by a pair of GR's bridge apartment. Here is the GR's bridge apartment. This is GR's bridge apartment. So this type is okay, very, very cost effective, but we have two unsolved problems. One is the high cost for construction and maintenance of the bearings, and the low seismic stability of the girder at the movable bearing. So we move to GR's internal bridge. This can alleviate these two problems. This is constructed in this way. First is the shallow ground improvement when necessary, then GR's wall, then full height facing, firm connection here, then this is a continuous girder. Finally, this part is structurally integrated. So far we constructed the 14 GR's internal bridges, first one here, and the 3 GR's internal bridges here, and here. I'm going to explain these 3 GR's internal bridges. This is a picture taken 20 days after 2001 Great East Japan earthquake. So you can see 2 simple girders had been washed away toward inland by great tsunami from the Pacific Ocean. So there are the 3 candidates for restoration. First one is the 2-span simple girders with the 2 pairs of bearings here. This is the same as the collapsed one. Second candidate is a single continuous girder with a pair of bearings. And the third one is GR's internal bridge without using bearings. So all girders and abutment and piers are all one structure. And the approach field is a zero-grid reinforced cement mixed gravel soil. We evaluated the construction cost and the seismic stability and the anti-tsunami stability and the need for maintenance work. In all terms, the GR's internal bridge is the best. So this was adapted at this site. This is a cross-section. This is a complete bridge. And this is GR's internal bridge. And total girder length is 40 meter. This is the other one, longer one. The total girder length is 60 meter. So you can see slender girder, slender facing. This is result from a structural integration of girder, provided facing, and reinforced backfill. Importantly, no bump here. because no settlement here. So this resulted in a large cost reduction in construction and maintenance. The last topic is the restoration of soil structures that collapsed by earthquakes, floods, and tsunami to DR structures. This is the case gravity retaining wall collapse 1995. And this restoration, some place need walls. This is a collapse in 2004. Here is a failure of the retaining wall, this, and the railway embankment. This is a cross section. Blue one is before the collapse, the red one after restoration. This is DRS retaining wall. This is the first train. This is a view under construction. The total wall height is 13.18 meter. So this is another site. You can see collapse of the embankment for railway. This is the restored railway, and this cross section is here. We often have such a failure of conventional type cantilever retaining wall. We have a scouring here, then overturning failure of the retaining wall, then collapse of embankment, so closing the road or railway. In comparison, DR retaining wall with full height facing, this we can expect much better performance. That is, overturning failure of full height facing by scouring is difficult to take place. So the embankment can survive, keeping the function of road or railway. This is the case in 2007 near Tokyo. This gravity type retaining wall collapsed by scouring here. This is facing to Pacific Ocean. This was restored to DR's retaining wall have a stage constructive flight facing. So this is 2010. I took this picture, and this is a completed wall. This is a casting in place of concrete for flight facing. This is before constructing flight facing. I took this picture 2023. On average, 2 times per year, storm ocean wave taken in a beach sand gravel particles attacks the wall, flowing over the wall crest. So the last case is that the collapse of railway embankment by scouring at the 2000 embankment by river flood, 2013. This was restored to DR retaining wall and DR slope. So this is before the construction of full height facing. This is a completed one. This is a full height facing. This is very effective to prevent the failure of the wall by scouring by this river. Conclusion: first, a number of GR's retaining walls with full height facing, GR's bridge abutments, GR's internal bridges, etc., have been constructed as important permanent structures for a total wall length more than 210 kilometers as of April 2014, many of them for high-speed railways, Shinkansen. This successful accomplishment is due to their high cost effectiveness by high performance during long-term service and against severe earthquakes, heavy rainfalls, strong floods, etc., and low cost for construction and long-term maintenance. GER's bridge abutment supports one end of a simple girder on a fixed bearing arranged at the crest of right facing of the GER's retaining wall. This is much more cost-effective and much more stable than conventional type bridge abutments. In total, 185 have been constructed. All of them are performing satisfactorily with essentially zero bumps. So this is now one of the standard bridge abutment structures for railway Japan. GR's internal bridge consists of continuous girder with both ends structurally integrated to the crest of the fluid facings of a pair of GR's return wall, not using girder bearings. This is much more cost-effective and much more stable than conventional simple girder bridge. In total, 14 have been constructed. GR's intern bridge is now one of the standard bridge structures for railways in Japan. In many of the conventional type embankments, return walls, and bridges that collapsed by recent severe earthquakes, heavy rainfalls, strong floods, high ocean storm waves, tsunami, etc., were restored to GR structures having fluid rigid facing. The following three breakthroughs were necessary to develop the GR structures. First is the use of fluid rigid facing for changing from low earth pressure to high earth pressure on the facing, and from the facing as a secondary non-structural component to the facing as a primary structure component. Second is that the stage construction for a change in the construction process from facing is constructed before the backfill to the facing after backfill. Third is structural integration of the fluid rigid facing to the reinforced backfill and the girder to fluid rigid facing with the GR's intern bridge for a change from a statically determinate but unstable structure to a statically indeterminate but stable structures. So thank you very much for your kind attention. So,
Thank you very much, Tatsuoka Sensei. I listened to your lecture almost 29 years after that, as usual, as always, your lecture had been very, very good. Thank you, Anthony. Arigato gozaimashita. I wish to thank you on behalf of Indian Geotechnical Society, Japanese Geotechnical Society, Maharashtra Institute of Technology. Question is it? Okay. Yeah. Tatsuoka Sensei, there is one question for you. Quick question. Please do answer the question.
Sensei, this is JT Sahu, IIT Delhi. Just one question. Whatever you have presented for the railway structure, can it also be extended for the road structures, highways? Can I ask? Repeat. Should I repeat? Yeah. My question is this FHR structure and this integral bridge, can it be extended to highway also?
Tatsuoka Sensei, are we audible?
Sorry, no, difficult. Now I can hear.
Now you can hear? Okay.
Yes.
The question is, this technique, can it be applied to road bridges also?
Bridges, yes, of course.
In addition to railway bridge, can we apply this to road bridge?
Of course. Road, no difference. No difference.
So
even easier to apply to road, because the deformation criteria for road bridges are more lower than railway bridges.
Yeah, in Japan, has it been applied to highway structure as well?
Of course, highway, no problem, because the design standard is most strict with high-speed railway. high-speed railway is very strict. We can apply to the high-speed railways. So why not to highway or road? No.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, on behalf of Indian Geotechnical Society, on behalf of Japanese Geotechnical Society, on behalf of Maharashtra Institute of Technology, and on behalf of all of us from all the participants, we thank you very much, Tatsuoka Sensei.
Thank you
Arigatou
very
gozaimashita.
much. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, friends, we have the last session before lunch now, corporate presentation for 10 minutes. And after that, please do join for lunch. We are still lagging behind by about 45 minutes. So we should finish the lunch by about 30 minutes time.
Thank you, David. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite now. I would like to invite. I would like to invite Mr. Saurabh Vyas, Business Head of TechFab India, to give a corporate presentation. We thank you, sir, for the. Okay, I would like to invite Saurabh Vyas, sir.
Thank you very much. I know that it's a very difficult presentation before and after lunch always, so I'll not take much time. So first of all, we are very much thankful for the IGS and all the organizers who has given us the opportunity to associate and to present here. So this is the presentation briefly, what I have prepared, considering the whatever the theme, whatever the topic we are going to discuss today. So based on that, I have just prepared something. And the overview of the TechFab India. So what TechFab India is doing, we start with that, and I will just cover certain products which are applicable to the HSR. So TechFab India has been founded in 2003 with the aim to have all the geosynthetic products at one stage, under one umbrella. So we have started our operation with the one product, that is woven geotextile, in 2003, and we have added each and every product every year and within a couple of years, and like that. Now we have 20 plus product in our portfolio. So because geosynthetic is 2003 with the aim to have all the geosynthetic products at one stage, at one. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. So we have started our operation in 2003, and now we are having more than 20 plus products in our portfolio. And not only geosynthetic, because there are certain products like a steel products are going together with the so many application of the geosynthetic. So we are also there in a so many products that is manufactured from the steel. So we have various manufacturing units across India. So total 6 units are there, and out of 5 units are nearby Mumbai only. It's situated in Silvassa and Daman. And one unit is in Haridwar, where we are manufacturing all our steel products like gabions and masses and anchors and everything. recently we are also started manufacturing one more unit and placing our plants there. That is in Bhopal, MP, and might be in within a couple of months our manufacturing will be start in that place also. These are some snaps of our manufacturing units across India. Now all the products needs accreditations, licenses and everything. So we have been with so many licenses available for our various products. Because we are not only supplying the products in India, we are there, our presence is there globally. So we are having the various accreditations and standards, considering the standards, accreditations and licenses. So for the USA, some C certification is required, NTPP is required, we are having that. Also sometimes BBA is required, that is there. So likewise for our certain products like steel products, there is a ETA certifications. So we are having that ETA is also there. So whatever the products we are manufacturing, it is backed with all kind of standardization accreditations. In India also, BIS license is must for so many products because the standards has been published. So we are having all the BIS license, whichever the standard is there in BIS, we are having the license. So in India also, we have more than 10 BIS license for our product. Along with these accreditations for the laboratory, we have all the manufacturing units is having one laboratory where we are testing so whatever the parameters required to test. And for all these laboratories for India, so requirement is NABL accreditations. That is we are having for the global requirements. We have our laboratory is GuideLab accredited. So both the things are there. NABL and GuideLab accreditation is available. So whenever we supply products, we are just telling our client customers, if you need to taste, witness the things, any products, you come to our factory, do that because our factory is NABL accredited. So that is the strength. These are some certifications and laboratory accreditations what we are having. Now this is the products what we are manufacturing, starting with the woven geotextiles in 2003. We have a non-woven geotextile. We have various composites available for the drainage applications, for pavement applications. AIC is there. We have reinforced non-woven composites are there. Whenever we have to work any reinforced applications with the soil which have a moisture in it. Then PVDs for the quick consolidation, ground improvement. And we are making bags and tubes also. Matrices are there. Grids are there, uniaxial, biaxial, that is a PET. We have a PP biaxial grids are also there. For any reinforced soil applications, strap is also is a one alternate for the grid reinforcement. So that also we are manufacturing. Link for the high strength, that also we are there. And the capacity wise, we are equipped with that. We can cater any kind of requirement in India. And we are increasing our capacity also, whatever the present capacity that we are increasing. We are adding new plants. So with that, there won't be any issue with the capacity at our end. Then we have a gabions in the steel products. We have a DT mesh. We have a dimple board that is recently we have started. That is also one additional product for the drainage application. We have masses, anchors, and we are associated with the concrete canvas company. So this is the only product we have association with them. Otherwise, all the products we are manufacturing. We have also developed our own connector for reinforced soil applications and this. So likewise, the portfolio is very big where anyone can have any requirement of the geosynthetic and the steel products related to any geotechnical applications, we are there for. Now coming to the high-speed rail, where we have also got some opportunity to associate with and to supply some products, some out of whatever the products we are manufacturing, we have supplied certain products in that. So there are standard availables in RDSO that I think everybody knows that. So we can have the standards limited to either a PP biaxial and a drainage products that we can easily give. And recently some geocell has been also specified, so people can supply geocell for the railway application. But more than this, it is not possible to supply for anything. So we are trying, everyone is trying to just go with this kind of applications with the railway also, but it was not happening. I think with HSR and all these new things as coming up with collaboration with Japanese people, might be the scenario will change. So various geosynthetic products which are there for the railways based on a standard only, I have listed few, and the applications areas are all separation, filtration, drainage and reinforcement common. For HSR, what we have supplied or what we are associated with, this is the, sorry. So these are the 8 products. So the approval process is totally different here. The meeting the specifications and making the products, making some alternates in the products, and then only we can also break the cell. So in this case, we have started with the PVA. PVA is the, I think everybody has seen that PVA grid for the reinforcement for so many applications here from morning to right now. So that PVA geogrid was a challenge for us because we were manufacturing the polyester grids. So they have also choose us, okay, you can start the manufacturing. And after so many deliberations, we have started and we have succeeded in this. So this is the PVA geogrid. 4 kind of variants are there, 30 kilonewton, then 50, 60 and 100. So out of that 50 and 100, as per the design requirement, we have supplied to them. And this PVA yarn has been taken from Japan only, and we manufacture this product at our manufacturing units. This is the yarn, Kurare is the company, so test certificate is there. So whatever the parameters are required, this is the yarn test results. This is our technical data set. Based on that yarn and based on the whatever the parameters they have given, we have developed the product which matches all the requirements as per their standards. So this is the 2 products, 30 and 60 and whatever the parameters are there, we are manufacturing according to their requirement. And this is the applications where they are using. So here only is a earth wall, they are telling, we are telling is a reinforced soil structures. Then PP biaxial geogrid also, because there are approaches of the roads are there. So all the approaches wherever the weak soils or weak areas are there, definitely they need this product. So for that also the agency has approached and we have given our PP biaxial geogrid for approach roads. Also for some TGUs, uniaxial polyester geogrid also have been used, not for the earth wall, but for the other application. And for the reinforced soil wall or earth wall, there is a fascia requirement as a weld mesh. And this weld mesh is not a simple welding, it's a fusion welding meshes are there. These also we develop and we are manufacturing in Haridwar plant, and these products are also we are giving to them for their earth wall requirements. This is the one drawing. So this is the weld mesh. So ready-made weld mesh has been given and supplied to them. Definitely GeoCell for the ground improvement needs that we have given as per the requirement and the specification. This is a technical data set for the GeoCell. Anchors, we are just discussing with them because for certain areas, some slope to be prevented for erosion and all other stability concerns. So for that, we are just discussing for the anchors, might be we'll get the approval soon. So then this anchor will be also one added product from our side to HSR. These are our specifications of the anchors. Rockfall barrier. Addition to anchors, some places rockfall barrier is required, and these rockfall barriers we are discussing might be this will also go. Only these 2 products are under process. Balance or product we already supplied. So this is the barrier, 5000 Joule. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite Professor GL Shiv Kumar Babu sir for the felicitation. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Next, I have the honor of introducing Professor Amit Prashant, a prominent academic and leader in geotechnical engineering. Professor Amit Prashant is a professor of civil engineering and dean of research and development at IIT Gandhinagar. He served as the officiating director of IIT Gandhinagar from January 4th to October 2nd, 2022. An alumnus of IIT Roorkee, Dr. Prashant completed his bachelor's in 1997 before pursuing his studies at Clarkson University, New York, and obtaining a PhD from University of Tennessee, Knoxville, USA. With a strong foundation in both academia and industry, Dr. Prashant worked as an assistant professor at IIT Kanpur from 2005 to 2010 before joining IIT Gandhinagar. He has held significant administrative roles, including chairman of SUGC at IIT Kanpur and dean of academic affairs at IIT Gandhinagar for 6 years. His research focuses on constitutive modeling of soils, earthquake geotechnical engineering, and applications of geosynthetics with the blend of experimental research and numerical modeling. He has led several field projects in areas such as hill slopes, excavations, canals, ash dikes, and bridge foundations. Dr. Prashant has also conducted popular industry courses in earthquake engineering, FEM, and geotechnical investigations. For the past 6 years, he has coordinated faculty development programs under TEQIP scheme aimed at enhancing engineering education across India. Dr. Prashant has authored more than 40 journal articles, contributing significantly to the field of civil and geotechnical engineering. His work has been widely recognized for its impact on both academic research and practical applications in the industry. Please join me to welcoming Dr. Prashant for his keynote address.
Hey, good afternoon, and I hope you had a good lunch. And looking at the schedule, I thought that I'll probably change my talk. So instead of talking about more of a technical stuff, maybe I'll discuss some stories about how and where we stand about the high-speed railway and my interactions related to that. So I think my journey with HSR started about 3 or 4 years back when we started discussing with the NHSRCL about how we can indigenize HSR GRS walls and further bringing, you can say, the technology adoption into India. Also modifications with how we can use the natural resources or regular resources that are readily available in India into the project. As I was discussing with them, I was learning with that, of course. It was a new topic for me as well. And fortunately, we had a very strong group with Professor G.V. Rao. I think Mohan is going to present his talk in the evening. And several other colleagues, including a large group from industry who we have been working with. Simultaneously, we were working on a Indian code of practice for GRS walls for highways. It took about 4 years for that document to get finally prepared, vetted, and released. So it was released recently in September, IS 18591, if I remember the number right. You can freely download that. Now, that document was very comprehensive, possible because of the contributions from about 12 to 14 people. We met almost more than 50 times, actually, more than 50 meetings for that document. Now, how that document will change the face or change the practice of construction in India, that will only time will tell, of course. But the important thing is that before that we had certain documents and we had lack of coherence. And that lack of coherence always creates a problem. Today, NHAI or any other organization is facing big challenge of many GRS structures failing, not only distress, failing. And that is a big issue in a way. Why is that? Is that a fault of NHAI? No, it's not. Is that fault of those contractors? No. It's a overall demand and supply issue, because there is a huge construction that is happening in the country with the aspiration of development. And we have limited capacity at the moment. And that capacity has to be built with high technology training on various aspects. So currently, that code hopefully will streamline some of those aspects where at least some of the unknowns to those people who are not comfortable with this new technology for them, who are more into conventional construction, it will become easy for them. Now, these kind of projects like high-speed railway create another level of benchmark for all of us. I remember when Delhi Metro started the construction. Before that, the Konkan Railway was done. These were landmark projects because they changed the way construction happens in India. When we talk about technologies, we talk about how to analyze, how to, what component goes where, and so on. But the challenge is actually somewhere else. Even if I adopt exactly verbatim, point to point, the Japanese technology or Japanese design, we will face major challenges on the site. And probably my colleagues from Japan may have also reviewed that there are challenges. And those challenges will be possible by discussing and working on them more and more through this workshop and many more other workshops, with the contractors, with the field workers, with designers as well. But at the same time, it requires training. And training is not possible by just talking about this in a class or just a workshop also. They have to get through the experience of working on such projects. So I think in the forenoon you heard Dr. R.P. Singh talking about the geotechnical investigation, which itself is a landmark for our country. How that was carried out by putting his foot forward, he made sure that things are done right. And that's not easy. I can assure you that, because the best of the companies were resisting it. Why is that? Because we have not seen that kind of construction ever in the country. We were always comfortable with large scale projects with conventional approaches. We were never dealing with high potential, high performance structures. And this is where we have to intervene. We have to make effort through IGC, IGS, and many other organizations to make sure that this kind of project is becoming the landmark and becoming the benchmark for our construction practices in future. So with that, I want to also inform you that that code that we just released, 18591 on GRS wall for highways, we are going to extend that to railways also. It is with the request from RDSO. The same panel, rather BIS was contacted to build that. It will not be very different. It will be maybe 20% variation from what happens in highways, but that is also on the cards. And hopefully that will help many contractors and designers to come up with their better practices for better construction. So just to introduce, the concepts are same, what you follow in any other limit equilibrium problem. But I think in the morning you heard the origin of design, those people, and how that can be designed well with very simple concepts in a way. But there are, of course, small interventions that make huge difference in the overall approach. Now with that, I want to emphasize that we moved from conventional embankments to GRS embankments in last about 30 years. Last 20 years, most of the structures are being made with GRS structures, GRS walls in highways. Now, how did that impact the overall industry or government's planning, the cost of construction went down significantly. Now that means the money that I needed for 2 flyovers, I can make 3 flyovers out of that now. Similarly, you can imagine the economy of HSR. Now imagine how much is the cost per kilometer for Ahmedabad to Mumbai corridor. Per kilometer cost would be around 400 crores, roughly in that range. And that's a 500 kilometer. So you're talking about huge money. Now imagine if I save 1% of the cost, how much would that be? That will be one semiconductor company. Cost of one semiconductor company, just 1% saving. And if you save 10%, you have installed 10 companies right here. Just bought them, in a way. Imagine the potential of, or the implication of saving that it can have. So that's where the cost is one of the biggest motivator in this whole game. But is it feasible? Is it feasible to do GRS structure through and through? No, it's not. We will always have a combination of elevated corridors. That is what we are making right now. In the current corridor, it's only a small patch where, or small sections where we are using GRS walls, mainly at the interfaces of tunnels. Now, that of course was with the vision of certain expectations, certain, you can say, even it was a starting of the whole journey. And with that, we wanted to take less risk in the beginning and complete the project with full success, with whatever we can do the best, and removing the constraint of money for the time being. Because this is only, you can say, 5% of what we are planning for next 10 years. So this whole corridor is just 5-10% of the whole plan that we have for next 10 years. Several corridors are going to come up. Now in those, GRS structures are going to play a major role. That is what I'm hoping, at least. So there was serious discussion in the Railway Board. They asked us to create a document which will make the case what is feasible, what is not. We created that report, sent it to them. Now, the conclusion of that report was that it will never be thought of as GRS wall construction through and through. It will never be thought of as elevated corridor through and through, as we are doing for the time being. The best solution is somewhere in between, depending on what is the situation, where are the functional requirements and the land requirements, or you can say ground profile requirements as well. Those are going to work towards which technology, which part has to be used. That's how I saw, at least that is my interpretation. In Japan, they are doing as well. So even the latest corridors are using a combination of all these technologies based on where what will work. And that understanding will happen. But question is, are we ready? Now, I'm not using slides, so don't look there probably, right? So I'm just talking. So now, as I mentioned, that this is only a beginning, right? Now, in the beginning, we had these GRS structures as a very small component, comparatively. And in future, we are going to have larger components. So we started with exactly replica of the design, rather design was provided by the Japanese group. And we are adopting as much as possible. We are doing mistakes. We notice those, we are rectifying those. All that is happening at the moment. So in a way, the technology that is there, the design groups, the construction companies, they're trying to understand that and trying to do the best out of it with, of course, consultation from the Japanese support. Is that enough? May not be. We will at some point have to progress further. use the best of the current experience with the practices that are going to be there in India with their own way of constructing. We need to adopt those technologies with the practices that we have. Practices are not going to change, even if we want to. Of course, they will change a little bit, but at the same time, we have to harmonize this whole thing. That harmonization will require us means academics, the railway, contractors, and designers to come together and work on this along the support of Japanese group. Now, today, as Saurabh mentioned, I think TechFab is supplying the PVA-based geogrids to whatever construction we are doing at the moment. Now, in long run, is that the only solution? Or maybe that is the best solution. Now that has to be worked out. Can we use the local strengths of geosynthetics that we have? Or we actually go full hog with PVA or alternative such materials? That is the question we have to address at some point. Now this responsibility of coming up with answers to these questions lies with us. It's not going to be imported, that is for sure. Answers have to be ours. And of course, the support, as I have seen in last 3-4 years, Japanese group have been very, very supportive in anything and everything that we have discussed with them. Now, experience is there with us, but these questions have to be answered by us. Now, one of the biggest issue that I see in going towards GRS structures in future is not really the technology, is not really the material even. It's really where RP Singh has initiated the work, the attitude of construction. Now, HSR requires very high quality attitude for construction. Not only construction, design as well. So on ethical ground, work ethics, I mean, as well as from the, you can say, the ownership of the project, that point of view, we have to be extra careful. We have to develop that culture. And that culture will be possible, I'm sure, as it changed during the early 2000s with a lot of, you can say, aspirational projects getting success that inspired us to be better. Now, similarly, once we complete this HSR project, this will also inspire us to be better. That is going to happen. Now, the challenge is that wherever these corridors are going to come up, you will have different soil profiles. You will have different challenges. Now, these challenges are not going to be solved by standard methods. It's not possible. So, whenever we discuss about the technology, all these slides also, by the way, are mainly talking about the technology. What is GSR? How rigid fascia comes in picture? What is the advantages? All this, these slides will be shared with you, so you can go through them later. But there's a clear advantage of rigid fascia in high performance structures. There's no question about it. Since it was very well done with cast in situ, rigid fascia. So Mohan, when he started his PhD, he said, let me try another one, which is, you can say, pre-fabricated, or you can say precast rigid fascia construction. He also came up with a sliding connection for that purpose, and that paper just got published today in Soils and Foundation. So just got accepted 2 hours back. So that's a good news for him. With lot of experience that we have over the years in GRS structures for highways, and I should take pride in that we have done marvelous work in that. While I talked about a lot of failures happening, we have done also marvelous work in that. So there is a huge confidence that we are carrying when it comes to highways or GRS walls. Now we need to convert that confidence into railways as well. Not only HSR, but in general railways. So going through some of these slides that you may have seen, there's a, I think, detailed presentation that was made. The only distinguishing factor was in HSR is how much displacement or settlement is allowed. It's very, very small. It's very, very strict. And through various studies, they have confirmed that it will work much better than what the guidelines were, specifications were. So these are all from Japanese studies. You have seen that some way, one way or the other. But there are variations from China, from Europe. They have experimented with other ideas as well, where they used some kind of slopes. As I saw in Japan also, they have experimented with some slopes, steep slopes, with different configuration of geosynthetics design. As well as there are many connections that Chinese have tried with metallic connections as well. While in the back, they used the geogrids, polymeric. Now these combinations, of course, today, I'm not sure which one is the best. Of course, Japanese example, the technology that we saw is very much there. So it is successful. There is no question about it. But innovation should never stop. We should continue with better and better design, better and better ideas around it. So some of these ideas actually have worked. But of course, time will tell where are the problems. And we need to be watchful about that as well. So there are several studies that are available. We tried to simulate those. We calibrated our models for that also. Then Mohan's work, we started discussing with HSR with multi-phase research project in collaboration with IIT Tirupati and now IIT Delhi also involved in that. So with that, we are going to look at some of those alternative designs with, you can say, with the support from Japanese group, RTRI. Now, so this is all about validation and how we simulated and confirmed for seismic design as well. But in the end, what I want to say is that all this is okay. PVA, maybe that is a limitation right now. We will go with PVA as far as we can go. We are able to produce materials based on that, although not yet, not the yarn. But it is readily available, so not a problem as such. But at the same time, we need to still look for alternative materials. But that is not the issue for GRS walls. GRS wall has some more issues with highways itself. One of the biggest issues is availability of materials, soils. Now, today we design based on select fill, which is very, very, you can say, freely draining material, granular material we call. Where is it available? Now, all the codes are built based on this assumption that it is available. But all the construction is not happening with that. I can assure you that. Although on paper it says, sorry, I think it is getting recorded also, right? I'm going to be not going to jail, I hope, right? After this. Okay. So, and it's a genuine problem. I can't blame somebody for that, right? If material is not available, it's not available, right? Now, we need to work on alternative designs for use of these other materials. Now, compensation of settlements, compression that Japanese technology brings to you. If you extend that concept to highways, we can easily replace with use of proper drainage system in the GRS walls for locally available materials, soils, much more relaxed criteria. It is possible. There's a lot of research that has been done, but it needs to be converted into codes. at some point. So that should be our primary objective from now on, where we convert all that experience, all that research into design and examples, case studies on the ground. Highways is a low-hanging fruit because the restrictions are less. That's where we can start. But what will happen to HSR? Now, the moment we go for large volume construction in high-speed railway, where are we going to get material from? Where is this soil going to come from? If we go for slopes with those sustainable materials, then we will have land problems. So it's not so easy in a way, right? So that's where we need to invest all these stakeholders together to get this right. And with Japanese support, their experience, of course, they have much more availability of good quality material compared to us. We, however, will learn from their experience into this on various fronts, and that will help us. One last bit I want to leave you with. Whatever technologies we have seen so far, they are good for small earthquakes, relatively. Large earthquake problems, less frequent, but large earthquake problems, we need to yet work on those in a more rigorous way. Of course, with early warning systems, we can stop the train and save lives, but we need to also save infrastructure. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you so much, Professor Prashant, for your thoughtful lecture and for sharing your comprehensive understanding of the geotechnical challenges. Your perspective have added immense value to today's workshop. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Ikuo Tohata for presenting a memento to Dr. Prashant as a token of appreciation.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Dr. Susuma, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah. I would like to. Yeah, sure.
Can I share my PowerPoint file?
You can share now. Dr. Susuma, can you hear me?
Yes, I
Okay.
can hear your voice.
I just would like to give a brief about yourself. Just a second. Dr. Susuma Nakajima is a laboratory head of the Foundation and Geotechnical Engineering Laboratory of Railway Technical Research Institute in Japan. He got PhD from University of Tokyo. He specializes in the design, construction, and maintenance of earth structure. He works as a researcher and engineer with a wealth of academic knowledge and practical experience, such as developing reinforced technology and guidance on restoration policies for structures damaged by disasters. In addition, he contributed to formulating standards for the construction project of the Indian high-speed railway between Mumbai and Ahmedabad. As an expert on earth structure in the Design Support Committee organized by Japan International Cooperation Academy. He has won several paper awards in Japan and received the Young Member Award from the International Society for Soil Mechanics and Geotechnical Engineering in 2010. Here I present Dr. Susuma Nakajima. Dr. Susuma, you can start now. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for your kind attention. I will share my PowerPoint file. Can you see my PowerPoint slide?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. My name is Nakajima from Japanese Railway Technical Research Institute. I'm very pleased to share our experiences on development and recent trend of design and construction of earth structures supporting Japanese high-speed railway. I will show the best gratitude to Indian Geotechnical Society and Japanese Geotechnical Society. This is content of my talk. Let me begin with a brief introduction of our research institute and myself. Our research institute, Railway Technical Research Institute, located in Tokyo. Our research institute was established in 1987 when Japan National Railways was privatized and divided into 7 railway companies to succeed the research and technical function of the Japan National Railways. The main activity of our research institute is publishing standards relating to the railway structures, both for design and maintenance. And based on our expertise, we will support the railway companies. This slide shows the cycles of our activities. Of course, as a research institute, we do research activities. As the Professor Chancellor presented, the development and application of GRS retaining GRS structures are one of the major research outcomes. And as well as the research activities, we do consulting work by giving some technical advices for retrofitting work of damaged earth structure during natural hazard, for example. And based on knowledge and experience obtained from research and consulting work, we publish some standards for design and maintenance of railway structures. So this is my work relating to India. So I attend some technical exhibition in 2016, and I was also invited lecturer from the Indian National Railway, and I'm very proud of the experience of the work during the support committee of Mumbai High-Speed Railway project as a branch member of Earth Structure Division. And based on this experience, I am also selected the investigation team member for the High-Speed Railway project this year. 2 months ago, I visited to India. And now I am also selected as a workshop member of both Indo-Japan conference workshop. This is also an honor. So let's move to the technical issue of my presentation. Next, I will talk about, I will introduce Japanese high-speed train network. Japanese high-speed train network is sometimes called as Shinkansen, as you may know. This is showing the Japanese Shinkansen network. Now the part of Hokkaido Shinkansen and Hokurik Shinkansen is in construction, but the other part is now in operation. And we have several lines, and the different, depending on the type of the structures and the conditions of the structures, maximum speed is different. The first Shinkansen opened in 1962, Hokkaido Shinkansen, connecting Tokyo to Nagoya. The length is about 300 kilometers, and Mumbai Ahmedabad high-speed length of Mumbai Ahmedabad high-speed railway project is about 500 kilometers. This is almost equal to the distance between Tokyo to Shin Osaka. During the last visit, my last visit to India, I heard that you have already completed more than 300 kilometers of civil work. That is longer distance between the Tokyo to Nagoya. This is the first generation of Shinkansen. I am deeply impressed. But still, your goal is far away. So the Japanese Shinkansen was supported by many types of structure. The major type of the structure supporting the Japanese Shinkansen network is RCA bridge, as shown this photo. This is showing the comparison of the cross-section of the column of the RC viaduct. As you can see that the cross-section enlarged, and the amount of reinforcement bar also increased. So as to avoid the occurrence of the shear failure, which may result in the catastrophic failure of the bridge structure itself. But in contrast with the RC viaduct, this is showing the comparison of the cross-section of Tokaido Shinkansen and the standard cross-section speculated in current design standard. As you can see that the slope gradient was almost equal to each other. So the drastic change of the cross-section never occurred. But what we changed is the compaction management, material regulation, and geosynthetic installation. These are the solutions to improve the stability of the embankment. In the case of the embankment. Rather than that, thanks to the development of geosynthetic reinforced soil structures, as presented by Professor Tatsuoka, the cross-section never enlarged, rather shrunk because we can construct almost vertical gradient as structures. This is a totally different situation as compared to the situation of RC viaducts. Based on this background, we did a trial calculation to compare the construction cost among earth structures, tunnel, viaduct. As you can see that the construction cost of earth structure is lower than the other types of the structures. But the problem of the earth structure was the maintenance of was the increase of the maintenance cost. Because in the first generation of Shinkansen, Tokaido Shinkansen, supported by the earth structure, we struggled the increase of the maintenance cost due to the settlement of the embankment itself and the subsidence of the truck part. But now this problem has also been solved by adapting the concrete RCE structure. As you can see that the maintenance cost can be reduced about 25% as compared to the ballasted truck. But it should be noted that this benefit can be achieved only when the RC slab truck was placed on the very stable embankment. So to construct a stable embankment, the development of compaction management is essential. This topic, about this topic, I will talk about later. This is showing the change of the structure composition of the Japanese Shinkansen network. As you can see that in the first generation of Shinkansen, Tokaido Shinkansen, more than half of the total length is constructed by the earth structure. But as you can see that the ratio of the earth structure is drastically reduced after that. But now is in the trend of recovering. Awesome. The reason for the reduction of the earth structure is that low stability resulting in the local slope failure, which caused service suspension, and as I talked, increase of the maintenance cost due to the large and continuous truck subsidence with mud pumping and embankment settlement. And the cost required for the land acquisition is also higher than the case of bridges and viaducts because we need to gentle slope so as to avoid the slope failure. Based on these reasons, the ratio of the earth structure reduced. But now, the ratio of earth structure is recovering in the Shinkansen construction thanks to the combined use of GRS structure and RC slab. But it should be emphasized that these two applications are supported by the development of compaction management and embankment material regulation in the design standard. So next I will talk about the design standard for the railway structures in Japan. This is showing the part of the design standard for railway structures. Japanese railway structures are designed by following this kind of design standard for railway structures published by our research institute. The important point of current design standard is that our current design standard adapts a performance-based design method in which all the types of structure, earth structure, bridges, and tunnels are evaluated under the same equivalent index that are required performance. But it should be noted that in the case of the Earth structure, is very simple structure and easy to construct. These are also advantages of the Earth structure. So by conducting the detailed performance-based evaluation with conducting the stability analysis and so on may lose the advantage of the Earth structure. Therefore, we set two types of the design methodology. This is showing the design flow of the embankment. As you can see that first we can select whether we use the so-called pre-verified specification or not. When we use the pre-verified specification, we can skip the detailed performance evaluation and calculation process, and we can start construction. But the shape of the pre-verified specification is determined based on our long experiences and preliminary conducted stability analysis and so on. But if you do not use the pre-verified specification, we can conduct performance evaluation by conducting some kind of stability analysis and so on. But whichever method we use, the construction is very important in the case of Earth structure. So in the design standard, the construction method, quality control method is also regulated. So now I will talk about this issue. This is showing how the embankment cross-section material regulation and compaction quality control are changing. Now, the design standard, current design standard published 2007, but at the time of Tokaido Shinkansen, as you may see that just CBR and K stiffness control and simple these values are used as the index of quality control for the compaction, and only the liquid upper limit of the liquid limit is a kind of material regulation indexes. So this is not enough because in the Tokaido Shinkansen operation, we face very large settlement, large and continuous settlement and drag substance with mud pumping and so on. So based on these experiences, we modified the compaction and material regulation method. In current design standard, the embankment is categorized into three categories. That is based on their required performance. For example, performance rank 1 embankment is usually supporting the embankment supporting the high-speed train with slab track. And the performance rank 2 usually adapt to the embankment supporting the important urban railway with ballast track. And this is showing the embankment material regulation. In Japan, the soil are classified into 7 groups, depending on the applicability of the embankment construction. Depending on the, so this grouping is done based on this is good for the construction of embankment consisting of sand and gravel with less fine content. But group B is also consisted by sand and gravel with some amount of fine content. depending on the grouping of the soil and performance rank and the part of the embankment, the applicable material is regulated. For example, as you can see, in the case when you want to use a performance rank embankment, Shinkansen embankment, you can only use the group A material. But if you want to use B group materials, you need some improvement. But in the case of performance rank 2, without any stabilization, group B can be also used. This is the method of our embankment material regulation in the current design standard. Next, I will talk about the compaction quality control. Again, depending on the performance rank of the embankment and the part embankment, the quality control index is different. In the case of upper part of the embankment, this is 3 meters below from the top of the embankment. In Japan, is named as upper part of the embankment. So upper part of the embankment was subjected to the train load, cyclic train load. So we set the kind of stiffness index to as the quality control, as the quality control, as well as the degree of compaction. But in the case of performance rank 1 embankment, so degree of compaction should be in the average 25%, and the minimum value is also regulated. As well as the degree of compaction, value of K30 is a kind of stiffness index obtained from plate loading test and falling weight deflection test. The threshold value are also regulated both for average and minimum value. And you can see that as compared to performance rank 1, performance rank 2, the target index is slightly smaller than the performance rank 1. But in the case of lower part of the embankment, less affected to the train load, only degree of compaction-based compaction management is carried out in Japan. So we can generally summarize that both material regulation and compaction management, depending on the performance rank, we do the embankment construction. This is the point. In the case of the when we to get sufficient maintenance cost reduction of the RCE slab track, the allowable settlement of the embankment is very, very limited. For example, only 30 millimeter for the design life, for whole design life is settlement of less than 30 millimeter. To achieve the required serviceability, just 10 millimeter consolidation settlement of the subsoil is allowed in 10 years. But even after the massive earthquake, residual displacement is restricted to 100 millimeters. These are very strict settlement limitations. But by following the material regulation and compaction quality control, we confirm that this kind of strict regulation can be achieved. So this method about the material regulation and compaction control standards also used in the specification prepared for Mumbai Ahmedabad high-speed project. The reduction of the maintenance cost by applying the RC slab track the combined use of geosynthetic reinforced soil structure is also effective in reducing the construction and maintenance of the structure.
Can you wind up in like 2 minutes, possible?
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, so could you wind up in like bit faster in 2 minutes, possible?
Okay. I see. How long does it remain?
So we had 20 minutes, so it's like per 20 minutes now. Yeah, 30 minutes in total. Yeah.
Okay. So the next I will talk about the geosynthetic reinforced retaining wall. As Professor Tatsuoka, geosynthetic reinforced retaining wall has many advantages. High stability, thin wall facing, low land acquisition, and the facing can be also used as a foundation of the electrical poles and railway can be near the wall facing. But this advantage can be achieved by following very unique construction procedures. First, we place the foundation concrete with a stable stratum. Next, embankment construction up to the full height. After we confirm the end of settlement, we can assemble the rebar and the formwork. And without assembling a framework on the back side, fresh concrete can be also filled into the embankment. And we can get firm connection between the wall facing and the backfill. This is not difficult, but this is somehow unique as compared to the conventional type retaining wall. In the case of conventional type retaining wall, first we construct the wall facing, and after that we construct the backfill. But when we do so in the Japanese style GRS retaining wall, wall facing will be damaged by embankment deformation, and more seriously, wall and backfill will behave separately. So this situation is not assumed in design. So this is not so difficult, but this is opposite concept. So take care is important. So beginning from the GRS retaining walls, many types of GRS structures have been developed, as Professor Tatsuoka presented. So now the GRS structure becomes to be an alternative solution of the RC viaduct bridge in Japanese construction, and no problematic cases. And this methodology is also applied to the Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed railway construction. But as I mentioned, not so difficult, but somehow unique. So knowledge sharing workshop was held. So the construction of procedure of GRS structure is unique. So proper construction is important for achieving advantage. So continuous knowledge sharing is very important, I think. So lastly, I will introduce some challenges for further construction project. This is showing the structural composition, but I add the case of Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed railway project. Most of the Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed railway project is a viaduct. So the increase of the earth structure use will be the beneficial in further construction of the high-speed rail, I think. So to do so, optimization of compaction management and material regulation, development of the countermeasures suitable for earth structures supporting high-speed train constructed on the swelling soil, and the reduction of the labor cost for the inspection of the quality of the embankment compaction is needed. Due to the limitation of the time, I will skip the detail, but by combining the Japanese and Indian custom, we can propose the optimized compaction management method and material regulations. To do so, the collaboration works of geotechnical engineers between India and Japan is very important. So the black cotton soil is also important issues to construct the earth structure supporting the high-speed railway project, as partially Professor Ohata presented. So we did some kind of test embankment with collaboration work with Indian professor Rao. The conclusion is not yet obtained, but the Indian style countermeasures and the Japanese style countermeasures also work well. So but still further investigation is needed. So finally, you will construct very long high-speed train. So reduction of the inspection using the ICT technology is also important issue, I think. So let me summarize my talk. Currently, Japanese Shinkansen uses trucks to reduce the maintenance cost. In Japan, the construction cost of earth structure is significantly lower than the other types of structure. We think even in India, use of geosynthetic reinforced soil structure is also effective. So, but to do so, to increase the ratio of the earth structure, there are many challenging issues. So collaboration work is very important. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Susuma, for your lecture. We thank you for your lecture, sir. Now I would like to go ahead and invite our new speaker.
It is now my pleasure to introduce Engineer M. Kumaran, a distinguished expert with over 25 years of experience in geotechnical design and construction. Engineer M. Kumaran is working as a head engineering at L&T Geostructure Private Limited, India. He obtained his ME in soil mechanics and foundation engineering from College of Engineering, Gundi, Anna University, Chennai. He has over 25 years of experience in the field of piling, ground improvement works and earth retaining structures. He had the geotechnical design, led the geotechnical design team for various infrastructure projects across India, and for few of them are ports, Kuttupalli Shipyard, Dhamra Port, Airport Delhi, Bengaluru International Airports, road, Samkhili Gandhidham Road Project, Krishnagiri Valaj Road Project, etc. Inland waterways, Farakka Navigation Lock, Sahibganj Multimodal Terminal Park, High-Speed Rail Project, MAHSR. He has been instrumental in providing innovative ideas like using diaphragm walls technology for water lifting projects. He authored several technical papers and presented in various conferences and forums. He is a member in the Board of Studies of Faculty of Civil Engineering, Anna University, Chennai. He is a member of Standing Technical Advisory Committee of CSMRS India. He is also a member of Deep Foundation Institute, member of Indian Geotechnical Society, and fellow of Institution of Civil Engineers. Let us warmly welcome Engineer Kumaran to deliver his lecture.
Okay. Very good afternoon to everyone. And already we are going a little late, so my part is made easy by Mr. Dr. R.P. Singh in the morning, so many of the parts will be there as part of this, so I will try to skip those things. And my presentation basically is an industrial related presentation where the specifications or standards which has been set forth in the contract, I need to implement in the field. So that is my priority, and without diluting the quality and of course the safety. standards. So this presentation talks about the journey of high-speed rail project, how we conceived, and what are all the various challenges we have faced, and what are all the solutions we tried and adopted to make it success. Through this journey, we are not alone actually. So we were closely supported by Dr. R.P. Singh and the client, as well as our various partners in the industrials. And of course, without academicians, it is not possible to complete this entire project. Okay. So this is the brief of my presentation. I cover 4 areas. Since the foundation is the core, it should be very strong for any structure to support. And the foundation needs, before construction, it needs to be studied and investigated properly and get almost closest to the data of the ground, because we know everybody that ground data quite varying in nature. So with that importance of this project, so field investigation is the primemost what we have seen so far in India, what we have practiced, and what was the transformation which has happened. I will cover that. Second is the mammoth volume of laboratory testing, how we handled for such a volume. And third part, I will try to touch upon the construction of pile foundation, how we mitigated certain problems. And then last part is how to verify the pile capacities and what all the various techniques adapted and where we can do it in future to cope up with the speed of high-speed rail. So this is my topic is going to be. Of course, this I'll skip because morning we have seen that. I'll talk about one particular stretch, that is 230 kilometers in my entire presentation. Okay, it's 237 kilometers. So this particular stretch has been divided into further 5 packages, each approximately 40 to 50 kilometers. So that is how we have seen. And total number of boreholes approximately 100 meters interval, so it works up to be 2,400 numbers. Looking at this, so this is the aspect what we have seen, the depth of the boreholes, intervals, and of course crossings. And the main important parameters which I give credit, most full credit to the client and Dr. R.P. Singh, that introducing a new terminology called SPT energy ratio, where we have not followed in India so far. We are following a different methodology to adopt auto trip hammers and to correlate that with the SPT N value, then the correction, then the interpretation, then we are coming to the capacity calculation. So this is our process actually, but during this process there are a lot of steps involved which you have seen. So each and every step needs to be verified and standardized and implemented properly at the site. So one good thing was this energy, once this energy ratio has been taken care, so all the design parameters, all well established by the Japanese design in this, they are given as standards where to fit in. It's only a fit and plug it and use it. So that way, so we have to give a full focus onto the SPT as well as the laboratory investigations. Okay, I'll skip all these things. And this is also 3 types of foundations available: shallow, pile, and well foundations, majoritarily on the riverfront structures. And the requirement for open foundations was in the range of 20 to 50 with a settlement of 20 mm. And then of course the pile foundation, we have a various diameter 1.2 to 1.8 meters. One difference was here, we have to check the ultimate capacity of the pile. Rather in Indian codes, they talk about more onto the safe capacity of the piles, whereas here we are resorted to ultimate capacity as per the requirement and check for the 10% of the pile diameter. So the requirement is first the schedule, because as a contracting firm, so we need to complete the project in time. So the every base is coming from the schedule. What is the timeline you wanted to do this? So initially it was 6 months. So based on the 6 months, what was the volume of investigation and lab samples to be adopted? We reworked actually. So approximately these are the details. So in the crunch, we need to equate, if you do it for this particular stretch, 20 boreholes average per day we have to do. And each borehole in general takes 40 meters, 4 to 5 days, or sometimes even 6 days. So this is the kind of situation we started our investigation. And with approximately the start of the investigation, we may need 60 plus rigs. And the condition is it should have semi-automatic and automatic harness. So in the initial phase, the challenges was, first was, so the COVID pandemic was there on that time, that is 2021. And then second is the availability of semi-automatic investigation rigs in India. So that is the time we started mobilizing the rigs, actually very few only available in India. So now we have to look for another 50 to 60. I'm talking about only this package. The other packages are there. So much more equipments are required for the project. So second thing is this automatic rigs. So we have been not utilizing in our country. So we have to see how to train the workforce who are going to operate. So that is another challenge. And of course, the final thing is such a volume, huge volume of equipments we are going to handle both in field and lab. How we are going to manage the skilled workman at the field. Suppose first phase I'll talk about the field. The field, which I said the semi-automatic rigs needs to be mobilized. As I mentioned already, this is the available. Suppose since the pandemic is on, so mobilizing the rigs, all these rigs are made to order at the factory by all the vendors. So we have to give the orders, then get the rigs, which is also not possible within the simulated time for all the rigs to get mobilized. And delivery delay, because it is uncertain because of the COVID, we are not sure whether it will be delivered on time by them. So this uncertainty also was adding to us. So these are all the various challenges initial period we have looked into. Then with the possibility, we have put into 3 baskets because we can get some rigs from, a few rigs from the international market can be taken as an automatic rigs. Second, we studied the energy ratio. What is the energy ratio? How to maintain that? Because we have done initial phases, a lot of energy ratio measurement of our available rigs. So why it is not performing and all those things, as rightly mentioned by Dr. R.P. Singh, one of the key parameters was our verticality. Like in piling equipment, we have a Kelly, wherein it is guided mast is there, whereas in our available investigation rigs, there is no guided mast. It's all temporary guide was there, which is oscillating, and there are a lot of huge fluctuations are happening if you are going to use that. So with that study, we have gone to the local market who are doing the rigs, drilling rigs, and we asked them to add into the automatic rigs, and then we try to get some of the new rigs from there. So that is the second basket we looked into. And third thing is the indigenous rigs, whatever available rigs are there. So the study of the energy ratio taught us. So we worked closely with our R&D team along with the industry to check that how to make this happen with this time schedule. So with that, we could able to succeed and getting the mobilization of the indigenous rigs. So this is the story of the equipment machinery. Now, next is this automatic rigs. We had as I mentioned, it's the first time we are doing it in India in such a large volume, and limited knowledge on the energy ratios by the workforce, because again, the automatic rigs will have, when you are not properly handling it, there will be a fluctuations in the SPTN value, which we'll see in coming slides. Of course, past workmans, then influencing factors of SPTN values, which we will see now. So we have taken the workforce and we have given rigorous training in the field, actual field, because that is the only the best way to quickly mobilize the force and then do that at the practical. And then we have monitored and developed at the site, how to do it and what are all the various procedures we have set forth, standards, then periodic inspection and periodic training. All those things made it such that all the workforce are properly functioning because they have to do it properly in the automatic rigs. So these are all the various pictures. Now, once this workforce is performing at the field, now the challenge for engineers at the desk study who is preparing, analyzing the data is such a huge volume of data are going to come every day to you. How are you going to handle that? How are you going to standardize that? How are you going to analyze that? This is another challenge actually. So data processing is going to become a very, very critical role to complete your investigation. Okay. So this has warranted us because the pandemic has already taught us how to work digitally. So we were transforming from face-to-face working to the digital working. So we are aware how to use the digital platform to make it possible. So that paved a way to work onto the digital further and collect the data and do it. So what we did at field engineers, so we have taken this as the part and parcel of everybody's life. So we have taken the mobile as a mobile app. It should be developed as a mobile app so that everybody at the workforce level, they will do that. So that is the first point we have taken as a mobile application. Then we have given all the formalities, formats to be filled by the workforce at the field. With this software, then they can upload everything in the day-to-day basis. And we can even watch, when any engineer wanted to do a live video or live chatting, that can be done. So that is the system we have generated to do the investigation. And further, we have done already we will do the photography, but videography also we have generated. With Dr. R.P. Singh was very firm that it should be implemented at the site. Because again, if you do a videography, the handling of that data, again, another issue. So, but he was very, very stringent to do that. We accepted that and we move forward such that the quality should not be anytime, it should not be diluted. So that is the prime motto. So that also we have adopted. And it should be a user-friendly and mobile app, which I was already telling to you. Okay, these are all the various energy ratios which we have taken from the imported rigs. Again, these energy ratios are varying depending on the parameters. Now for the project, we need to have 67% of energy ratio. So either we can mitigate through modifying certain factory-made modifications at the site, or there is a possibility of getting the SPT N value to lower it down to 67%. So both are possible, which needs to be adopted. If we look at why I said the energy ratios are very important and the operator has to operate properly. So the first thing is speed of the blow count. So how much you wanted to do it per minute. So that depends on impact onto the SPTN value. That is what the study we made it at the field. So the optimum ranging in this lower range. So this is very important when the operator is doing the SPT measurement. And second thing is the height of fall variation. So that is also another parameter. And third thing is SPT at what N values you are checking. So these are all the guidelines available as per ASTM. So we have performed this and found out how the variation is happening with respect to all these parameters of the SPT. Based on this data, so we have done the whatever indigenous modification of our rigs. Of course, which I said, the photography and the videography as part of parcel of this entire investigation you have done and kept as a record. And which I talked about the automation. So this is the ProCube in-house software which we developed for using the mobile app. So this is user-friendly and anybody can read through and enter the data. So this is covering monitoring and application supervisors, and data can be reviewed by anytime. Anybody can be reviewing that because it's all available in the software platform. And this is some of the slides which showing the various input data. So once you do this, so directly we can extract this output. So no need for you to enter, type it, Excel, all those things stuff. So this saved us a lot of time saving for processing our data and give it to engineers and then do the next level of working. So all in this process, again, the equipment needs to be monitored, and checklist, operator training, all these things part and parcel of the entire process we have to do, because the first time we are doing energy ratios, and energy ratios also need to be verified actually. So we have kept a plan of 3 months of the equipment utility or 10 to 15 boreholes. Once we will check again the energy ratio of equipment to ensure that what we are getting at the field is standardized. These are all the various summary. And now outcome of this investigation ensured the significant quality of the investigation to match up with the requirement of the project. And then the speed, which need to be followed because it's a high-speed rail project, so we need to follow the schedule also. And the third thing is the digital. The pandemic situation paved us a lot of scope for digital, and which added to us. And the transformation, finally, what we are looking at, what you have done 5 days a borehole, which brought down to 3 days by making everything mechanized. So always the mechanized has to give a benefit of reduction of the timeline that we could able to achieve in all this process without diluting the quality and the safety of the project. Now, this is my first part. Second part, geotechnical laboratory. And the challenge of laboratory is, so we are aware, so such a large volume of laboratory needs to be done. So we have very few NABL accredited labs, and which having number of equipment to test also is very less. So now that is the first challenge. And then we need to test all this engineering and properties we have to do. We need at almost, this is the approximate number, which is not possible. And the manufacturing also, we have to do it and get it, the equipment, suppose if we wanted to do it. So this forces a problem of how to go about in the laboratory, whether for 230 kilometers, whether I have to break into 45 kilometers, each stretch I have to put a laboratory, or I have to do at one centralized location. All these analysis, the discussions were happened along with the client also. Then we finally came to one massive location where we have a better centralized control will be there in all the data production and the testing and the report preparation. So that is how we finally concluded to keep one lab at Surat where it can handle. Only the problem is transforming the samples and bringing it and location to the Surat. So that is the one challenge. Otherwise, all other things can be mitigated in one particular location. So this is details of lab. So basically almost 180, 200 people were there in that laboratory peak time, and we are doing around 3,500 tests per day. So it's like a factory. It's not like a laboratory, it's like a factory we have modified, and then we have done that. So that is the work which has been done. And this is already, I said initially, it is not possible without client or without academician, without all the stakeholders, it is not possible. So we took IIT Gauhat, IIT of Gujarat, all the IITs to come and give a training, and we have sent people also their facility to get trained onto all these equipments. It's a small video which is already available in YouTube. I have just put a cut shot to show the mammoth of the testing. Nothing, sir. So as I mentioned, it's a factory-made setup, and we try to do all the automation of the report, not only in the field, laboratory also. When we have got the data, it has processed such that we will get the factual report. So that is another step we have done it to make sure that the reports goes to the next level of engineering who can do the recommendations. This is worked without an hindrance, so we can work continuously 24/7. And we have used all the local workforce within the vicinity of the Surat, so that all the workforce have been given the job opportunity and then developed them only, basically in this particular things. And these are some of the grades, and you are aware that already National Skill Development Program also done by clients so many times in this lab. And we got the award also for India Books and Asia Records, Book of Records. And I can say the transformation happened from what we are doing for automatic trip hammers to the automatic hydraulic hammers, where we can go into now more confidently say that our field investigation has give a better result for engineers to rely upon. That confidence has been created now. I will touch minimum on the pile. So because once this is the base which has been created, both based on investigation as well as laboratory test results. So then we can easily plug from the standard designs which is given in drawings, then we can select and do it. But the next challenge is going to be the construction, because we know Gujarat there is multiple type of soil stratification. Okay, of course, in the Mumbai region it's a rocky strata. Other than that, it's all soil. Different type of layered soils are available. So many times we are passing through the paddy fields, agriculture fields, wherein we have huge water table ground. It is at ground, so mitigating those things are becoming a problem when you are going through the construction. One basic thing I can say that, okay, all these things, quality things and all is part of the work. The load test, so which I spoke about initially, the load test is very crucial to showcase that whatever so far we have done investigation laboratory to prove that it is possible to get through that length, the capacity, required capacity. So in India, we have been doing Kentlage. Of course, that Kentlage is almost now away. The next thing is reaction pile methods and anchor method in the rock. So these are all the two things, because once you do a pile, then I have to need 2 or 4 piles, reaction piles to be done. Then the Kentlage I have to put like this, and all these secondary works have been done, which is delaying the process actually. So what we have intended is, why can't you look into the bidirectional load test? So we have been tried this in the field, comparing with at same particular location of the site, doing with a conventional pile load test, which is top loaded to get the load displacement curve. And then we have checked exactly near to that 5 meter away the BDSLT also to find out what is the result. But there are little variations which is happening in the BDSLT initial phase, so we don't want to continue that, then we resorted to this. And after this project, actually, we have extensively studied what is to be done for the BDSLT. And now we are confident that with available our stakeholders, that it can be possibly done without any problem and diluting the quality. So the BDSLT is why we are focusing on to this is all the load testing can be done. Once one pile is done, you can rest assured that testing all these other requirement can be avoided. So this should be the one of the futuristic things. Okay, finally I come to the last slide, learnings. So large DTA requirement during operation stage may delay, but this is a standard practice what we have done, standard drawings. So we can more focus, if time permits, initial stage itself more investigation, which will reduce our operating time investigations. Of course, this is the quality. And see, large pile foundation, when it is there, when it is deeper, the collection of UDS sample at the deeper depths where N value more than 50, 70 is difficult. So resorting to the laboratory testing of that also is tough task. So since the investigation of field has been so much has been improved, so we can maximum rely onto that. If required, we can rely partly onto the laboratory also. And okay, standardization of the rigs, either you can do a interpretation of energy ratio towards 67, or at factory you can mitigate the energy ratio to bring it down to 67. This is also possible. Of course, digital is the order of the day in the future. And file foundations, load testing needs to be looked into to take into BDSLT. So that will give you again another increase in your speed. So with this, thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your engaging and practical presentation. Your project experiences have provided us with unique perspective on geotechnical design challenges. Now I would like to invite Professor Susumu Yasuda to kindly present a memento to Engineer Kumaran as a token of appreciation.
We'll go for a small tea break for 10 minutes and we will meet later. Thank you. I would like to call every dignitary to take their chair. We are just starting in a second. It is my great pleasure to now call our next speaker, Professor Iko Tauhata. He's a former professor at University of Tokyo, Japan. He has been a visiting professor at Kanto Gakuin University, Yokohama, Japan, obtained his bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees from the University of Tokyo. He worked as assistant professor at the Asian Institute of Technology, Bangkok, distinguished visiting professor at IIT Bombay. He has guided 25 PhD students, more than 500 publications, 2 books in English. One of them is a popular geotechnical earthquake engineering of Springer, published in 2008. He has won many awards, to name a few, many from the Japanese Geotechnical Society and Japan Society of Civil Engineers, 2005 Heritage Lecturer during 2019 Ishikara Lecturer at the 7th International Conference Earthquake Geotechnical Engineering in Rome. In Indian context, 1998-1999 Shamsher Prakash Research Award, USA of Soil Dynamics. In 2018 IGS Chennai Award, biennial prize for the best paper on the deep foundation retaining structures. In 2018 Shamsher Prakash ISET Award for significant contribution in the geotechnical earthquake engineering. I would like to call Professor Iko Tauhata to take the dais now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So this week, I'm really enjoying sightseeing in India. So really, this Ajanta is beautiful. You can switch on this laser pointer. Okay. Yeah. Let's proceed to how to. Okay, okay. So this is my title today. So anyhow, in this occasion, I have to say something about high-speed railways. So I prepared 3 subtopics. The first one is I would like to point out the advantage, good points of railway transportation as compared with other types of transportations. And second part is contribute to some inquiry to practical engineers who are engaged in Indian high-speed railway project. And I asked many questions. I got information, his opinion about this project. So I try to summarize that. And number 3 is safety issues. Safety is number 1 always, particularly in high-speed railways. And railway runs in nature, so natural disaster is certainly one of the big issues. So how important is the railway in the coming years or decades? Certainly, travel time is made shorter than traveling by traditional railways. So it gives us more time-efficient life. And travel has to be comfortable. Otherwise, people don't like it. And in this 21st century, environmental issue is extremely important. So as compared with airplanes or automobiles, vehicles, energy consumption and CO2 emission is a good advantage of railway transportations, as you know very well. If train is operated by electricity generated by hydropower, I don't mean solar power, it's too weak. Hydropower, railway achieves zero CO2 emission. That's a very good point of the railway transportations. What about travel time? Unfortunately, airplanes goes much faster than train. So this issue was discussed already in the morning today. So ticket, what about the airfares? More expensive than train? In the recent time, we have LCC, low-cost carriers. Those companies offer very, very low ticket price. So possibly a difference between air ticket and train ticket is not significant. However, ticket price is not a big issue anymore. More important issue is travel time, T, versus distance, L. So I made very, very simple calculations. T by time by railway is distance divided by train speed. And the train speed is typically 80 kilometers per hour in traditional case, and 250 or now 300 kilometers per hour for high-speed railways. So today I just use 250 for my discussions. And the real speed may be higher for railways, but trains stop at several stations. So I consider that issue a little bit. And travel time railways distance over 80 or distance over 250 hours. And in contrast, airplane travel time is, as I pointed out this morning, 1 hour maybe before takeoff, or maybe 2 hours airplane in the airport, and then distance over 800 kilometers per hour, plus another 1 hour to pick up baggage and go to the city centers. So I plotted the travel time in the vertical axis against the distance in the horizontal axis. So airplane travel time shown by blue color. And certainly, this is actually longer for short travel distance. And this is this line curve shows that travel time for 250 kilometers per hour high-speed railways. So for short travel time, train railways gives us shorter time, and this is the intersection of two curves. Today I don't talk about this ultra high-speed railways. Just I talk about this high-speed railways. So we are here. This is called critical distance, maybe more or less 700 kilometers. So what does this critical distance mean? In case of Japanese railways, 700 kilometers means the distance from Tokyo to the Hiroshima cities over here. So this is quite agreeable. When I have to travel to this area, I always go to trains. When I have to travel to Hiroshima, no, I start thinking, which is better? So this is a critical time, and I have to travel from Tokyo to Kyushu Island. There's no question. I go to the airport. And in case of Indian high-speed railway, still distance is only 460 or 500, something like that. So railway has a more advantage, particularly for business people. They can save time. Then young engineers, it's experience. So in principle, I'm quite, I want to push railways. Since my childhood, 60 years ago, I always loved railways. So early this year, I enjoyed Nilgiri, Ooty, toy trains. I was really happy with. So that's my basic ideas of life. So problem is soil investigations. Problematic soil, particularly black cotton expansive soil. I took this picture on IIT Hyderabad campus. So I was really surprised that the distribution of this problematic soil is quite random. It's very difficult to find out where it is. So only in this, under this small structure, there was plenty of expansive soil, and the soil easily destroyed these concrete foundations. And the situation everywhere in the world is like this. So subsoil investigation for initial cost assessment or bidding is made by say client, and number of investigations not so many. And based on that very approximate soil investigations, cost has to be calculated by contractors or something else. And if a company is fortunate, they get a job. Then local problematic soil starts to make lots of problems. That's called georisk. So we know that given borehole information is not absolutely reliable. There are many, many reasons for errors. So I think that the local experience is very important to foresee any local risk. Well, in contrast, long, good career somewhere else may not be good enough to avoid this risk. Before coming to this IIT campus, I didn't see that only 2-3 meter size of expansive soil creates such a problem. So this is recent experience. This is a recent mitigation of soil expansion under shopping mall, not in India, somewhere else. So we gave up calculating assessing any amount of soil expansion. So in place of that, expansive soil is shown here, just schematically, and we decided to leave some space underground. So expansion should go into this open space, and the shopping mall building is protected from any damage. So unforeseeable or uncertainty nature of problematic soil are big issues. So georisk. I used to be a chief of some technical committee of International Society, and it investigated georisk issues. And certainly georisk is a trouble during construction due to unexpected difficult subsurface conditions and the consequences, additional cost and delay of works. And first, this is an example of Japanese tunnel. This was constructed for Japanese high-speed railways. And this is the first collapse of ongoing tunnel constructions. And in the same tunnel, another one happened 2 years later. So why did this happen in 2003 and 2005, many years ago? The reason was very, very complicated geology. Mountain was undergoing lateral tectonic compression, and the geology was folded, and the horizontal geology became vertical. And because the age of this geology was young, still there was unconsolidated sandy chimney or pipe with lots of groundwaters. So unfortunately, this 1.5 meter or 2 meter very thin sandy chimney was not foreseen by investigation from the tunnel head. And this tunnel suddenly hit the bottom of this chimney, and lots of sand and water came into the tunnel, and this flooding killed one person. So this is a typical example of georisk. And another one was happened in Fukuoka City, Kyushu Island. Suddenly, this ongoing metro construction caused this catastrophic depressions. And there was a government committee to study why this happened. This investigation finally concluded that insufficient subsoil condition, some subsoil investigation were the reasons. However, it's easy to say, easy to blame insufficient investigations. Why didn't you run more testing? But before the accident, already we think about money. So the question is how much investigation is suitable? That's big questions. So I was the chair of international committee, and it was published in this literature in Sydney, 2022. And conclusion is like this. A study like this I made lots of inquiries to the engineers and managers who are deeply involved in the post-incidence activities. So they had very, very hard time to respond to the disasters. And finally, considering their own bad experience, most of them, on average, proposes to spend 2% of the construction budget on ground investigations. I mean, 2% of the entire project should go to subsoil investigation. That's their remark, idea after their bad experience. But the reality is only 0.5% worldwide. So this is a diagram. Vertical axis, how many percentage, 100% or 0%, how much money should be spent on investigation. The horizontal axis is construction budget in Japanese yen. So this is more or less how much US currency, I don't know, 1 million? 1 million US dollars somewhere here. Here. Oh, sorry, I'm aged. But anyhow, for a reasonably big project, 2% the recommendation of those engineers and managers. And however, only good consulting firms, investigation firms are qualified to receive 2% and good job. So they have to prepare good skills, technicians, equipment, those things. That was the idea. And then this color shows that this is my opinion, not the engineers. So he was talking about design philosophy. So it's international collaboration is a good chance for both sides to find the difference and then learn from each other and improve both sides. So in that perspective, the project first relied on standard design made by the Japanese side. Maybe Dr. Susumu Nakajima was involved in that stage. And the standard design is a standard that does not consider local conditions. Local condition is not necessarily geological condition, but also working style, etc. And in case that an unexpected situation occurs, what action is taken on site? Should they change the design or procedure of works? And who is authorized to make a decision to do that? There are many questions. And additional cost, georisk cost for the unexpected soil conditions should be, in principle, should be paid by the client. However, very often client does not want to agree that soil investigation data was wrong. They just insist that the data was good, contractor made a mistake, then dispute starts. So external agency is a place to solve the problem, but that procedure takes a long time. So finally, a client and the contractor have to make some informal agreement, something like that. That's also the case in Japan. So we have very similar traditions. And also, this time, this project is operated by JICA funding, and the Indian side cannot claim the georisk deficit. That's what I heard, because JICA pays for soil investigations. Indian side did not pay. So Indian side are not qualified to make a claim. Then JICA does not care such a georisk problem at all. And so quality and appropriateness of the standard design, design may not consider the construction practice in India. And who is responsible for a possible problem due to this, say, misfitting between two countries? So design defect those who paid for the design is authorized to send a claim to those who got paid but made a mistake. So in this case, JICA paid, and maybe geotechnical consultant, investigator is the target of claim. So this is a point what I was talking about, JICA. And personal experience. Indian engineers have been working very hard, as we just heard before the tea time, very hard to learn the new technology of high-speed railways that is now a world trend. That's important in both Asia and Europe. I don't know North America. And the project is political. The project client authority is politically weaker. That's what I heard, because the history is young. So whenever there is some dispute with the local public sectors, cities, states, etc., and local government is stronger, and unfortunately, railway project always have to say yes, yes, yes. They cannot discuss more seriously. So that affects some business to some extent. And also, I have some experience in living in India, so in high-speed railway, I don't want to see these things. Please take care of my personal feeling. I don't want to see garbages close to the railways. Those garbage is not only dirty, but also serious problem to safe operation of high-speed trains. So attention needed to the importance of daily cleaning and maintenance of infrastructures. Since 2016, I have been saying the same thing. This is a typical poor concrete qualities. I was looking at the construction site on this campus, and very senior person, he was doing this to mix aggregate, water, cement, and when I tried to take picture, he got very angry. Don't take pictures. But anyhow, poor quality is very clear. And also on your right-hand side, the building was not yet completed, but already this room started to deteriorate. So it's very sad that important new infrastructure start to deteriorate as soon as it's completed, or before it's completed. So daily maintenance is quite important. That's what I believe. Otherwise, you are just losing money. Nice girl. One of my granddaughters. Safety issue. Okay. Seismic risk is my topic. So this derail was caused by an earthquake in 2004, but unfortunately, human life was okay. But why it was safe? Because there was extra rail along this railway. That extra rail prevented trains from complete overturning. And also, there are many, many provisions to avoid the worst situation during natural disasters. So at least human life should be saved. And now new maglev trains are under construction. I don't know when it will be completed. But anyhow, along this, there are many, many faults in Japan, and from Tokyo to the left-hand side, there is a planned line of the maglev trains. But there are at least two big faults, in addition to many smaller ones. So my concern is what will happen if these other smaller faults are activated in near futures. And this is a good example of fault action affecting tunnel constructions. In 1930, suddenly fault moved laterally and the tunnel was closed by this rock mass. So suppose what will happen if your train directly crashes into this rock mass? How many people are saved or whatever? And this is the surface manifestation of fault actions. And this is recent tunnel damage during Noto Peninsula earthquake, January 1st this year. So more probably there's minor faults in this section of tunnel, and tunnel was damaged. But fortunately, total collapse did not happen. And this is my experience in Manjiro earthquake in Iran. So maybe you can recognize that the tunnel is distorted by fault actions. So this type of damage is maybe acceptable because the tunnel is not closed. And then Kobe. Kobe City has a Sanyo high-speed railway connecting Osaka and Kyushu Island. And the Rokko Tunnel, okay, this is Sanyo high-speed railway. And this is, okay, the two tunnels, Rokko Tunnel 16 kilometers, Kobe Tunnel 8 kilometers. And there are many faults in the Rokko Mountains. And I want to talk about this Rokko Tunnel today. This tunnel was damaged during the 1995 Kobe earthquakes. So there are many active faults along these tunnels. But the 1995 earthquake was triggered by hidden fault rupture, not visible under Rokko Mountains. So during the construction of this tunnel, tunnel damage happened mostly around the intersection between tunnel and means rock mass quality was poor in and around the faults, so something wrong happened during the strong earthquake shaking. So stories starting from fault, weak rock, seismic distortion of the tunnel on the mountain rock mass, and tunnel damage happened. And this is the idea of a schematic guide, sketch of tunnel damage. So high-speed trains, high-speed railways have several safety measures in order to avoid the worst scenario. Worst scenario means passengers' deaths. So first, structures are designed, mostly RC structure designed and with good earthquake-resistant designs in order to avoid the total collapse. Minor damage is okay because restoration is easy. And also derailing has to be avoided. And railway company want to reduce the speed from 250, 300 kilometers per hour to lower velocity as much as possible once earthquake happens. So to achieve this goal, on the early detection of the onset of damaging earthquake and help us to shut down the electric power supply so trains start to slow down and stop. That's emergency actions. So to achieve this goal, early warning and the emergency shutdown, the company has a special monitoring system. It's called UREDAS. It was developed 30 years ago by Dr. Nakamura. And this system detects P-wave arrival and issues warning within 0.1 to 1 or 3 seconds, depending upon type of earthquakes. And by the way, this Nakamura is the same person as who developed HO spectrum. That's very famous in earthquake engineering communities. So he's a very, very smart person. So idea of early warning is something like this. We have epicenter and the sensor over there. So distance is L kilometers. And the P-wave propagation is 5 kilometers per second. And more damaging, S-wave is slower, maybe 3 kilometers per second in rock mass. So we have time lag between P-wave arrival and S-wave arrival, calculated by this simple formulas. So I calculate it. So in case distance is 100 kilometers, somewhere here, we have a time lag of how much? 13 seconds. So I don't think 13 seconds enough for high-speed railway to stop completely. But as slower as possible, damage is less and less. So nowadays, やっぱりmore threatened by stronger earthquakes that will happen in the Pacific Oceans. It will happen maybe within 20 years from now on. So now there are two important high-speed railways along the Pacific coast, and the new one, Maghreb, is under construction, just slightly inland. And considering the big problem caused by the deaths of people, railway companies install new sensors in the sea. And what is the meaning of sensors in the sea? Detection is made earlier, so they get more time for the train to slow down. So this simple calculation, I suppose that sensors are installed 100 kilometers offshore, and the distance to the earthquake center 250 kilometers into the Pacific Ocean. They have made a calculation, and 53 seconds is a new time to reduce the speed. Not enough, but we can dramatically reduce the damage or human loss. That's the expectations. So the idea looks nice, but okay. Also, new Kobe station of Sanyo Railway is situated here, situated upon a fold. And there has to be some protection, reduction of damage necessary during future earthquake dislocations. But nobody knows when. Well, once this station is destroyed by big earthquake, fault actions, restoration, this railway will take maybe 2 years. So for 2 years, important railway will be out of service. That's not acceptable. So to reduce the damage as much as possible in this station, actually this station structure is separated into 3 independent sections like this. They are in touch with each other, but there is no Aruba connections. So 3 portions just move as fault movement occurs, but there is no structural damage. That's the idea. So even though elevation of railway tracks may change a little bit, maybe 1 meter, company can adjust the height within maybe 2-3 weeks. And I asked the railway people, if this one goes up 1 meter, trains cannot run 250 kilometers per hour anymore. I say, no problem. Slow down within 3-4 kilometers only. Delay can be recovered easily after passing these critical sections. So in this way, the worst scenario is avoided. Also, this is an interface between 2 independent parts of these stations. So there is no connection across this interface. Hurry up. So then Maghreb is crossing 2 major faults. This one is the faults are located just close to under the railway. So early warning philosophy does not work. That's a problem. So, okay, I made some study about this inner section of this median tectonic line that is 900 kilometers long. This is the view of this fault, and this is the outcrop of this fault. Right-hand side, left-hand side have totally different rock type. And so far, the Governmental Earthquake Research Board does not say anything about the possibility of future earthquake in these inner sections because of lack of data. But there are some local traditions, legendary, that this fault probably moved twice in the past 1,500 years. And this is a trunk of tree that has been embedded in the riverbed for 1,000 years. So recent erosion removed this deposit, and now it's visible. So this is the evidence that huge landslide, debris flow happened, and carbon 14 aging, dating shows us something happened in 8th century. And another one is this site. This mountain fell down in these years. So I think there's some seismic activity in this section, so but I don't know what will happen here in near futures. So there are lots of uncertainties. Engineering solution is don't care. Engineers told me, we don't care it. Way of saying is not good, but I interpreted him as saying probabilistically negligible. Okay, now I agree. So we need to do some probabilistic approach in case we don't have clear evidence of risk. So summary is like this. So I first introduced I said that railway is very good, important, I love it. And nature is always more powerful than humans. So natural disaster cannot be conquered by human powers. We have to stay together with nature. And something like that. Thank you very much for attention. Hi.
I would like to invite Professor Prasad to facilitate our speaker. And an important announcement, just after our next and last lecture, we will have a dinner at 7. And first we will have a discussion and then we will go for the dinner at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Mohan Krishna Kohli. Dr. Mohan Krishna Kohli is a geotechnical engineer expert with a PhD in MTech from IIT Gandhinagar, where he specialized in developing design tools for GRS walls and foundation systems. His extensive experience includes advanced research and leadership roles, particularly focusing on geosynthetic applications, seismic response analysis, and sustainable geotechnical solutions. As a consultant and director of GeoSynapse Private Limited, Dr. Kohli provides expert solutions for geotechnical challenges in infrastructure projects, including highways, expressways, and foundation systems. He has served as an advisor to national initiatives contributing to BIS code development, which is IS 18591-2024, and structural audits for Ahmedabad Dholera Expressway and national highways. Dr. Kohli has authored over a dozen peer-reviewed publications in renowned journals, tackling topics like rigid phase GRS walls and duopile foundation systems. He has received prestigious gold medals for academic excellence and placed in top 1% in GATE 2015 examination. Beyond research, Dr. Kohli mentors young engineers as an instructor in geotechniques, sharing his knowledge through teaching and advisory role at IIT Gandhinagar. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Kohli in to present his keynote lecture.
Yeah, namaskar everyone. So actually, Professor Rao has to give this presentation, but because of his health is not good, I am giving his presentation on behalf of him. Actually, last month there was a knowledge sharing workshop from the Japanese in the Surat for this NHSR cell project. So from there, like Rao sir also, like he wants to express his vision on this GRS structures for the Indian applications mainly, and he is very keen to come, but because of his health issues, is not able to come. So whatever the discussions we had, and I tried to convey it, our views, whatever we had discussions at IIT Gandhinagar. So conventionally in our India for highways, we are extensively using these GRS structures. Mostly we are using at a large spacing of 0.6 to 0.8 meters and large length of the reinforcements. And mostly these are the flexible structures we are used to construct in the country. So, and mostly we used to use the polyester geogrids, and the polyester geostraps are the most commonly we are using in the country for the as a reinforcement to the structures. Even though geotextiles are there, but we are not using them. Previously, decade ago, we used to use these extruded HDPE geogrids, but now almost nil we are using. And similarly, coming to fill material, we are mostly confined to the select fill material, mostly granular fill material, and a good drainage capability of the fill materials we are using it. And even though we are not intended to use the marginal fills, somehow we are using it, but mostly as per the codes, we are confined to the granular fill, and our most success stories has been only using this type of fill materials and as per restricting to the codes. And whatever the so-called distresses we are talking about these days in these GRS structures are because of not adhering to these specifications or the codal specifications or the standard practice. And coming to the fascia types, commonly we are using only this kind of concrete panel fascia, which are discrete panels, and or the block kind of fascias for this highway structures, and even up to 100 meters height also we had recent experience from the industry of these flexible structures. And mostly it was realized in the country is that fascia is not a stabilizing component in the whole the structure. It's mostly for the aesthetic purpose or for the erosion control purpose or to prevent the local failure of the soil in between the reinforcements. So it was the realization we had, and it is the purpose also for these flexible structures. So, and coming to the base, most of the design we are doing is for the up to 100 mm kind of deformations, only we are designing these structures. So stringent than that, we never had designed in the country yet, and we don't have yet that experience of the most stringent deformations design. So as we are discussing, like, so till now in the country, it's the idea is to how to improve the present system. So in the part of that, we are bringing the more new IS codes or improving the present codes, and some of the standard operating procedures at IIT Gandhinagar they have providing to the NHAA. So this is the improving the present systems. So now the thing is like there are the tribular systems like rigid face retaining structures for the railways from the Japanese experience. So if you see these structures, they have categorized into 4 types. One is tribular A, which are the integrated bridge abutment kind of thing, and one is the GRS walls, which is tribular B, and tribular C is the nailing systems, and tribular D is the like tsunami resistance or waterfront structure GRS walls, and other comes under like box culverts, those kind of things. So the core of this system is like, if you see, they have a rigid fascia. So till now we are talking about fascia is just a normal part, but here it's a load bearing component. It helps in the performance of the wall in this kind of structures, and we have a less spacing geogrids. It's about only 30 centimeter. Till now in country we are using 60 centimeter or 800 mm kind of thing. So close spacing and stiff geogrids. So we have a stiffer reinforced mass, but of lesser length. As like Professor Tatsuoka's lecture also we have seen, they are using the less reinforcement lengths and at regular interval they are extending the reinforcement to take care of the shear deformations under the earthquakes. So that is the basic reinforced mass system they have. And we have a firm connection of the geogrid to the fascia. Because it is a post-construction fascia, fresh concrete is touching, they have a firm connection. So we have a stiff reinforced mass, stiff facing compared to the present systems. And the other major thing they have brought in is like stage construction. One of the issues of the systems is like to take care of the deformations, there is restriction on the use of the type of fascia. Let's say we have larger deformations, and if you go for a flexible fascia, but it won't have the intended post-construction performance under the terrain loads. Like a wraparound if you construct to take care of the very high deformations, but it may not have the performance requirement, may not satisfy the post-construction requirements under the terrain loading. So what they under stage construction they do is like, as in the Professor Tetsuoka's lecture also we have seen, like initially they construct the flexible wraparound fascia. So they will allow all the settlements to happen. So settlements mostly completed. So then they cast this rigid fascia. So post the construction under the operational loads, under the operational stage or during the service life of the structure, so deformations will be minimal. So ground settlements are completed and the fascia, rigid fascia is helping in the reducing the deformation. So overall, the stringent deformation requirements is able to taken care by this rigid face GRS structures. So as we see, like so much research also happened around the literature, not only from the Japanese side, even from the other part also. Like this stiffer fascia, even Professor Amit sir also like presented some of our works at IIT Gandhinagar. Like they help in decreasing the deformations complete to the wraparound fascias. So they decreases the loads in the reinforcements, because this whatever the continuous fascia we are talking about, it can transfer the shear and the moments. So there can be redistribution loads of among the reinforcements, so that there are the decrease in the loads in the reinforcements. So it becomes a load sharing component. Fascia is a now load sharing component in these systems. So this full height fascia systems improve the performance of the whatever the GRS structure we have. So as we said, like now the key performance of this tribular system is staged construction, take care of the construction time deformations, and rigid facing, firm connection, closer spacing, and obviously in the abutments, if we see in the abutments, they are using the cement treated fill to take care of the transition from the bridge to the fill material. They are using a cement treated fill to take care of the gradual change in the vertical stiffness of the soil. So where we can reduce the bumps. So the key core of the tribular system is these concepts. They have incorporated each issue wise, they have tackled by incorporating these concepts. So, and it has a proven technology, and all the Japanese professors and everyone has shown all the case studies from the lot of literature. It's a proven technology, but major challenge in adapting to country is to adapting to site specific condition in the country. And this is a recent site visit to the first we have visited during this knowledge sharing workshop, and this is the first wall they are constructing it. And whatever the things are, they have been like pros and cons have been discussed in the workshop. So as we said, like the major challenge now, at least in this MHSR, is like the smooth transfer of the knowledge. Like they have already given the designs and everything, but whatever the site specific conditions are there, it should be communicated to them, and the whatever the knowledge they have on solving this, it should be a smooth transfer of the knowledge. So now seeing the success of these tribular systems in these railways, okay, we are going to use for the railways. So, and even for the general railways, Indian railways, common passenger rails also, it may be coming into picture in the future. So, but even in the, so what we see is like in the scope of these tribular systems in the Indian infrastructure, there is a need of this system. It's not like we are fitting these systems into the system, that will come into it. So even for the like dedicated freight corridors are planned. So, and there are several highway expressways are planned. So, and several are constructed and there are several are planned. And even in the hilly regions, even more than 1,000 kilometers highways are planned in the hill roads. So, and there are several high seismic zones in the country. See, the most common soil structure problem in our highways or the railways in the country facing is this transition zone problems. So, in the railways, there is a bump. So, and they fill with the ballast. They will fill more the ballast, whatever the settlement fill is happening behind the structure. They fill more the ballast and they will try to, so regular maintenance is there. So, but even in the highways, the most common problem is that between the bridge and the GRS wall is the bumps in this location. See, even in our expressways, if you see 120 kmph, these bumps, our ride quality is not good. Even there are the chances of the accidents if this is really a big bumps. So one side of the coin is like, okay, why these bumps are happening is like, okay, there might be a poor quality of construction. But on the other side is like, so there is no gradual change in the vertical stiffness. Suddenly from the concrete structure, we are coming into the fill structure. So it's not taken care also as a system wise also. Okay, there are solutions planning like geocell will put, okay, one kind of solutions are there. And even in the recent parliament also, like our highway minister, North Minister, Gadkari sab, like they are saying that several accidents are happening and there should be more safety concern in our roads. It's not only the riders' point of view, so we should take care of the ride of quality also in the safety aspect. So one of the solution is like this A solution, whatever we are using for the XHR, that can be readily we can implement in this closure walls of our GRS walls. So only at the closure wall, it can be a tribular structure and remaining whole wall can be our conventional GRS wall. So only this where the transition is happening, we can use this cement treated fill and this tribular A kind of abutments. Similarly at VUPs and LUPs, it's not only highway, even for our railways also common issue. So it is same, we can use this kind of tribular A kind of structure or tribular A kind of box culvert kind of systems we can use in this highway kind of systems. On the general railways or DFCC corridors also, we can use these structures. So coming to the other aspect is like we have several high seismic zones. And as even Professor Amit sir is also like saying like we have a large earthquakes. In Japan, we have several small earthquakes regularly and at a specific time maybe like Kobe earthquake, maybe one large earthquakes. Whatever Himalayas, we have very large earthquakes. And if you see the maximum acceleration they are saying is 0.36, but as per the newer codes, we are even having 1G also as per the newer codes coming. So the seismic demand is more in part of the design. So the systems also should capable to it. It's not about only it should not fail, it should be restorable. Again, after an earthquake comes, it should be restorable. So as the criteria for the tribular system we are seeing, their restorability criteria is about only 100 centimeters. So they are restricting the residual displacement after the earthquake also. It is designed for that large earthquakes also, but for the large earthquakes, obviously we have to verify the systems in our Indian conditions. So even in the landslide zones, so even tribular C kind of systems, nailing systems with rigidity in the fascia, and that's like a beam kind of systems they are having. So there is optimization of fascia is also possible in the tribular C systems. So these like even in the highways can happen, or it can be in the railways also. So even in the landslide zones, we can try to use this. And it's not only about the reconstruction of the landslide kind of region, but wherever the streams are there, the velocities of the streams when the rain comes in these regions, in the hilly regions of Himalayas or in northeast regions, it's very high, and along with that there can be debris or the rocks also. So with that high velocities and with that kind of materials, so these systems with rigid fascia can tolerate, and as it was already proven in their systems. So like this, even in not only at the riverfront structures, we can have this application in this kind of landslide regions also. So, but one of the challenges in adoption of these systems is for the highways is cost. So these are because of the rigid fascia, it's about 0.3 centimeter thick at least. So the cost of this system is more than the conventional system. Okay. And because of either thicker fascia and PVA geogrid, it is also costlier than whatever the polyester we are using. So the major challenge is cost. So there is a need to optimize these triple R systems when we are applying to the specific applications, because serviceability requirement of highways is different, expressways is different, for railways is different, HSR is different. So accordingly, we can optimize this system for the thinner fascias. So even though after optimization, even though we have a higher initial cost, it's okay, because life cycle cost of these systems is less, because maintenance, it won't be there as like general flexible systems. So there is a large scope of these structures in our infrastructure, and there is a need of this kind of improved systems also compared to our present GRS systems. We need to improve at least at the specific specific cases of issues we are facing, at least in present system. So other challenges we think is like, when adopting these systems, we require the detailed design documents and testing standards of the newer materials if we are going to use those materials, and standard practice documents. So all those things which need to be prepared for each application. And as we said, like this validation of these systems are required. And other thing is like, so whatever optimization we think care of, so the core of this system should be maintained. As we said, like the core of the system is like staged construction and the film connection and the closer stiffer reinforced mass because of closer spacing. So if the and gradual change in the stiffness, if the core points, if we are able to maintain in whatever the optimization, so we have solution to the most of the issues we are facing at the present system. Though finally, by collaborative approach, it's why we want to see like Indian triple R is about like, it's not about only railways, reinforced soil railway and the road structures with rigid facing. It should be for the general infrastructure. So, and like collaborative approach, even like in the Suraj workshop also we are talking, like Japanese, they have watched the triple R movie and they're comparing with this this triple R system. Because even triple R movie, they welcomed it because it has all the logics and all the things to entertain them, so they entertained it. So even this triple R system, we have all the logical components in it. So, and it has the performance aspects also. We should utilize this system in our infrastructure for the better and the sustainable infrastructure in our country. Thank you.
I would like to thank Dr. Kohli for sharing his expertise and innovative ideas during today's workshop. Now, I would like to invite Professor Tatsuya Ishikawa to present a memento to Dr. Kohli as a token of appreciation.
Well, good evening, everybody. Thank you for your presence. And we have the last, but one of the most important sessions. We didn't allow you people to ask questions during the deliberations, mainly because we didn't have much time. So in this session, please, audience are requested to ask questions to individuals. In the meantime, Professor Nilima has brought out many questions, and we would like to have a panel discussion with all the speakers who are available now. And in addition, we would also like to invite Professor Shivkumar Babu to be one of the panelists. We have a set of questions, and hopefully we should be able to cover as much as possible. It is 5:20 now. Hopefully we will close everything by 6 p.m. And that will be also very informal valedictory program. So may I invite each of the speakers along with Professor Babu to be on the dais, please. So I just read out from the Japanese side, we have Professor Tauhata and Professor Yasuda. And from Indian side, we have Professor Amit Prashant, Dr. R.P. Singh, Engineer Kumaran, and then Professor Shahu and Dr. Shiv Kumar Babu. I want our Tech Fab represented by Engineer Vas to be here. And I request Professor Nilima Satyam to please come over as one of the anchors. No. please do come. Yeah. And yeah, without wasting much time, I request the audience to please ask your questions. Yeah.
Good evening, one and all. Myself, Avik Kumar Mandal, Engineer Avik Kumar Mandal from Lidya Associates South Asia Private Limited, New Delhi. I have a few observations on related to this full height fascia geocentric reinforced soil wall. What Dr. Mohan and some of the earlier speakers have presented, I have some queries. Mohan, can I ask to you also, Dr. Mohan?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have thrown light to some extent the overall characteristics, including the design aspect also. First of all, as soon as that is becoming a full height fascia, the superstructure is directly resting over it, okay? And becoming a full height, your structural thickness as well as reinforcement requirement gets high, because of which invokes more cost. Second aspect, what I want to know, since it will also have a requirement of a high bearing capacity, load bearing capacity at the foundation of it, because it is going to be one kind of concentrated point load at the base of the fascia base. If your that means that fascia base require special amount of wide splayed foundation. Until it has been, which is not in a part of a normal conventional structure. First point. Second point, it is a very close spacing reinforced soil wall. That's why it is as it is 300 in place of 600 or 800 what you used to do. So it is mostly, it is a compacted, more controlled compacted structure, man-made. So there is very less chance of being occurrence of any settlement inside of the field. What will happen? That is the deadwood of the structure at the foundation soil. Okay. So does it necessary further to that with the cement treated fill at the ending? Because as soon as it will become cement treated, it will become completely impervious. It will restrict the drainage, which may enhance the hydrostatic pressure. So in that case, there will be increased drainage in the longitudinal side, because across wall there will be no drainage. It is restricted until unless that weave holes has been extended to consolidating material. When the rate of consolidation is very slow, is a clay type of soil, clay CICH type of soil. Until unless you provide an additional vertical drainage path in the foundation, can it be stage construction will be found successful with a and if you don't provide any vertical drainage, it may go on years together to consolidate the soil. So hence, to reduce the post-construction settlement, it has to be consumed by applying what you used to do, you do for preloading with the vertical drainage.
Sir, can I request you to shorten your questions so that it becomes...
Actually, sir,
please.
Sir, these are my observations, sir.
I totally accept.
What I mean to say, sir, because of some special foundation condition, if it is elastic soil, cohesion-less soil, and high rate of consolidated soil, then only the stage construction can be found useful and economic one for this type. Other than that, it may invoke special ground treatment even for that type of RS wall structure, is it not?
Thank you very much. Yeah, and we will also request him to make his comment.
Yeah,
if you don't mind.
And the last observation, sir.
Okay, sir.
Sorry to interrupt. As you are telling that for a box structure there will be a hump. To avoid that, what is used to this Rankins wedge supposed to be filled up with non-plastic selective material. It is clearly specified as per specification. And in addition to that, there should be some approach slab of concrete structure gradually transitioning from the concrete structure to this one. Even though there is a formation of harm or depression underneath of the approach slab, but the traffic rideability will not be disturbed. So these are the usual things usually we used to follow in practice, and by using a baby roller to providing adequate compaction, ensuring 97% of degree constant. By this way we can somehow manage it, what you used to do at present in practice. Now I want to hear it from you, all these aspects, if you can enlighten further on it.
Thank you, sir. So first aspect is about the fascia you are asking about. So in our highways, if you see, only the gap slab we are going to put on the fascia. So the foundation requirement won't be that much. So if we also want a foundation treatment or foundation, it will be only for the fascia. For the gap slab, it won't be much loading. But in case of, if you want to put directly the girder on top of the fascia, that's where they are going for the box culverts or the integrated bridge. So integrated bridges, they are constructing it. Yes, that should be taken care as a structure point of view. Yes, it is required. It is required. But at least whatever the application we are talking here is about. Yeah. So we go for that instead of putting direct girder. So for gap slab only, if you want to use, it won't be much foundation for that. Not. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
very nice, sir.
Second one.
I think, yeah, please quickly. Yeah.
I think second one you are asking about the drainage in the cement-treated fill material. I think mostly they are not allowing water to infiltrate at all first. Only surface drain they are taking care of it. And only at the bridge abutment location only they are using this cement-treated fill. And it will be in a trapezoidal way. And it's only about 1.5 to that. So water can come from the side walls if it enters. It's better we take in the surface drainage. Yeah. So, but side walls it will be normal fill. Only the if it is only abutment, even the railways also only abutment they are using the cement treated fill. That's to take care of the vertical stiffness, gradual vertical stiffness. And I didn't remember the third one. Hump one. Hump one. It's about the requirement of us. Like it can be for the HSR. Even they are saying 10 mm, less than 10 mm per 10 years. So there or for the highways, it depends on what is our serviceability requirement. So if you are okay with whatever we are getting now, it's okay. No, I want to have less than that, then we should go for improved systems.
Yeah, I think we shall have the deliberations after this, if you don't mind. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, Dr. Parthasarathi, please.
Good evening to all of you. First of all, I sincerely thank for an excellent presentations to all the speakers since morning. I have two questions. Yeah, please give a round of applause. Two questions, one for Indian side and one for the Japanese side. Sir, RP Singh, sir, I already asked you. The Asia's biggest laboratory was a pride for all of us in the country when the high-speed rail started. And unfortunately, it's a huge disappointment for me. I'm sure it is for you also to have dismantled this. And high-speed rail could do this because no other facility in the country to do that, because there's support from Japan and also in investment. This would have been a national asset that could have been contributed to not only high-speed rail project, but also for many other infrastructure projects. And the way that you are presented of 10,000 kilometers, is there going to be more stringent contractual requirement or inclusions that you can have a replicate of that Asia's biggest laboratory in the coming days for the future project of national high speed?
Please sit down, sir. I think Dr. RP Singh can answer. After that, you can give the question to Japanese side.
Okay. So first of all, I will say when we were framing the contract document, we were not thought ki, okay, we will be requiring it for future use. So just we put ki, okay, these number of tests per borehole is required, and so contractor have to establish a lab at site. Only that much we have written, so we cannot force them to continue that facility for a longer time, because it require the cost of the infrastructure and the manpower. And your second part, means the next which is in pipeline, maybe Delhi, Banaras will be there. So whatever the corridors will be there, the specifications are freezed, and a bigger lab will be established, and it will be the property of Government of India.
Thank you. Thank you.
So,
Yeah, next question
yeah,
to the
the
Japanese
first
side.
speaker we heard this morning, Professor.
Yes,
uh,
yeah.
You had some lot of embankments in Japan, 50 meters and so, and the law was created that the height of embankment should be 15 meters. So for the new construction is fine, but were there any case where already constructed embankments which very high as distressed? And is there any mitigation measures, particularly to cater this stringent specification for high speed and the performance was monitored?
Yeah, maybe difficult to answer, but okay. I mentioned that in case of river valley, the 50 meter is critical, and in other places it's not so critical, right? So, for example, flat land, it's not prohibited like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's dangerous in the valley, so it will become a devil's rope. So that's the reason why the 15 is a limit. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Yasuda. Yeah, any other? Yeah, please. Please mention your name and affiliation, sir, and
Hello,
you can pose the question.
Hello, sir. This is Salman from GQ Consulting. So my question is for Professor Sahu, sir. Sir, in the morning you have said you are modeling back-to-back GRS wall in IIT Delhi. So my personal observation with back-to-back wall is we are facing reinforcement fitting in back-to-back wall case. So you are modeling either connected system or non-connected system. And the second, what are the load combination you are considering for modeling?
Okay. So first thing is, if you see the FHWA manual, and I'm not telling about only to GQ, to all the consultants, please see that manual. It completely discourages back-to-back connected system. You should never attempt, because that makes it rigid system. And then flexibility of the wall goes, and the major advantages of the wall goes. I know a case study where it has failed. Okay. So that is the first thing. Second thing is, what was second question? Sorry.
Load combination. Load combination.
As per FHWA code or BS code. That's there.
Actually, in seismic zone 4, we are facing a lot of problem to fit the reinforcement lane within the system.
Reinforcement in the system.
Reinforcement length within carriageway. Narrow structure.
For narrow structure. So we have to see that. We have not come across. So, but you cannot connect, that is for sure. But we'll have to see how we can. And why you are facing that for pull out?
Yes, sir.
See, actually,
Okay.
for pull out, I had talked with Professor, I think, Professor Bathas. So, and also our observation that this pull-out problem is only for first couple of meters of the fill. Below that, then pull-out problem will not be there much. So one has to check how you can provide that first one couple of meter of, means you have to be careful about that.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, before the next question from audience, I request Professor Nilima to ask question to any of the panelists. Yeah.
We prepared the questions taking the students who are doing the research and also early career researchers and industry participants, so that they will be takeaway in different aspects. So I have some first question. I'll go with Professor Amit. Sir, what soil improvement techniques like deep soil mixing, geogrids or ground compaction are most effective in stabilizing the poor bearing capacity soils for high speed railway projects? Why I'm asking this question is, like, I've been working for something for Adani airports. So where the 20-meter soil, that is for runway, need a proper compaction or whatever the ground improvement, and that is okay. But high speed has a lot of stringent standards. So
Actually, the problem is same. It's not very different to my understanding. It's just that the final product will have stringent finish requirement, specification. So, for instance, if you could tolerate with the final product as 100 mm or 150 mm or maybe 200 mm earlier for the road structures, it will be much lower in that range. Having said that, if we look at this as a research problem, then the current practice is based on the structures that have been made in relatively okay ground, not very bad grounds. So there is a huge opportunity of actually doing some of these designs, tweaking them a little bit based on the ground conditions and optimizing the design itself. So bringing out the ground improvement for such a stringent requirement is also not easy. So far, I have 3-4 years, I have seen mainly discussion about above the ground. You're right. The major discussion should happen now below the ground.
Yeah, maybe I will ask one question to Professor Tauhata. The dynamic load from high-speed rail, what kind of effect it can have on the ground settlement compared to the static settlement, static load?
Basically, settlement, compaction, but the extent of compaction, consolidation should be maintained as small as possible.
Okay.
So when the embankment higher and higher, we have more decay of intensive shaking, so less and less effects on subsoil compaction. But fortunately, soil is a highly dispersive material. Damping is high. So, not much.
I understand. Okay.
That's what we should achieve. Don't disturb local community.
Okay. Yeah. Now, again from the audience. Yes, sir. Please. You can mention your name and affiliation.
I'm S.P. Shiralgir from MIT. My question is, now we are introducing this bullet train first time in India. My question is to all these experts from Japan. So are there any standards for operation of the bullets train, do's, don'ts from civil engineering point, mechanical engineering? There must be some standards set for the bullet trains in Japan. Now, this is first time in India, whether Indian government has gone for some certain defined standards or whether they are following the same standards as, because rolling stocks and all these things will be directly imported from Japan now. I don't think that it is manufactured here. The first bullet train and all these things, rolling stock, rails perhaps. So are there any standards defined from all overall point of view? Or whether we are following the all Japanese standards here while construction and operation of the bullet train?
Let me say a few words. First, I forgot to tell him that the Japanese high-speed railway has very, very long rail. How long? Not as short as 10, 20 meters in normal railways. So actually, shaking, right, induced by running trains, very, very weak. So that's a difference from the traditional railway problems. So ground subsidence will be reduced by using long rails. And then standard. I think today we saw motion picture that quality control material is a part of say, training, and quality of concrete should be good enough to avoid future mechanical troubles. So I believe that quality has been very big number one issue, not one of the number one issues. So you can just go ahead with what's going on now.
I don't know, Dr. R.P. Singh also may be able to say something on this. You know the context in India.
So we are following the relevant standard of Japanese code. Like for soil sand foundation, we are following GGS standards, they are testing. For a steel standard, for a steel also there is Japanese standards. So for everything means like for concrete we are following Indian standards, but majority of the things we are following the Japanese standards in toto. So means in one of the presentation it was showed कि sleepers we are not using. Here the concept is track slab. And one thing you also asked for the rolling stock. So rolling stock means it is still under discussion part. Means we were expecting from Japan, but there is the time lag. Some issues are there. So ministry is pushing a lot. Ki Japanese government should give us that rolling stock. That discussion is going on. So it will. We are trying that it should come from E5 series from Japan only. So there is technology transfer. So we are taking help of our Japanese counterpart, and they are transferring it.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good evening to all. I am Dr. Ratnakar from McAfee. So I have two questions. Let's say if I club them, I would prefer it to be addressed by either Professor J.T. Shahu or Amit Prashant. It's related to the geosynthetic reinforced soil walls. I am hearing these presentations from many years, but for reinforced soil wall design, typically what is different is the pull-out and rupture. But none of the presentations of this GRS walls, especially for high speed, talked about what's the basic mechanisms, how it's designed, because the length of reinforcement, what even today Professor Tatsoka mentioned, is 35% or 30% of the edge, whereas conventionally we are using 70% of the height. At the same time, the vertical spacing 300 mm, okay, that's understood, you can change the spacing, but certain reinforcement lengths are little longer. So is there any research done on this, and how exactly the philosophy is followed? Because how exactly it is different than the conventional reinforced soil walls? That's what I want to understand. Thank you.
So actually, the design that is done, of course, it is stable, and that's why the structures are standing, right? And we have simulated using FEM and compared the results also with, I think Mohan's initial work was on that in a way. So that way, 0.4 H, not 0.35, actually it's almost 0.4 H, is at 300 spacing. But the other reinforcements actually become important as well. And not only for seismic, even for stabilization in general. But seismic, they have additional support, of course, at the top especially. So top is where we are worried about mainly. And bottom, we are worried about more for external stability point of view, not really for the pull-out in a way. There is enough strength available in general. So that's where it somehow balances with that configuration. 0.7H that we generally follow is actually like a, I mean, foolproof, idiot-proof kind of concept that came. But if you look at the ground conditions that we are working in this case, then it works out. If you have softer grounds, it will not work. Of course not.
So is there a basic mechanism given, sir? Because still the basic mechanism I have never seen how exactly is designed. When I say pull-out rupture, it's very clear, though it is a BA standard or FSWA or NCMA or name any standard. But specifically GRS walls, RRR technology, there is nowhere any clarity on how it's being designed.
So actually, if you look at the geometry, it is designed the same way, double wedge type model in a way. I think Professor Tatsuoka mentioned it, I think in his presentation earlier, that it is designed with the same method.
I just want to, I did Tatsuoka's wall, I simulated numerically as well, but the understanding is that it's a rigid wall, okay? there is a flexibility also. Like if you have a flexible structure, you have that 0.7H. But here, what's happening is that the line of failure gets shifted. We have done, like particularly when you do a soil nailing, it's a rigid facing sometimes. If you look at reinforced thing, the line of tension is somewhat shifts. We have done so 0.35H should be all right. So I think that's the way, and because they gave it as a specification, but if you look at model the rigidity as well, then it comes to 0.35 that I have seen myself. Thank you.
So I fully agree with you, and it is very surprising how it is. But I know that in Japan, in other courts, Western courts, which you mention yourself, and you are as good as anybody in the country. So what you mentioned is correct. I was also surprised, but in the Korea and Japan, I have seen that what they are trying to do now is they are providing main reinforcement, which you go 0.7H up to around 900, 800 mm distance. 800 mm distance. That is what maximum distance is recommended by the code. So that distance is required 0.8 or 0.9, something like that. And in between, they are providing to prevent the facing from
Recording in progress.
They are providing around a small short reinforcement, two reinforcement in the middle, about 28 or 30 centimeter apart. So that is how I have seen the design there. In Korea also, there is a paper also in geotextile geomembrane recently came. So that is happening, but I am not sure whether that has come in their courts also.
Yeah, thank you. It's already 9:15 in Japan at this point of time, but Professor Tatsuoka has been very enthusiastic and he has heard many of the questions and he would like to answer a few. So over to Tatsuoka Sensei. Sensei, are you listening us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, very much. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Are we audible? Are you hearing us?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Please
I'd like to
give
make
your
some
opinions,
small comment.
Sensei.
It's
Please give your
possible?
yeah.
About two things. One is the design of 3R GR structures. That is based on the limit equilibrium method, taking into account the throughout strength and the rupture strength. Nothing different from ordinary design that are being performed in the United States, Europe. No difference. No difference. But one specific thing is that residual deformation. Deformation is computed. By seismic residual deformation by seismic load is computed. The three modes. One is overturning and lateral sliding and shear deformation. Then the design are based on the computed value of displacement. So not safety factor, not safety factor. And all these are computer program. The other thing is about cost for serial methods. For ordinary retaining wall, somebody said that 3R method is not cost effective, cost competitive with the other DR technologies. That may be correct. But in Japan, the one type of structure, 3R is still most cost effective. That is bridge abutment. Bridge abutment is really cost competitive because that compared with the conventional bridge abutment, piles is not used, and also seismic stability is high, and settlement of backfill immediately back of the RC facing is minimized. So the maintenance cost is low. So, and other DRS technology cannot allow the placement of girder on the facing. It's not possible. But 3R method, the bridge girder is located or placed directly on the facing. So all the in total cost is always very competitive. This is my second point.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sensei. Yeah. Do you want to say anything more? Either, Sensei. All right, Sensei. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment, Professor. That's all. It's very beneficial comment, I think.
Dr. Nakajima, do you want to say something? Okay. Well, I think we'll go to other panelists here. I think we have kept Engineer Vyas of Tech Fab a little idle. So I will ask you a question. How do the material choices for maybe embankment, tunnel, or track bed influence the life cycle cost of high-speed rail? Yeah, Mike.
Whatever material we are manufacturing, it has been designed as per the standard requirement for the serviceability for the 100 years, 120 years. So definitely one should have all the parameters to be checked, to be tested for the various things like durability, installation damage, creep, and all these things. And same thing is applicable here also for HSR. The parameters has to be there, the certification has to be there, all the parameters to be evaluated. Then only we can consider the serviceability criteria to be fulfilled. Now, life cycle cost analysis, because generally people are doing right now for the sustainability issues for the longer run. So there are certain method has been there available. Some consultants, they are doing that we can say EPD criteria to be satisfied. So in that we can choose your product and the entire how up to starting manufacturing to the end use. You have to see all the different activities, and you can compare with the conventional, and you can see how much is the reduction in carbon footprint also. Likewise, you can have the sustainability criteria to be fulfilled. So in both the way, for the durability concern and for the sustainability, we can have that values with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have close to about 7 minutes more left. I do not know whether Professor Ashok Kumar Chawla want to have anything to say. Well, thank you. Yeah, please.
The rest of the team out here is we have developed now so much of capacity in terms of equipment, laboratory processes. What is the next step towards including this improved equipment into the codal provisions for future projects?
So we have not added any new equipment or new testing. The codal provision means already existing, like we are doing triaxial CU testing, consolidation. The quantum have been increased. That is number one. And we used the auto SPT. So code have been revised and means I was also part of that team, and we are expecting in next 1 month or 2 months the revised code will be published.
Okay. I think I would like to challenge IGS to publicize this work so much that it has an impact on all the departments everywhere, government departments especially, so owners we can say, so that the practice changes. I completely endorse Dr. Parthasarthi. I think we need to use this opportunity to kind of change, make the change in the perception of people that expected standard is different.
Because we go to any site, it is still the monkey is being dropped from whatever heights. So really doesn't work. It becomes a monkey job.
Yeah. So much of database, and in the coming years you are going to accumulate humongous database. And there is also discussion and initiative from IGS to create a data bank. If IGS approaches National High Speed Railway, do you give us an access to the data bank so that the initiative can be worked out in IGS?
Yes, I am not the final authority at this moment, but being a government organization, we are happy. I think there will not be any issue if to share the data if it is being utilized.
Yeah, thank you. We'll convey that to the. Sir, one small.
I will means.
I don't know whether Professor Chawla has something to say in this case.
Please make this request formally to the ministry, that is Ministry of Railway. I am sure it will be given due consideration. As part of the as part of the proceedings of this your activity, I think it will have its impact.
Thank you.
Sir, I have one small question. Personally, I'm curious on this kind of mega projects, particularly on the environmental clearances that you're getting. So India normally follow anthropocentric approach for greater good, while some of the Western countries approach is the ecocentric approach, not to extinct any of the species that is going to get extinct from this. So what is the approach that India and Japan is taking? Is it similar or is it orthogonal difference in the environmental protection?
So regarding environmental protection, as per Government of India laws, for railways there is no clearances required because it is means for public purpose. But for, as Professor Chawla also mentioned in his discussion, NHSRCL have taken all the consideration, and we have carried out extensive environment impact assessment from reputed agencies. And even when we are where we are doing our tunneling, we have taken care of the whatever the mud flats are there, the flamingos or the whatever the means other birds or other things are there, they should not get disturbed with the vibration during the tunneling. So we have NHSRCL have taken due consideration, and the EIA report is available on the website. So we are taking due means the best care possible to the environment.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Informed about, I don't know about the high speed thing, but in Bharatmala projects they have taken extreme care in for reptile tracks or elephant tracks, other things natural, so without disturbing the thing, they are going with the construction of the tunnels and other bridges. So this I has witnessed.
Yeah. For this, we have also being constructed one elephant and Tungareshwar Wildlife Sanctuary and Sanjay Gandhi National Park is there. So we have created, means it will be constructed a passover for
It was
all
very
the wildlife.
sensitively considered, actually. Yes. I am not aware of high-speed thing, but Bharatmala, I was there.
Yeah, so it is being taken care, and we are connecting Tungareshwar Wildlife Sanctuary and Sanjay Gandhi National Park.
Yeah, I think we'll have the last question. Okay, so you have, okay, last question from the audience, and then yeah, you can take over, and also you can thank everyone concerned for this. Okay, yeah, quickly you can give the mic to him. Anyway, before that, I definitely feel honored that I got the opportunity to be with all of you, and then both these societies, Indian Geotechnical Society and Japanese Geotechnical Society, are moving in the same direction, and there has been a great support given by Japanese society, and we look forward to many more such conferences in future, and many more Japanese coming over here and strengthening us technically and in all activities.
Yeah.
So over to you.
Yeah, sir, I have one more question on the geosynthetic reinforced soil walls, tipper R. Usually the retaining walls are designed considering the plane strain problem. When we design this problem as a plane strain, the strength requirement of the reinforcement is usually in one direction. That's what the unidirectional reinforcements are used in retaining walls. Wherever there is a ground improvement and typically not a plane strain condition but plane stress, there we go for bidirectional. Whereas in triple R system, I see its reinforcement being mentioned as the biaxial. As an engineer practicing from last 2 decades, I think the reinforcement used in other direction, what is the background of it? And is it not the maybe additional material being used? Maybe Professor Tatsuga, if he is able to hear, and if he can answer, or else whoever has the answer for this. Thank you.
Yeah. Tatsuga Sensei? Yeah. Did you listen to the question?
Yes.
Would you like to answer?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
About the three-dimensional effects. The question is about three-dimensional effects.
Yeah.
Not in the field is not necessarily under plane strain conditions. That's correct.
Yeah, the question, Professor, is about why
we need a grid. First reason is that high throughout resistance. Second reason is that sometimes we have a three-dimensional force, like close to the in the area close to the for example, foundation, some foundation placed inside the rainfall zone. There will be a lateral load. We did a full-scale loading test. And then at that time, three-dimensional loads take place in the reinforcement. But in design, we are doing plane strain. We have some plane strain conditions. These are a kind of how to say in English, engineering judgment. Plot is correct, but the three-dimensional stability analysis we are not doing. We know that
Thank you,
three-dimensional
Professor.
loading, but
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, thank you. I think, yeah, I'm very
But
happy
here
that
we are using full height rigid facing. So facing is rather rigid. Basically two-dimensional deformation.
Thank you, Tatsuwaka Sensei. I'm very happy that audience are so enthusiastic.
Very, that is my answer.
Thank you, Sensei. Thank you, Arigato Sensei. Yeah, I don't know. I may have to stop with only one question from
Sir,
audience,
actually,
and then yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Chawla sir has a flight and some of us are leaving also. So that's why kindly excuse us. All the speakers, everyone attended, participants' data, their email IDs, everything is with us. And you will be receiving a mail maximum by tomorrow morning from Kunal Gupta. So you can contact anybody, you can just, and we can. I think that we
Yeah,
have to
that
get
we are
the consent
we are
from the
actually planning.
Exactly. If there is no concern, we will ask the speakers. Okay, we'll write an email. If there is no concern, if they're happy to share, we will just forward that. Because I also had a request from some of them during the lunchtime. Sir, with that,
Yeah,
I have the
I think you
last
please.
question. It's a one last question with 9 different answers. So I want to hear from all of you. We had a very great learning since morning. What is the critical gap in the current geotechnical research we have in high-speed rails? Because we just started this major infrastructure project for the country, and there's a long way to go. And with such a large country with a diversified geology, so many challenges, social, economical, technical challenges, I think we are very well equipped. And because we do have a lot of students are coming and who are also doing different aspects of research related to high speed now, because I was interacting with our next younger generation. So I want to listen from everyone, like what do you think? One word also sufficient, because someone can work on 5 years.
Yeah. We can start with Engineer Kumaran, maybe. Very quick answer we request from each one of you.
Actually, the first phase when we worked, the gap what we have seen was how to make a quality investigation to match with the high-speed rail. So that was the biggest challenge. Okay, the volume is different actually, and Madam was talking about what we are using practice in India, and total shift now move towards the energy. So that will eliminate all the other possibilities if you work towards that energy criteria. That's what I felt.
Thank you. Dr. Prashant.
I think you're referring to mainly GRS walls, probably, right? So, with GRS wall, I think as I was mentioning, we need to think about alternative to select materials, select wells. Yes, there is no choice. We don't have enough material available. And there is a lot of possibility there. Designs will have or will need to be modified a little bit, but it is possible with the help of manufacturers and the contractors to working together, it is possible. No, local materials as far as possible. So, I mean, departure from select materials, that's what I would say, marginal fills.
So, GRS have already been answered. One thing which I feel means like geotechnical investigation or laboratory testing, whatever means there are very few persons only available in the field who can actually do the testing in the spirit what is required. So like whether triaxial CU test or even index properties, basic tests which are written in the codes from many years. So we have to give respect to our basic codal provisions or basic testing. We have to make dirty our hands because it is a requirement of the profession. Someone have to make his or her hand dirty. That is the first requirement. We should do that, and research comes after that. So if we do that, then we will be able to construct good structure. From Japanese culture, one thing I learned, their code or they think means very basic things are written, but they do with the perfection, which makes the big difference in structures.
Thank you.
I want to add what Professor Amit Prasad said. Backfill is okay. That is the one thing that we have to see if the locally available. But we can try with another kind of reinforcement also. We have the PVA right now. That is the similar what the Japanese people are doing. But we can try with the available product which is available ample in our country also. So that can be also one type of research, one care we can see to it.
Yeah, I'd like to say again a few words about the soil investigations. Yeah, today I was really happy to hear that the Indian geotechnical community, particularly high-speed railway community, understand the importance of soil investigation and improving the equipment, SPT, standard penetration test, and various measurement. That's very good. However, SPT is good because we can see soil and see physical property, etc. However, cost and time is another issue. One drilling and the bro test takes maybe USA $5,000 in Tokyo, or more than that. And so because of the cost, many projects cannot run many SPT tests. So in between two boreholes, we may have strange problematic materials, but we cannot detect it. So I'd like for you to promote also cheaper, less expensive tests such as dynamic compenetration test. So that's fill the gap between two boreholes. So and also you can confirm the depth of file bearing straters, more straightforward way. And Japanese senior person often say, run, boring investigation. Then people have to follow his idea. We have to drill a hole and have to run. SPT and the money is limited, so number of tests is become less, limited. They should say, run geotechnical survey. Then the engineers can do best combination of SPT and other efficient test. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, actually, I will start with the ground characterization. I think the what that is by the railway group has been excellent. I feel that you should have standard methods of ground characterization, much improved methods. Second thing is the backfill characterization, because I think the characterization is the main thing that we are lacking in the country. And the third thing, that the use of marginal materials, even the specifications, if you want to come out, you need to have proper ground characterization, proper backfill characterization, even the facing, like maybe if you want to use a lot of facing, you may have to come up with marginal materials there also. And we need to come up with the standardized designs. There is no, it's quite easy in my opinion, but it needs a lot of rigorous work right at ground level, facing level, backfill, marginal loadings as well. So I think there is a lot of opportunities for research here and contribution.
Thank you, sir.
So without taking much time, I want to say two things. First thing is, one is rigorous skill training. Actually, the present system of some labor one day is working there and next day he self-declares I'm mason and then he goes on charging more. That should go, because we need skilled people, and I'm telling you, so many opportunities are coming up for the skilled people. Chawla Saab also told in the morning, and also one of the tunnel conference I went, then some European person came to me and said, how can I recruit from the IITs or from the skilled people? We need a lot and lot of skilled people. I said, contact ministry. And Chawla Saab was saying they can send only 2,000 people in Japan in last 10 years. So this is the state of affairs. We need rigorous training, not just degrees. We need training. And there is an Indian Express report for the people going to Israel, and that was not very pleasant report. That is one thing. Second thing I want to say about is the awareness. Awareness at all levels. Somebody came to me, he said, sir, we want detailed project report of a underground sea tunnel of more than 1 kilometer long, and this is being observed by the highest office in the country, and I want it from the IIT. And he said it is only 1 or 2 months is there for doing all this DPR survey underground tunnel. So awareness has to start right from the top, that you need time. If you are talking about CU bar test or CU test, it takes time. It's not that you just pick the sample, you have to saturate it. Otherwise, you specify that we don't want saturated sample, we want as obtained sample. It may be in the rainy season, it may be on the summer season, values will be completely different. So one has to think about that, plan it, and be aware of the timelines and the money required. So 0.5% should come down, is coming down further, while it should go to 2 to 3% for a good tunnel project, I would say. So this thing about the timeline and the finance aspect, this has to be, one must be aware. There should be more awareness.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu. Professor Yasuda.
Okay, my research field is earthquake geotechnical engineering. So as you know, a big earthquake occurred just first day of this year in Noto Peninsula. So I ride on the Shinkansen, high-speed railway in Japan, every week to attend a meeting which is held in Noto Peninsula. So it's now Japan high-speed railway is a common to ride on. So I hope the experience of Japanese technology will be useful in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Mohan, please.
I think ask the right questions. That's what it's taught us. Like research is about ask the right questions and find answers. So what are the questions we had, at least in the JRS walls, is like PVA geogrid. Can we have the less cost in India? Okay, if not PVA, can we use PET? No, with R, because of alkaline resistance requirement, we can't use PET. So how we can improve PET? Like, can we coat with a PVA to the PET and can we use it? So that is one question. Okay, no, if we want to use the PET itself, without touching the concrete, how to get the film connection? So these are the questions like we can pursue in the research to get the Indianized systems.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mohan. I think all of you agree that we had a very successful and technically sound workshop today. And if we have to really appreciate one person for that, it is Dr. Nilima Satyam. She actually, dreamt, planned, envisaged, and then implemented everything successfully. I would like her to have the last word, and I would like you to speak and then thank whomever you feel it's necessary.
So first of all, thank you, sir, for being with me. We had first Indo-Japan pre-conference workshop like this in 2011, where Professor S.K. Prasad sir was the convener. I was one of the speakers like Mohan. I just completed PhD that time. And so I have a lot of connection, and he is like my mentor. So thank you so much, sir, for being with me since that started.
Thank you.
And it's my privilege to be here to thank everyone here. And since morning 9 o'clock sharp, like all of us were here actively engaged, and people were asking, interacting during the breaks and other things. So first of all, I extend my sincere thanks for your active participation. And so my special thanks to our chief guest, Chawla sir, who came yesterday morning in spite of his busy schedule, spent complete 2 days with us and shared a lot of things. I had a privilege to interact with him in many things yesterday also. So sir, thank you so much for being with us, listening to our things. Hopefully we'll see, I think we want to see very, very bright future. Of course, we are going to do that. So this session, not just about what we are learning and doing this, it also like how to look back to the future kind of thing. So that's what we started thinking of this workshop. That's how it has started a year back. So then my sincere thanks to our esteemed speakers. The selection of the speakers, it was not easy because we had so many great people, but when you want to take them from all stakeholders, like we need academia, we need industry, we need materials, analysis, all kind of people at one place. So it was a really challenge. And I thank Dr. Mukunoki and Professor Ujuka Sensei, who is a president and who is a secretary for international collaborations of our counterpart Japanese Geotechnical Society, for immediate quick response. Like whenever I wrote or when Prasad sir wrote, so Mukunoki was like very active, and I thank him. And we want to have him sometime in India also, hopefully for the 5th Indo-Japan workshop. So, and other things is like I'm happy to have our Indian speakers. So we have from industry, we have from clientele side like Dr. R.P. Singh. He's very, very, very busy, and Dr. Kumaran. So everybody were here sparing their one day time, which is not easy. And we have our young researcher also, Mohan here, and eminent, academicians who are working on this particular project. Especially, I know Professor Amit Prashant has been working on this for quite some time, because they are the one first who initiated a brainstorming online during COVID time. I have participated. So, and also Professor Babu sir. He was our past president of IGS, who had a lot of vision for us, how to take it and other things. So thank you so much for being here. And I thank our local host, MIT, Manish and his team for giving this opportunity also to do this pre-conference workshop. And very important, I thank our sponsor. So TechFab, I don't know, actually I never asked anybody if we want a sponsorship kind of thing. So they are the first one who, first come first basis type they happened. So they are the first one who approached, I think Pramod ji. So they said like we will do, and I don't need to go to second person, and otherwise also we got second and third person. We said no. So complete day workshop has been sponsored by our sponsors, and they are also actively engaged in this part of nation building. So thank you so much TechFab and your team to be here for our interaction. Another very, very important backbone for us is like our students. So me from IGS Indore chapter, so my students are all here, like they were here. They are the ones who have been writing to all of you, taking care of all the things. So I personally thank my students and other people from my IGS Indore chapter. We have our honorary secretary here who are supporting me. So all of us, because this was jointly done by IGS Indore chapter and the IGS Aurangabad chapter. So thank you so much for my team also. If I miss anybody, kindly pardon me, and of course whoever covering photography and other things, so who are given hospitality things, some providing us water, everything. So I thank everyone, because I'm not aware of that.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. It was a pleasure to have you all, sir.
Excellent. And also the participants, even till 6:30 now, all of you are so active. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, after the vote of thanks, something came in my mind after listening to some of the comments. Asking for data from government is something which I support. I'm not sure how much and when it can be given. I would actually request R.P. Singh ji also to start, taking, reference this conference. You can start on your own. Let the ministry respond on that. Probably there will be some deliberations done, because some data may or may not be, so easily made public. But I think it is much easier to share the data at the society level. So maybe the Japanese Geotechnical Society can be requested by you, because I remember the Kobe earthquake and the Noto earthquake. There's a huge data available on the Japanese side, which is probably in public domain also, most of it probably in Japanese language. So if the Japanese side, the society, together with you can make this data available, and you can make this data public, this will give you more right to ask for what you are asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, each one of you. Thank you, Sensei. Thank you. Please.
So it's like I can't give, but you ask him, he will give.
Exactly.
Will you send us submit the papers?
I will ask you afterwards. No problem.
Because I have to write some report in the society.
Okay. But we'll send you mail for that. Oh.
Dinner is arranged here. Yeah, sir. You announce. You inform.
I request all the participants to stay in the campus. Dinner will be start approximately at 7 p.m. Okay. Thank you.